Broadcast ready? Okay. I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into the shutdown of the 3G mobile network. Today's hearing is a hybrid hearing with some witnesses appearing in person and others appearing via video conference. I thank all the witnesses appearing today and thank you for your patience as we manage any issues with technology. For the benefit of witnesses, I'm the Chair, Senator Matthew Canavan. I'm joined by the Deputy Chair, Senator Glenn Sterle, Senator Darmanin down the end, Senator Rennick and Senator Roberts. Thank you to you all for coming. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to Senate committees, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a Senate committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to be heard in camera. Before we start, I'd like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings. A Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. If any witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which an objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference to please mute your microphones when you are not speaking. Also unmute them when you are speaking, that helps. Thank you very much. So, with that out of the way, I do now welcome representatives from Telstra, Optus and TPG Telecom. I believe TPG are joining us by video conference. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you all. For the record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? To make it easy, we'll just start with you, Mr Mitchell, and go down the table.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ross Mitchell. I'm from TPG Telecom, Head of Government Relations.
Good morning, John Hewitt. I'm a manager in Telstra's Government Relations team.
Good morning. I'm Justine Rowe and I am a Sustainability Executive at Telstra.
Good morning, Gerard Tracy. I'm a Principal Engineer in the Engineering Department of Telstra.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Sheridan, Vice President, Government and Regulatory Affairs, Optus.
Good morning. I'm Harvey Wright, Head of New Products at Optus.
Good morning. I'm Michael Reynolds, Head of Networks Products, Programs and Services at Optus.
And we'll go on the video conference. Mr Chant.
Good morning. My name is Gary Chant. I'm the Head of Wireless Engineering for TPG.
Great, thanks. And Mr Tierney.
Morning, I'm Paul Tierney from TPG Telecom, General Manager of Customer Lifecycle Management.
Well, thank you very much for that, for you all. We have your submissions, so thank you very much for that, but you do have an opportunity to make an opening statement if you wish to. Would you all like to?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll start in the order I've got with Telstra, Optus and then TPG. So, Mr Hewitt.
Thank you. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to elders past and present. Well, thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair and members for the opportunity to appear before the hearing today, and we would like to open with a few brief comments. Senators, Telstra remains on track to close our 3G network on 31 August this year, allowing us to deliver the benefits of 4G and increasingly 5G with their greater speeds and capacity. Demand on Telstra's mobile network increases by around 30% every year, and 3G simply doesn't have the speeds and capacity to meet that ever-increasing demand and deliver the services that people have come to expect. Importantly, closing 3G allows us to repurpose spectrum for 5G deployment to deliver an even better experience for our customers. We've made a commitment that we'll expand our 4G network to ensure coverage equivalence, and as stated, we remain on track to complete that significant body of work before the network closes. Telstra announced the closure of our 3G network 5 years ago, and since then we've been conducting extensive customer contact and media campaigns, attending major regional events, conducting hundreds of community meetings and customer interactions, and engaging with local councils and regional organisations. We've left no stone unturned in identifying devices that will be impacted by the closure, and to date have analysed more than 14 billion call records and 8 million 000 emergency calls to identify impacted devices. Earlier this year, we developed the SMS check-in tool, which allows customers to check if their device will be impacted by the closure, and so far from more than 260,000 queries, we've identified more than 90,000 devices indicating action is required by the customer. We've also enabled a recorded voice announcement which plays on outbound calls being made by impacted mobiles to alert the customer that they'll need to upgrade their device. Telstra is an active participant in the broader industry working group and has been engaging with both Optus and TPG to share information on known impacted devices to ensure that each of the mobile network operators has the best possible understanding of impacted devices on their network. Recently, we announced we're providing free phones to 12,000 customers in vulnerable circumstances across Australia who are currently still active 3G users but who haven't yet transitioned, and that may be due to factors such as financial hardship, age, distance from a store, recovering from a natural disaster or having a life-threatening medical condition. As with all transitions of this kind, and we have successfully conducted this exercise with previous technologies such as 2G, we expect there'll always be some people who don't take action to upgrade their device. We remain confident that the plans and processes we have in place for closure will deliver a smooth transition for the vast majority of our customers, and we've put substantive support measures in place for any customers who do face challenges in making the transition. This will involve a range of measures, including a continuation of relevant calls being routed to a dedicated 3G call centre, extra support if needed through access to an enhanced customer care team, trained staff in our stores, and assistance with the cost of handset upgrades. We trust these comments and this hearing provide a useful opportunity for the committee to better understand Telstra's actions and activities around the closure of our 3G network and transition to our 4G network. We also trust these comments more broadly underline our ongoing commitment to delivering quality services to our customers, including those living in regional, rural and remote areas of the country. And we welcome questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hewitt. We'll go to Optus, who would like to, if you'd like to. Mr Sheridan.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee for the opportunity to appear here today. Optus always aims to prioritise customer interests, and this principle has determined our approach to the 3G switch-off. 3G is now a 20-year-old technology. It is equivalent to the dial-up of internet mobile technologies. And as the world shifts to 4G and 5G, there's declining vendor support for 3G technology. So the future reliability and resiliency of this technology is at risk. More importantly, switching off 3G allows us to reuse spectrum to support better quality and more reliable 4G and 5G services that will be of significant benefit for our customers. The switch off of 3G has been a complex multi-year exercise. Given the criticality of mobile services today, our priority during this transition is to ensure that none of our customers are disadvantaged. Our focus continues to do all we reasonably can to encourage every customer who uses a 3G-dependent device to switch to a more modern 4G or 5G-capable device. In this respect, we note for the committee that Optus's aggregate 4G network coverage is greater than our 3G coverage, so we're confident that customers with compatible 4G devices will not see any degradation in service coverage. We've been directly communicated with impacted customers with a clear call to action to upgrade their devices. We've sent over 4 million messages directly to customers using 3G-dependent devices, and this communication will continue through to the switch-off and will also be amplified by use of national and local media. We've provided a simple-to-use SMS tool to help customers check the status of their device, and we're also tailoring messaging to customers with low response rates, including non-English speaking customers, and we're providing specialist support for customers facing vulnerability. Recognising that upgrading a device can be an unexpected cost for customers, particularly at this time, we've made available a range of offers to give people choice, and this includes free handsets for those facing hardship or other vulnerabilities. Optus has been collaborating with other mobile operators, Telstra and TPG, the government and our regulators on key aspects of the transition to maximise customer awareness and to mitigate community risks. We'd like to thank the government and our industry colleagues for their ongoing collaboration and support. Thank you, and we're happy to take questions as well.
Thank you. And then TPG.
Thanks,
You in the room?
Chair.
Okay, Mr Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you to the broader committee for the opportunity to present here today. TPG Telecom publicly announced the closure of our 3G network in September of 2022. In the 14 months before closure, we implemented an extensive customer communications plan across all of our brands. Throughout this campaign, we sent over 3 million customer communications across a range of channels. In the lead up to the January close date, reminder messages were sent every 4 to 5 days if a customer was yet to upgrade to a compatible handset. To assist customers upgrade, we introduced discounted compatible handsets, including subsidised handsets and other offers on more cost-effective handset ranges. Our staged closure of the 3G network commenced in mid-December 2023 and was completed by the end of January this year. The 3G network closure resulted in minimal disruption to customers with very low levels of customer complaints. Our priority throughout the closure period was to ensure that customers had a compatible device to stay connected to our network. We invested heavily in our networks in the lead up to the 3G network closure and optimised 4G coverage to minimise the coverage impact when 3G was closed. We've also maintained a 3G roaming agreement with Optus in regional areas. As a result of our network investments and our 3G roaming arrangements with Optus, the closure of our 3G network has not decreased perceivable network coverage for most customers. We have recently announced a regional network sharing arrangement with Optus that will greatly expand our current 4G coverage area. Coverage available to our customers under this regional network sharing arrangement will far exceed the coverage available prior to our 3G network closure. Our efforts are now focused on identifying and communicating with a subset of customers with older 4G capable handsets that require a 3G network to place an emergency 000 call. TPG Telecom has been working alongside other industry participants since last year to ensure all affected devices are identified. We've intensified these efforts in the lead up to the closure of the 3G networks later this year. Customers with handsets known to be affected by this issue are receiving fortnightly direct SMSs advising of the need to take immediate action to upgrade their handsets. These messages are clear and direct in highlighting the urgency of action to ensure that the customer can continue to make emergency calls once all 3G networks are closed. We have recently released our own SMS checker service, allowing customers to confirm the compatibility of their device. Our industry association, AMTA, has also launched a website with information for customers about the 4G handset issue. This website includes a simple look-up tool for consumers to quickly check the status of their device. Looking ahead, we will be expanding our communications and customer outreach programs. And in summary, we take our responsibility for communicating with our customers regarding the associated risks for those with incompatible devices very seriously. I thank the committee and look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Senator Rennick, I've just got one threshold question that sort of struck me yesterday. Is there anywhere else in the world that has shut down all of its 2G and 3G networks yet?
Michael, do you want to answer? We believe so. I think there are examples. We can get those.
You don't know?
I think there are a number of European countries, and some of the US operators have closed down there.
But in the whole, because my understanding in the US, I thought the US had, but when yesterday it became apparent that it appears 2G is still available in the US for some providers.
But maybe for some providers.
Yeah.
Some providers.
No one knows? I'm just, okay. All right, if you could maybe if Optus and Telstra, I'll leave you out TPG, but if Telstra and Optus could take that on notice, it just seems a more significant change than I thought when I first started. Okay, Senator Rennick.
Hi guys. Just first of all, can I seek leave from the chair to table FOI documents 24, 352 and 353?
Sure. Well, I think so. The committee's happy with it. There's freedom of information documents.
I don't know what's in it, but sure.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Glenn. I appreciate that. All good.
Do you want to give them to the committee?
I have.
You've already given
emailed.
them.
Yeah. I'll check WhatsApp. So all good to go. Okay. My first question for Optus is there was basically a series of emails between yourself, the company last year, and the department asking about the number of overall customers that are likely to be affected by the transition process. Now, I note under the FOI, the actual number itself is redacted. Would you actually have access to the number of people that would be impacted by the transition process?
Senator, can I just confirm, is that a question for Optus?
That's for Optus.
And that's through a freedom of information
That's correct.
request on the email. So we can provide an update on the numbers as they stand today. Obviously, we don't have a copy of those specific emails in front of us, but
we're getting those.
Well,
at the moment.
regardless, do you know, regardless of whether or not it's, I mean, would you know the number of people that have been impacted by the transition from 3G to 4G?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So can you give that? Do you have?
Yeah, we're happy to provide the current numbers.
So, Senator, in our submission in May, you would have seen that we highlighted that there was a total of 266,000 mobile handsets at risk of disconnection. I can report to the committee that as of today, or as of last week, this figure has come down to 176,000, which is a reduction of 34% since May. Now, of that total, the emergency calling handsets, which obviously are a key concern for us, the industry and the committee based on the conversations yesterday, constitute 25,000 devices in terms of handsets that are affected.
Okay. So when did you...
Just before we go, Telstra, could you provide the same update? Presumably you've got numbers, do you? Up-to-date numbers on handsets? Okay. Could Telstra provide...
Oh, yes, we can.
Sorry, just before we get into the details and weeds of the FOI, it might be useful. We've got Optus's affected handsets. We might go to Telstra as well if you've got an updated number of handsets.
I can answer that.
Right.
Chair.
Okay.
So we've categorised the devices. 3G only handsets. There's 40,000 for 4G data. They can support 4G but can't support 3G. Only support for 3G for voice. 186,000.
Right.
In terms of the 4G devices that do not support the 700 megabits, the key spectrum necessary for coverage, 13,000. And then the VoLTE and 3G use for 000 is 9,000.
Right.
So, sorry, just for TPG Telecom's perspective, we do the same breakdown as Telstra. So remaining on our network, 3G only devices is 224. So those are primarily customers in regional areas relying on the Optus 3G roaming arrangement I talked about before. For 4G non-VoLTE handsets, that's 7,978. And then for 4G VoLTE-capable phones that rely on the 3G network to make an emergency call, there are 16,409 of those remaining on our network.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I know in this FOI it's been disclosed that basically these services will be impacted by a refresh and may face a degraded service experience based on capability. And one of those degraded services is the fact that they might be able to make an emergency call to 000. When did Optus, and Telstra can answer this as well if it's the same problem, first raise the problem of 4G phones not being able to connect with 000 with the government?
So I'm happy to sort of answer that question and then hand over to Telstra. There were technical discussions with the operators in the second half of 2023, trying to understand the issues. We've then been through a very detailed exercise of analysing specific devices, and my colleagues can talk to some of the work that has been done. We were only able to provide a view in terms of the size of the impact in late February 2024.
Okay, so you first raised it last year, though, in July 2023, was that correct?
The principle has been known for some time, but the quantum and the size of the impact was only first identified in February 2024.
Okay, because this FOI here is dated from October 2023. Sorry, my apologies. The date I have here is July 2023. And on this particular correspondence from Optus to the government, this is in July 2023, it actually says that you won't be able to make an emergency call to 000 on the Optus mobile network if your device doesn't work with our 4G network and relies on a 3G network for emergency calls. So it looks like Optus knew about it in July last year. Is that correct?
That's right.
Notwithstanding you don't know the quantity.
Yeah. So I think the principle of the technical issue and certain issues were known, as I said, in the second half of 2023. But then specifically looking at the devices where are the most sensitive, which are 4G devices which work perfectly well today on 4G for both voice and calling, but rely on 3G for emergency calling. That issue was worked through and numbers were provided to the government or the department in February 2024.
Yeah, sure.
There's an email here, just on this issue, there's an email here sent from someone at Optus on the 5th of October 2023, and the first point under the email is censored and blacked out. But the second immediately below that, and I believe you should have an email copy of all of this. Now, the second point below that says, this is an increase from the number reported earlier. So did you, on the 5th of October, provide, the minutes of the email is to an infrastructure address, infrastructure.gov.au address, did you, Optus, provide a number of devices impacted on the 5th of October to the Department or Minister's Office?
I'd have to take that question on notice to actually have a look at the specific email.
Well, as I said, it should have been emailed to you. We're also getting printed, so we might come back to it. But just to be fulsome here, that second point says this is an increase from the number reported earlier. So clearly, the number one referred to some number that's blacked out for some reason. There's an increase from the number reported earlier, as additional devices that rely on 3G for emergency calling have been identified and added to the impacted base. Now, Mr. Sheridan, I'm pretty sure you said just before that it wasn't until early this year, February or March, I think you said this year, that you identified these additional devices that relied on 3G for emergency calling, but it would appear Optus sent an email in October raising that particular issue and also identifying a number of devices impacted by that.
So I think it's important just to sort of clarify, I'm talking about the very specific category of devices which are 4G devices, which work perfectly on 4G for voice and data, but rely on 3G for emergency calling. Now, that number was given in February. During the course of 2023, we were giving broader updates to the department on impacted devices. So, for example, 3G devices are used for 3G calling, 3G data. When the 3G network is turned off, they will not be able to make any calls, including emergency service calls. So,
sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah.
That's the question, is how many just on 3G who didn't have access to 4G are impacted? That's what we're trying to get to.
So I think we gave that information current in the answer to the question then, and my colleague can give some information in terms of how that figure has moved during the course of the year.
Yeah, okay, because that's what's been redacted here, and this is the problem we're at. So, what was the
on notice? Can you provide the information you provided at point 1 that's redacted to this committee?
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely.
And on that too, Chair, if we can, this is your FOI stuff, Senator Rennick, is it?
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for this.
It's been emailed to everybody, I believe.
We've got an email to us now?
It's a lot of documents, so we're getting a
because
copy
I'm not even
printed.
aware of it. Okay, well, so we can look at it.
Okay.
So, what was the government's response when, in regards to the emails with them last July, when you've raised the issue that people were going to lose access to 000? Did the government respond in a manner that an urgent manner that suggested this can't be allowed to happen? You've got to make sure you meet your service obligations. We can't have people in rural and regional Australia being left without access to emergency calls. Was the government proactive in trying to deal with this issue?
Absolutely. I think the government has been very proactive throughout. There's been a very extensive collaboration with the Minister's Office, with the department. to the extent that we're having weekly, almost sort of daily meetings since the beginning of this year, but there was frequent communication and updates during the course of 2023 since we announced our closure in January 2023.
Okay, because that's interesting, because the Minister claims that she only knew about this problem in March this year.
That's the specific issue that I'm talking about with the 4G emergency call impacted devices, and the fact that it was only in February that we were able to size the problem, and that information was provided in February this year. More generically, around the 3G closure, there's been extensive sort of communications and briefings to government.
Okay, so when will when will you shut off the 3G network? What's the timeline going forward here?
So we've announced the closure of our 3G network from the 1st of September, but it will be in a phased approach. So over a number of weeks as we sort of manage any issues around that. I might hand over to my colleague, Harvey Wright, just to...
Yeah, so, I mean, it's probably worth mentioning that Optus has experience in these types of mass migration and shutdown processes in the past. We obviously shut down the 2G network and migrated customers successfully off that. We shut down the Virgin mobile business, and in fact, we also shut down a portion of our 3G network, the 2100 megahertz 3G network. And so we've got some good learnings as it relates to how to manage customers both prior to and following the shutdown. And what we found from that experience is that you can absolutely move a portion of customers ahead of the shutdown through communication, through awareness building, through incentives and offers, and we've got a range of subsidies and offers, including free or zero cost handsets that I'm happy to share with the committee. But the nature of these types of migrations is that there'll always be a certain portion of customers that don't act, even if they are aware, and we've seen that awareness is actually quite high.
So thanks for that. So there's a certain portion of customers, so we'll cut straight to the chase. Will any of your customers lose access to 000 calls, banking services, or be able to not access health services over telehealth because of your shutdown in September? Can you guarantee that all customers aren't going to be worse off?
So, as I was saying, the migration experience that we've had to date is that you have to do two things. One, create awareness and remove barriers for customers to act, but then also prepare for the fact that some will not. It's just human nature.
Okay, so how many do you think are going to be worse off?
So we're still reducing the number of customers, obviously, but it could be in the order of 100,000, 150,000 customers, depending upon how many.
100,000?
Correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. My question's now for Telstra. Thanks for that.
Can I just clarify something? We haven't received the FOI information, so that's isn't with us.
Committee's getting it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So my questions are for Telstra. You've been providing quarterly and regular reports to the government on this 3G issue since last year, I believe. That's correct?
Yes.
Yep. Did any of these reports ever flag problems around 4G phones not being able to access 000?
That's right, Senator. We've been providing reports to the previous government and the current government since 2021. The first time that we highlighted the issue you've outlined there was in the December quarterly report last year, December 2023, when we gave some information, generalised information about what the issue was and some detail, very early detail on numbers. But it was very much a preliminary figure, and as time went on, we came to understand that that figure was significantly greater.
Okay, thank you. And when do you expect to shut down your 3G network? And if and when you do, how many of your customers will be impacted by either unable to access 000, banking services or telehealth services because of those shutdowns?
So we are planning to close our network at the end of August. As we said earlier in the opening statement, we've been engaging with our customers for almost 5 years, and we are in a ramp-up communication phase at the moment to, as my colleague said from Optus, to reduce barriers to change, but we do know that some customers won't take action, and so probably we're hoping that we'll get more and more down. We don't have an estimate of the actual numbers that will be left on our network at the moment, because we are planning to get that as close to zero as possible, but we know it won't be zero. So there will be customers that choose not to take action, and we're here to support them. So we have a post-closure support plan in place, and that is part of our broader preparation strategy.
And what are those options, just so that if people are listening in, they know what they can do?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I think between now and the network closure, we're encouraging customers to check their device through the SMS checker tool. We are also encouraging customers, if they're unsure, to either use that checker tool or to call our front of house numbers. We actually direct those calls through to a dedicated 3G support capable people to help them. If there are any concerns around hardship or other things that may be a barrier to making that change, we have people available to help and work through those issues with them. Now, after closure, we will have a no fee, no service policy. So if a customer needs to take action after, they will contact us. We encourage them to contact us, and we'll work through the alternative device that they need in a similar way that we're doing right now in the lead up to closure.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question for notice. Could you please provide copies of all emails between Telstra and the government that include references to the problems of 4G phones not being able to access 000 prior to March this year, please?
Can we provide them? Yep.
Yeah, take it on notice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You.
Cheers, thank you.
Senator Darling.
Thank you. This is for Telstra. In your submission, I think it talks about you being committed to not switching off in certain areas until coverage was guaranteed. What are the certain areas, and why did you call out that distinction?
So we have made a commitment from very early on that we will provide equivalent network coverage, and so we've been working through a process of over 11,500 sites to provide that equivalent coverage from 3G to 4G, and so we've just got the remaining few sites to go, so that's what we would have been referring to in our submission.
And yesterday we heard a range of submitters, I think that's witnesses, that talked about perhaps the coverage not matching up with the maps, or having a lack of confidence in that work to ensure equivalency. Are you aware of that kind of differential between what your maps show and what your customers are reporting?
So we remain open to dealing with any queries that are raised by our customers in relation to coverage equivalence, and so we have had some questions that have been raised by customers through the course of us certifying that equivalence along the way, and we've worked with those customers. It could be the issues that customers may be experiencing may be related to the bars on their phone looking different, which may not actually impact their coverage equivalence. It might be that they're in a black spot area that is not actually related to 3G, but we are actually working with customers to help them understand the different factors that are applying, and really to give them confidence that we have these the 3G to 4G coverage equivalence verified. If you need a bit more detail about how we go about that coverage equivalence, I can defer to my colleague Jared to just give you a high-level view of how that works in practice.
That might be useful, because it was a significant issue that came up yesterday, and I'm sure people will be interested in that.
So thank you. So how people interpret coverage is different. So from our interpretation, coverage is about the ability to make a call and the ability for that call to be of a certain quality. Customers look at the bars on their phone as an example to understand whether I've got coverage or not. The bars on the phone on different technologies is not a good indicator of equivalent coverage. It's a bit like the light bulbs that we have. There's daylight, warm light, cool light. Might be the same brightness, but it's a different example of what you can actually do with it. So for our purposes, and our coverage map is the key thing, that we guarantee the ability to make calls. There's a term called fortuitous coverage that gets used, and that is where there might be a hill. I know in the Kimberley area, when I was visiting there was an area called Telecom Hill, where if you went and stood on top of the hill, it's outside the coverage map, but you could make a call. But it's only if conditions, all the stars aligned for that to actually work. It's not something that, as a carrier, Telstra and Optus and TPG, I'm sure, are the same. We can't guarantee it, so therefore it's not in the coverage map. The way that we've gone through to confirm coverage equivalence, so as we've built out the 4G network, we've done drive surveys, we've done analysis of call records, we've actually done independent surveys to go out and validate that at this coverage point, the 3G network and the 4G network is equivalent. And we've also done community engagements. We've worked with rural fire services to go out into areas of concern and validated that the activities can occur.
And will that continue in response to feedback as the process continues and post the shutdown, to cover gaps where they are identified if there is a discrepancy between your maps and what the experience is of real people?
Yeah, it's quite an interesting pivot that's occurred. Generally we get complaints that the coverage map says there is coverage and the customers complain that there isn't coverage. It's pivoting now to I've got coverage outside the designated coverage map. So we will continue to validate coverage equivalence right up to the point of closure. After closure, when the 3G network shuts down, all we can rely on is the coverage map that we've published as the way of validating and confirming whether we are or not within the coverage area of what 3G did provide.
But just to clarify on that last point from Jared, if a customer does have a concern, we welcome the customer contacting us, and we'll work with them to understand the concern, what's actually driving the experience for that customer, and how we might be able to support it. So that will happen post-closure.
Yeah. And one further point, it's about the device capability as well. So on 3G, we had a very active campaign for blue tick devices to ensure that customers can use the coverage to the maximum extent. For 4G, we've got similar programs, blue tick devices for 4G, and we're working on a blue tick campaign for 5G. So it's important that customers have equivalent devices for when they validate coverage.
Mm-hmm. Maybe to bring that to a kind of more systemic level, yet I'm not sure if any of you heard the New South Wales Government representative yesterday afternoon give evidence. They talked about some need for additional comfort around the equivalency question, and suggested that increased transparency would assist to provide that level of comfort, and the things they talked about were additional information around data, traffic from the network operators on usage that would then enable more targeted and specific work with particular communities and customers, and I guess not just from the telcos, but also from councils and other community organisations and governments of all levels, to be able to continue to enable that rigorous communication with the community. What's your response to providing additional transparency data?
Thank you. So the response to that is any questions that have been raised by local councils, individuals, companies about their experience and their coverage, we take on board and we address. So we're very happy to work with the New South Wales Government to understand their concerns further, and if there's anything that we can do to support them, we're open to seeing what that might be. I think in terms of whether we provide more data, I'd need to understand a little bit more about what they're referring to that would enable that transparency, but very happy to have a conversation with them to address their concerns.
Great.
If I just
what
add,
about...
we have identified areas with high levels of 3G traffic in the past, and we've done many community engagements through our Regional Australia team into community groups, radio sessions, so targeting areas of more concern in order to get that customers to be aware of where and who they need to convert. So there's been thousands of engagements that we've done there, and that'll continue over the next 2 months.
Yeah. What about Optus and TPG in terms of the question about additional engagement with, I guess, state governments in particular and New South Wales who've raised this around increased transparency on the data that you've got that you can share?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think consistent with Telstra, we've been working directly with customers, business customers, councils, state governments who are our customers, to give them the confidence around the switch off and that they won't be impacted, but we are equally happy to engage and provide additional information. But it will be useful to understand exactly what information that they would require.
Can I maybe just sort of add to this, because I think this came through in yesterday's submissions. I think we're conflating two issues, I think, as it relates to 3G. One is around coverage equivalence, and as Mr Sheridan explained, for Optus, it's equivalent, so customers won't be impacted. The other is around the communication and building awareness with specifically impacted customers.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think making that distinction is really important. We have information on which customers are impacted because we can see which devices are impacted. And so when it comes to building awareness and building communication, we can be very targeted with how we communicate to those impacted and be very specific in terms of which devices are impacted. So, for example, in our communication with customers, we highlight the specific device that is affected because, as I'm sure everyone in the committee can appreciate, people have a variety of different devices in the home, and we recognise that being able to point to a specific handset and say this handset is affected is really important for the consumers. When it comes to enterprise customers and government customers as well, again, we are providing full information to those enterprise customers and government customers of ours where we are aware of devices being affected, including specific numbers, and working with those customers to track how those numbers come down. So in terms of providing information, I think there's a slight confusion as to sort of general awareness around the impact of 3G versus specific communication as it relates to those that are impacted, which is a very small minority of the total number of customers on the network.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You understand that TPG Telecom is in a slightly different position given the network is already turned off. We're also in a very different position in regional Australia. We currently operate off a footprint of about 400,000 square k's, operating off 750 regional sites. Our regional network sharing deal with Optus that we've just entered, subject to regulatory approval, will expand that footprint to over 1 million square k's, increase the number of sites we're operating off to 2,444. So at the same time all this is going on, our regional offering is actually increasing in size by about threefold. So we're in a very different kettle of fish to our counterparts.
Thank you. I've got lots of questions, but I'll just keep it to 2 more and then someone else can have a turn. Just in terms of communicating with customers in vulnerable circumstances and the like, I think, Optus, you talked about specific programs around non-English speaking customers and the like. I was wondering if you could perhaps both the major telcos talk to a bit more about that, about your efforts there, but also First Nations communities in particular, and digital literacy, how you're approaching those who perhaps are not as au fait with the tech.
Maybe if I can start and then hand over to the others. So we're acutely aware that some customers, due to their personal circumstances, may lack understanding or indeed the means to act ahead of the shutdown. And I think the term vulnerable customers has been used, I think, at various points in these hearings, and maybe it's worthwhile just being quite specific about what we term vulnerable customers. That includes financial hardship. That includes risks to safety and well-being, including domestic violence. It includes low tech literacy. which includes elderly or customers with dementia, etc. It includes language barriers. And includes also remote locations and First Nation communities as well. So we've been able to, through our work, identify customers that we know have impacted devices through the 3G shutdown program, who may fall into one of these categories. And our core means of dealing with those customers is by using our existing specialist care team. Now, this is a team within Optus, highly trained individuals in terms of dealing with vulnerable customers and their personal circumstances, dedicated, non-incentivised, and not there to sell, they're there to support. And we're absolutely leveraging that capability throughout the 3G shutdown program. And that specialist team also has access to a variety of tools. And those tools can include free devices. So if a customer, for whatever reason, can't afford, you would have seen the announcement around 20,000 handsets that we're making available to vulnerable customers. They can get access to those devices. We also have free access. So we've got this great service or solution that we call Donate Your Data, which allows for customers in need who can't afford to connect to actually get free connectivity. We work with the Smith Family, Kari Foundation, Mission Australia and other charities to help Australians in need through that particular program. Multilingual services. In fact, of all the categories of vulnerable customers, multilingual is actually by volume the largest. As you probably would have heard, a number of the devices that are problematic that we're dealing with are international variants. They're Chinese devices brought over by folks either purchasing them overseas or bringing them with them when they move. And our analysis has shown that we have high concentrations of these in multicultural communities. So, and for that reason, we've made sure that we've got multilingual information available. If you go to our website today, you can get instructions on in Mandarin, Cantonese, Vietnamese, Korean, Arabic, Punjabi, and this specialist care team actually has access to I think over 100 different languages that they can sort of transact in. Where they're set up with handsets for elderly customers. We appreciate that some customers don't want the bells and whistles. They want the basic handsets with large buttons. They can provide access to that, and then they can deal with people who may have caregivers or be under public trust management, for example, or trustee management that need a certain type of care. Our front line, so the average store agent or call centre agent, is trained on being able to spot a vulnerable customer. As you can probably imagine, this is not something that people would feel comfortable self-declaring in many instances, and there are some sort of telltale signs that our frontline is trained. It's part of their compliance training to identify. And in those circumstances, those customers are then transferred into the hands of this dedicated specialist team.
Ditto for Telstra?
I was going to say what he said.
Yeah.
But yeah, what he said, ditto for Telstra. So absolutely all of the things that my colleague have explained, we are committed to and we are delivering as well. We have found that we took particular care in sending out free devices to our customers. We wanted to give them notice that they were coming first, so they didn't think that it was a trick, and then sent a care package with instructions. So we also have the safe, the care specialist care teams. We also have our First Nations Directorate have engaged with our remote First Nations communities to ensure that we're actually targeting the right way for engaging with those communities. And in some of those communities, we have used a third party that is literally taking out phones to those communities. We have also learned that most of the communities that we have engaged with are already on 4G rather than 3G, but there have been some that we have needed to support, which we have done so. And very similar to my colleague, if someone does present in store or call up, we look for triggers and provide the right level of support. We want to take the barriers away for customers being able to take action.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. All right, this is my last question, and maybe it'll be a quick yes/no answer. By my calculation, I might have got this wrong in terms of I think the public interest and the key kind of concern about the customers who won't be able to make 000 calls. I think in total between the three of you it's about 50,000 that are left.
Sorry, Senator, can I just... I've committed a cardinal sin in misleading the committee by reading...
What's happening in this building?
No, it's unheard of, I'm sure, because I've read the wrong row. So our number of known infected devices is 30,014.
30,000?
Yes, and 14.
Okay, so maybe it's about 65,000 in total then.
Thank you.
But noting that Telstra's said that you've given away 12,000 phones already and Optus 20,000, 65,000 isn't a lot extra. Are you prepared to give away another 65,000 phones collectively to address that group of customers who are at potential risk?
Can I maybe provide a little bit of context? So as you would have seen, we've made the pledge around the 20,000 free devices out there. We've also, and this probably hasn't received as much sort of coverage or awareness, for our postpaid customers, we're also giving them a $400 credit to spend as they want. So that's a very heavy subsidy on devices. And in the case of prepaid customers, we've got similar discounts, same with the MASM as well. So we're removing as many barriers as possible to customers upgrading. We realise that we're in the midst of a cost of living crisis, and the last thing people need is another bill to pay effectively. So we're making sure that wherever a customer is needing to upgrade, they have access to a range of different subsidised devices. What we also know is that customers are very particular as it relates to their phone of choice. Some customers, as I mentioned, just want the basic handset, the very simple feature phone. Others may take the opportunity to upgrade to something a little bit more modern, a little bit more sophisticated. And what we've found is that by providing this $400 subsidy to customers, they get the best of both worlds. If they want an entry-level smartphone, they can get that pretty much at zero cost in terms of that $400 can fully subsidise a handset in terms of that sort of lower end of the range. But if they want to spend that on the top of the range Samsung or iPhone, they have that option as well. We want to give customers choice and flexibility as well as removing barriers.
So
match that and up it.
So from Telstra's perspective, we've been communicating with these customers for quite some time, and we are seeing the numbers coming down. What we're also conscious of is that some customers may choose to retain their device and just use it for data rather than for voice. But we're open to, to working with the customers that are remaining, that if they've got any barriers, as I've said before, we're open to working with them. So at this point, we're encouraging them to act and to contact us, but we're always open to solutions right as we're getting closer and closer to our exit.
Senator, can I just add something to explain the number that we reported? The number that we reported,
yep.
And I think it's a fairly important.
9,000.
The 9,000 number that we had. I've been updated that number has significantly reduced even further since last week because of the way that we're analysing and coming up with those numbers.
So that would be quite cheap for you to give phones to less than 9,000 people who can't make 000 calls.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
No, you need to say that again.
What I said was, so that would be reasonably cheap for you to provide that group of people who couldn't call 000, if it's less than 9,000, is not a lot of money, particularly compared to how much you've invested to communicate with that group in particular already.
Correct. The key point that I'd like to make is the way that we've done the analysis is the only way those numbers are reducing. There's two ways. Either a customer updates the device, but the real reason that the number's reducing so dramatically is that we have evidence that the device variant has successfly made 000 calls on the 4G network. Mm-hmm. So that's the only way
so
that the device comes
then.
off.
Okay, thank you.
So you're doing 400 incentives. I didn't get what you're actually doing, Telstra.
Pardon? Sorry.
So Optus are offering $400 in incentives, or whatever you want to call it. What would Telstra offering?
So we have sent out a number of free devices to customers in vulnerable circumstances, and we have also have very attractive kind of lower cost devices that are available for customers. And if someone's experiencing hardship as they contact us and let us know that, then we are also looking at free devices for those customers.
Free devices. So you have provided free devices?
We have provided free devices.
We did mention it yesterday. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Yeah, no, we have.
Number?
Sorry if I wasn't.
It's not setting you up for a gotcha.
No. It's 12. We have. We've offered over 12,000 free devices.
Great. Okay.
All right. Thank you. We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for appearing today, and thank you for your submissions. And thank you also for bringing engineers, not just government public relations people, not being a slide on the ladder.
Thank you, Senator.
Senators come from varied backgrounds, but none of us, I believe, are equipped to deal with the very diverse range of issues and the complexity of issues. So sometimes we can be ignorant. So I just put that up front. Ignorant of this issue. We can also be snowed by answers to questions because of our lack of technical expertise. But one thing I've learned and really appreciate is that through that camera, there are many, many people who are experts on the topic, and they don't hesitate to call me and say, you were fobbed off there. So we'll be back. You know, I thought this was just about regional issues like safety, regional access, safety, productivity and environment. I've learned it's much, much more. So, and I also acknowledge some of the examples that you've put out. You've got a very big challenge with Australian demographics, languages and technology, diverse technology. So, and I've got to disclose a conflict of interest. So I have an iPhone from Apple. I use Telstra in home and business. I also use, I also want to make clear that that's got nothing to do with my questions. I'm happy with Telstra to some extent, to a large extent. But I just want to fulfil my responsibilities to constituents. That's all I'm after. So I want to get some nuts and bolts questions out of the way first. Now, you may have partially answered this first question. How many devices in use now are reliant on the 3G network to make or receive calls or emergency calls? And could you break it down into retail, wholesale and industrial applications? If you haven't got that at hand, I can understand we just take it on notice.
No, we do. Jared can answer that for you now.
I've got the numbers. So based on handsets, the 4 categories, I can give you our consumer volume, our business number, our enterprise number, our belong service provider. That gives a total of Telstra. I can give you our wholesale for MVNO. And the total, which was as of Friday last week.
If you could give us that,
I can give you that. Would you like me to read it?
And also separate it into calls and emergency calls.
Okay, so this is the number of devices. So there's a key difference. So not all devices make calls all the time, but this is the what we have as records of devices that have connected to our network.
Okay.
So that's the numbers that we've got associated with that. I can read the table out. So if we want 3G only handsets, 26,000 for our consumer, 3,000 for business, 4,000 for enterprise.
How many for retail consumer?
26,000.
26,000, thank you.
So that's a total across Telstra of 33,000. Our MVNOs or our wholesale providers, 6,000, which gives us the total of 40,000 3G only devices as of last week.
Thank you. What about Optus?
We do have the breakdown, but we don't have that in front of us, so if we can take that on notice, but we can reiterate the total numbers that I think we provided earlier.
Yeah, if you could provide the breakdown on notice in TPG.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So just to reiterate what we said before on the same category. So the total across all of TPG Telecom and our MVNOs for 3G only devices is 228. The number of 4G devices without voice over LTE capabilities, that number is just below 8,000. I'll provide all of this on notice so you've got the exact numbers.
Okay, thank you.
And then the number of devices that we suspect cannot make a 4G voice over LTE emergency call, that is about 30,100. I'm just trying to add up 3 columns on the fly here as well because we're trying to add So that's split between about 30,014 on TPG Telecom and another just over 100 on our MVNO partners. There is a cohort where we're still seeking to understand the device capability, and that is around the 16,500. We're still trying to determine whether those can make a emergency call on the 4G VoLTE system. So then I'll provide those numbers in a table to you. Those are all handset numbers, Senator. So on top of that, we've also got about 1,329 things like wearables, other devices that aren't a handset.
Thank you. I'll come to them. How many roaming devices are reliant on the 3G network to make or receive roaming calls or emergency calls?
So from a Telstra perspective, I don't have the number of roaming devices, but what I will talk through is what we have done and what we are doing from a
network engineering perspective. Is it possible to get that number of roaming devices, the number?
We can.
Thank you. If you could take it on notice if you haven't got it.
But from a network provisioning perspective, international roaming requires a relationship between our network and the international network provider. We have implemented a proxy arrangement such that a international roamer can come into our network, use our 4G network with a capable device, obviously, but still they have a 3G arrangement with our international roaming provider. So we've implemented a methodology that those international roaming customers will be able to use our network regardless of what the arrangement is with international roaming.
But they have to have a 4G device?
Do need to have a 4G device, yes.
Okay. We'd also like to take the question on notice in respect of number of roaming devices, but on the technical matter, I'll hand over to Michael.
Yeah, so I think similar to Telstra, we obviously have arrangements and partnerships with overseas carriers. We have, on our Optus network, we've obviously got a roaming service, including 4G. So similarly, customers that are coming into country do need a 4G device to obviously roam onto our network when the 3G network shuts down.
Thank you, Senator. Similarly, you have to take that on notice because obviously the number of travellers on roaming devices jumps around day to day. As has been said, those international partners may well have agreements with any number of us at this table, so devices may well jump around between networks while the traveller's here. So there may be some double counting the numbers you get back. I'll hand to Gary Chant in the Brisbane office just to make sure that there isn't any additional information to that answer.
No, I think we're in line with Telstra and Optus. The number will vary depending on the international travellers. So you'll get a snapshot in time, but it'll vary a lot.
Thank you. In the last 12 months, how many calls to 000 were placed over the 3G network and how many daily?
We'd have to take that question on notice.
Saying we'd have to take that on notice.
Again, yes, we'll take that on notice, but I think it's important to put out the context for why a call can end up on a 3G bearer into 000. There are a range of networks that are available to a handset at the moment, and essentially in an emergency situation, it'll pick up the strongest of the signals and try and make a successful call on that bearer. So whilst we'll give you some numbers on how many calls have gone into 000 on 3G, it will overstate the size of the problem quite significantly because if, for whatever reason, the customer is in a strong 3G area and the phone without a 3G network would have quite happily made a 4G emergency call. So I'm trying to give you some context for why the answer you're going to get back may well look a particular way. We're not giving you a true sense of the problem.
You chose 3G because 3G signal was stronger. Okay,
that's right.
Got it.
So, and there are also things like orders of networks in phones. So it may well be that it's ordered to try and pick up a 3G signal and make that call on that emergency system first. So there are a whole range of reasons around why calls may well come in to an emergency system via the 3G network. beyond the issue that you're highlighting.
Okay, thank you. How many 4G and 5G devices in use currently rely on the 3G network to make calls as they lack 4G VoLTE? Is that how you pronounce it? VoLTE?
Yep.
VoLTE calling support with the networks.
Well, our number is 9,000, but it's coming down.
And our number was 25,611.
And mine, as stated before, is 7,978.
Thank you. What percentage and number of devices being used on each network support VoLTE roaming?
It's the same. It's the device capability. So if the device is 4G capable, it supports 4G roaming.
Same?
Yeah, that will be the same.
I'll just confirm with Mr. Chand there's no difference for us.
That's correct.
Thank you. How many industrial, Internet of Things or machine-to-machine devices use the 3G network for voice or data? You know, energy meters, emergency lift phones, vehicles?
So from a Telstra perspective, if we refer to 3G IoT devices, so water meters, electricity meters, today 3G capable, there's 399,000 across all of our customer base. If we look at smartwatches, so the very early versions that don't support the low band 4G, so it's our 700 megahertz, we've got 63,000. And wireless broadband or tablets, we've got 45,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of data devices, now data devices break down into a variety of categories. I'll give you the sort of the overall total and we can take the specific split on notice, but it's about 100,000. So these are predominantly in enterprise contexts. So it could range from
small business
or large businesses as well, but it could range from, for example, from a data dongle or a data in a tablet or a data in a terminal, a payment terminal, through to IoT type devices in terms of monitoring, telemetry, etc. But we can provide that breakdown.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as our network's closed, obviously you'd imagine our number's quite a lot smaller, and we've done all of the heavy lifting in terms of working directly with our medical device customers and IoT customers to make sure that that transition's already occurred. There are 1,329 devices, such as wearables, that are still on the network.
How many medical alarms, you've just given the answer, Mr. Mitchell, how many medical alarms or fall detection or similar health devices or safety devices are in use using the 3G network?
We can't provide that breakdown specifically because we have no relationship with the customer. So our customer is a medical alert.
Chain.
It's outside that, but it'll be a subset of the numbers that I've already provided.
So maybe, yeah, so again, maybe just, if I could, Senator, just zooming back, we recognise that medical devices, as you've highlighted, are one of several categories of what we internally term high-risk devices. So I think lifts is another one that's been sort of quoted, as well as payment terminals, services in medical or community institutions itself. Similar to Telstra, we ourselves don't provide those in services, but our customers are the businesses that do. What we have provided those businesses with is specific identification and quantification of the number of known devices that are impacted, and where there is a high likelihood of there being a high-risk device, we work hand in hand with that business customer to track them down. So at the moment we have about 44, I'll need to double check, but I think it's about 44 business customers that are on that high risk register of ours that we're working with.
They may have hundreds or thousands each.
It varies, and I can provide the information on notice, but just for the benefit of this committee, just give us a sense of the size. We have a limited number, of which medical devices, I think there are less than 10 enterprise customers that we have relationships with where they provide devices of that sort, but we can provide more specific details on that to you, Senator.
Thank you. Will unlocked devices previously sold with telco-specific firmware branding, I understand, and that support VoLTE calling with the respective network work with all other Australian 4G VoLTE calling networks?
Yes.
So yours will work on all the others?
Yes. if it's VoLTE capable and you port your SIM card to another network. And
so you've got to change the SIM card to do it?
Correct.
So if someone wants to make an emergency call?
VoLTE,
There are two scenarios, I guess, what you're saying.
Two scenarios.
The normal use, you've got to change the SIM card so they won't work on other networks, and the emergency call, which will work on other networks.
Correct. So yes, unless you change your SIM card, you can't make a standard voice call. You only make voice calls on your carrier, Telstra on Telstra, Optus on Optus, TPG on TPG. But for emergency calling, you don't even need a SIM card. The device will connect to an available network and make 000 calls.
Okay, I might come back to that, Mr. Tracy, later in regard to what you just answered. Optus?
Yeah, I think on this one, to the point when you've got a phone that's got a version of software that will allow the SIM card that's placed inside it to download the relevant operator configuration, you will be able to make VoLTE calls across the different networks. There are some early devices when VoLTE was first launched where certain software could be configured for the specific operator that it was ranged for.
That's a specific telco.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is the earlier devices. Where we are now, circa 2018, was largely when the Android base moved to a more standardised way of operating, that inserting the SIM card for Android phones and the same for Apple, that the VoLTE configuration is downloaded to that handset and it can work on different networks.
So you don't have to change the phone, the phone changes itself?
Correct.
Updates itself?
That is the same situation for TPG Telecom and Vodafone. Gary, Chant, did you have anything further to add?
Yeah, just echoing what the colleague at Optus said, we have software bundles for different handsets and different carriers, but essentially the only real difference plays out when it's the much older handsets. So the newer handsets are consistent across the board.
Thank you. What are the new device sales numbers compared to, I've got another question in there, but I'll put it on notice. I'm being asked to make this my last question. What are the new device sales numbers compared to this time last year?
Senator, can I suggest for all of us that would be rather commercially sensitive. I'm happy for TPG Telecom to provide that to you.
Commercially sensitive there. We don't know who's bought them. We just want to know how many.
What my sales numbers are.
But what's sensitive about it?
You're all public companies, aren't you?
So
come on, don't.
I'm happy to provide that confidentially to the committee on notice.
Okay, the committee will take.
Just before we do that, why don't we go to all of them? We're only, I presume, happy to take it on notice, give you the detailed information, but we'll just ask Optus or Telstra, are you happy to provide that information?
I don't have the information in front of me, and we're happy to provide that information.
On notice?
On notice.
On notice?
On notice.
Okay. Look, Mr Mitchell, you might just need to come back to us. I know it's why it needs to be confidential. I don't understand that myself, but if you could take that on notice and come back to us.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put the others on notice.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Roberts. I've just got a couple before I hand over to the Deputy Chair. I just want to go to, we had a very interesting discussion with Mr Parker yesterday, and I want to particularly raise one issue in his submission around particularly software issues. In his submission, he says that Optus has advised that Android phones with, Samsung phones with Android 11 or lower will not be able to make VoLTE calls with a 4G only network. Is that correct?
Look, Optus introduced VoLTE support in about 2016, and Android version, I think it was about Android 7 at that time. So on our 4G network, we will be able to support VoLTE calls with Samsung devices running Android 7 and plus.
Android 7 and above.
Yep.
So that's wrong. He says, it particularly says that Optus website says, and I haven't been able to find this reference, but Optus website says that VoLTE and VoLTE international roaming should work on all Samsung phones with Android 12 and above.
Okay, so I think the distinction there is roaming. So roaming it was introduced later in the Android base. So Android 12 for roaming will support Android 12.
Anything before Android 12 won't support the roaming features.
Yes,
now,
correct.
in practical terms, what does that mean?
So
Someone
inbound
doesn't have
roamers
access.
will require Android 12 to use VoLTE when roaming.
This is for international, is it? When you use the word roaming, I'm not technically.
Yeah, so international roamers coming into the country,
right.
if they have Android 12 or plus, they can roam onto our network and use VoLTE calling.
But below that, they won't be able to.
They can still roam onto our network, but VoLTE calling won't be available.
Yeah, and that's of Android 12 came out in late 2021. It's not that long ago.
I believe
but
so.
to clarify, I think what we are saying is that devices that we have retailed are from 2016. So Android 7.
Right. Okay.
Samsung 7, sorry.
Okay. What about from a Telstra perspective? Is that the same situation for yourselves?
It's very similar. So just some specifics around Samsung. So the Samsung S6, the S7 that we've sold won't work on VoLTE on other networks for the same reasons that Optus has described. So yes, there are some variations because of the ability to download that carrier config.
So those older Samsung phones, they can't update to a newer version of Android? They're not supported for that?
No.
So that's out of your hands? That's a matter for Google or Android? I noticed that in the US, I was looking at this, when they shut off their 3G network, Google announced that it would provide software updates for Pixel phones going back to the Pixel 3 that would allow VoLTE calling. Have you spoken to Google or Samsung about providing backwards capability for those phones?
So from a Telstra perspective, we've engaged with, across all the devices that we've uncovered, we've engaged with many of the device manufacturers, and as a general response for the older devices, the device vendors said it's out of support.
Have you specifically asked Google or Samsung to provide backward compatibility?
I'll confirm specifically what we've engaged.
All right, if you could take
specific questions with Google and Samsung.
Optus as well.
I think we'll take that on.
Take that on notice.
Yeah. Yep.
And then the only other thing on this issue then is that in those discussions with Mr. Park yesterday, it seems like in India, Jio, a mobile phone company there, were able to provide a software patch to allow people to use their network, which I think didn't have 3G capabilities. Is that something that could be done for handsets in Australia?
Maybe I'll go first and hand over. I think, as we've discussed throughout today's session, there's three broad categories of impact when we shut down the 3G network. First category is 3G only devices. Having an app won't make any difference.
Let's be clear, because we're running over time. Just 4G devices, obviously. It has to be a 4G device. Can a 4G device be provided with a software update to allow it to do VoLTE calling? Or patch or app or whatever it might be.
So a specific app could potentially provide voice calling. It would not address the emergency calling category.
Okay. Same, Telstra, no different advice.
And
but we haven't provided that. That's not available to any of your customers.
No, what we see is for the 4G devices that can't make VoLTE calls, there's a long list of overseas variants. So it's not just one vendor that's providing these devices. So it's essentially the job to be done is on many different devices that would need to be addressed, and we haven't pursued an app as such in this regard.
So that was going to be my question. Why haven't you provided an app for people who've got an old phone, rather than having a new one? Just download the app.
Yeah, it's really about getting customers onto our 4G network with a proper 4G capable device.
It's about selling new devices.
Senator, Chair, it would also have the issue of not being able to call emergency services. So we're not addressing that risk necessarily.
Seems strange that we couldn't provide a software update, so that I'm not quite
Sorry,
sure
Senator,
why.
Chair, look, it's important to distinguish between a software update and an app. What Mr. Parker is talking about is simply an app.
Yeah.
It's just in the same way that Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, FaceTime, it's another OTT service is all he's offering or he's suggesting. And as the team's rightly pointing out, I'm not particularly interested in my mum and dad having another app. on their phone.
But shouldn't that be a choice for the customers?
All they need to be able to do is call an ambulance.
Yeah, shouldn't that be a choice for the customer? You might not be, but other customers might be perfectly happy to do that rather than in a period of very high cost of living crisis to have to buy a whole new device.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Senator, is there is no lack of OTT. Okay. If customers want to hold on to a data-only device, there is no lack of OTT services that will provide a voice functionality. I dispute that, but I don't want to get in an argument over the issue. Just haven't heard from Telstra yet. Why haven't you provided a software update here for people who want to keep old devices?
So I want to emphasise the difference between an app versus software update to the device.
Either way, okay.
So we've worked, and I've got confirmation, we've specifically engaged with both Samsung, Google, Oppo to get support for VoLTE on their devices that are incompatible, and the answer I gave earlier is the valid response. They're out of support.
Okay, thank you
in
for that.
terms of providing an app on top of, similar to what Geo's done, there are multiple apps already available, WhatsApp, iPhone Messenger, where you can make voice calls at an application level. That requires, but hang on, there's a key distinction there, that requires the person you're calling to have that same app. Correct, and it's the same, the over-the-top proposition by Mr Parker requires exactly the same outcome. When it comes
so we're just saying just the Geo option, if we want to call it that, can't allow you just to call a normal number. You can't do that. The other person will have to have that app.
That is my understanding.
That doesn't seem exactly what was provided to us yesterday, but anyway. Okay, I might leave it there because we're over time, so I'll hand over to Stu.
Thanks. So we see from Optus incentives phones, Telstra incentive phones. Mr Mitchell, what's TPG doing to assist those?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get a chance before. We moved on. So we are reaching out to customers directly and offering them free devices for selected customers and for selected brands. We've got a range of discounted handsets that we're making available. Mr Tierney, did you want to add anything on the work that your team's doing?
Yes, that's correct. Obviously, through our own shutdown last year, we did a lot of the similar activity that was described earlier. We had a range of subsidised handsets across our brands. Right now, with the 000 impacted customers, we have some free device offers available. We're also working on refreshing that over the next couple of weeks. Across the basic customers that is impacted.
All right, so it's a work in progress. So look, and I know that we're short of time. So my question goes to the three companies. And over the years, we've seen many technology upgrades. Can you give us some examples of what they may be, where the customer actually takes some responsibility, if that's the phrase I can use, to upgrade their own? Bearing in mind, we understand those people that are really out there that could be caught in SOSs and emergency calls. You guys have been at the forefront of it for many years.
Yeah, the first example would be digital broadcasting, where it's a similar sort of horizontal market where you bring your own tuner and plug it in. And we had the same experience. Sorry, my background is in broadcasting, so we have the same experience where there are a cohort of people who were quite late to upgrade, to buy a set-top box, to take whatever action they needed, come switch off, and the same situation working with the government in terms of addressing that last remaining cohort who hadn't bought a digital tuner. Industry worked with government to make sure that long tail was addressed. And at the end of the day, the analogue switch off occurred, and everyone was better off because of it. But certainly, the same amount of work, the same efforts to address the customer base, all of that is very similar.
Yep, great. Okay, thank you. Telstra?
2G would be the example. Very similar commentary to my colleague. Despite the efforts to encourage customer action, some customers choose not to. And as we've said earlier in the conversation, we are trying to remove those barriers for customers to take action, and we are encouraging our customers to take action soon. And we also have recorded voice announcements reminding customers that their devices are impacted and to please contact us. One further comment I might just make, if I can, is we we are now, with the data traffic over our 3G network, it's 1% of our data traffic compared to the rest of our network on 4G and 5G. So it's still an important cohort that needs to move, but it is just to kind of give a relativity across our different networks. And I do have an answer on the earlier question that the Chair had around other countries that have closed. If we get time at the end, I can come back to that.
Okay, let's just go to Optus, then we'll come back and then we can move on. Thanks.
Great.
Yeah, so part of this was answered in response to Senator Rennick's question in that we've got experience in the 2G shutdown. We closed down Virgin Mobile, a large base there, and as well we shut down the 3G 2100 megahertz network as well. And the learning is pretty consistent, and you've already sort of heard from the other operators that we absolutely want to increase awareness, increase incentives for customers to act, and we've been communicating to customers and will continue to communicate to customers in increasing frequency and intensity right up until the commencement of the shutdown. But we know, based on customer behaviour, that there will be some that don't. So preparing ourselves for those customers and putting in place support mechanisms is as critical as the early communication. So I didn't get a chance to respond to Senator Rennick's point around this, but that includes putting in place frontline staff that can cope. It means phasing the shutdown. I think this was referred to by Mr Pickens yesterday around geographic shutdown. We're taking that approach. We're not going to flick the switch on September the 1st. We're going to take it area by area, stage by stage, and at each opportunity we're going to be monitoring. We can monitor things like foot traffic, call volumes, complaints. The reality is, if this is a competitive environment, and the last thing we want to do is make our customers unhappy through this process, because they'll leave. It's that simple, particularly in regional. We fight very hard to acquire customers, and we're going to fight very hard to retain customers through this process. So we're doing everything in our power to make sure that both prior to the shutdown and during the shutdown process itself, we keep these customers happy.
Very good, thank you. Does anyone else want to add anything before I go on to the next one? And I mean, not only that, we've gone from dial-up, broadband to fibre, and that can be another inquiry altogether again, but we won't go down that path. But okay, now Telstra, Ms Rowe, you wanted to provide an answer for a question earlier on?
That would be great. So the Chair had asked around the experience in other countries about closing down 2G or 3G, and I just thought it'd be a good opportunity just to confirm that in Indonesia and the Philippines, they've closed 3G and are planning to close 2G. They've done it in a different order. Germany, Norway, Italy and Greece closed 3G and are planning to close 2G. Japan has shut down both. China has shut down both. Singapore has shut down 2G and is in the process of shutting down 3G. And as we alluded to earlier, the major operators in the US have shut down both networks. So I just wanted to give that context, the global context.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. I know a lot of Aussies have been in those countries too. So, okay, just one very quick one that we heard some evidence yesterday, very quickly, from the surveyors, I think it was, who said that they had a CEO get-together or whatever it may be, and I don't know if you guys or any of it were there. And they were talking about who's going to be affected, but they said yesterday on the Hansard there was someone from an airport, I don't even know which airport it was, that because of the shutdown of the 3G, the elevators won't be working. So before we put out a massive scare campaign for travellers, can anyone shine any light on that, or is that just the scare campaign? I don't even know the airport. We know the airport?
The backup systems.
The backup systems for the elevators, for the lifts.
Maybe if I can have a go at this one. As you mentioned before, I think as operators, we have the benefit of being able to see which devices are on our network that are affected. And as a result, we're able to be quite precise and specific with our customers as to how many devices are impacted and to what extent the devices are impacted. There's a certain degree of complexity that I think was referenced before, which is when you're dealing with an enterprise customer and you're selling them a module, that module can end up in a variety of different ways. It's a very flexible technology, and therefore that's both a benefit, but an issue when it comes to actually tracking them down. But in instances where we are aware of devices, particularly with companies, particularly in those companies that provide critical services, we're going to extra lengths to make sure that those companies are aware of the devices and working with them to track them down and to reduce the number of devices. It might be said, however, that in some situations the company themselves make a degree of risk assessment, and we've seen with some of the interactions that we've had, business customers may choose to basically disconnect the services. It may be there was one example I think of a rubbish bin monitoring system that the customer didn't think was worthy of keeping, so they decided basically to switch it off. Others, where you've got things like alarms, where you've got lifts, where you've got medical devices, clearly there's a much greater incentive by our enterprise customers and us to make sure that those are upgraded and there is continuity through the shutdown process.
Thank you. I just thought it was important to raise that before we have a Twitter feed of experts in this area out there having a bit of mischievous activity. Okay, done. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, questions on notice. I think Senator Drummond and you have a few. Did we give a date for this? We didn't. Okay, just for the committee and for the witnesses, we've nominated Wednesday, the 31st of July. For answers to come back to questions taken on notice, please. Now, I thank Telstra, Optus and TPG Telecom for your time today, and we will now call our next witnesses, the Royal Flying Doctor Service. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where's Matt? Is he gone? We might just suspend for a couple of minutes while we sort out the musical chairs, if we can. Thanks. Right, now we'll kick off the formalities. Welcome back, everyone, and I now welcome representatives from the Royal Flying Doctor Service. And before we get into the platitudes, because I'm going to pile them upon you, but I'll do the official stuff. So I'll ask you to please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today. I was brought up in the 60s in working class Langford. Ladies first.
Thank you so much. I'm Lauren Gale. I'm the Director of Policy, Advocacy and Strategy in the Royal Flying Doctors Federation Office.
Thank you, Ms Gale.
And Ryan Close. I'm the Executive Chief Information Officer for the Royal Flying Doctor Service. My role here today is I'm actually leading the national transition of 3G across all Australia for RFDS.
Tremendous. Thank you very much. And I'll ask either of you if you wish to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions.
Thank you, Senator. I expect you'll have further questions, so I'll try to keep it brief. But thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today on behalf of the RFDS. I want to just quickly give an overview about the current RFDS service landscape and demonstrate the essential need to ensure ongoing and reliable telecommunications services throughout rural and remote Australia, before then asking Ryan to give a little bit more detail from that operational perspective. So as many of you be aware, we've been providing critical and comprehensive health services in rural and remote Australia for over 95 years, and this includes on behalf of the Commonwealth since the early 1930s. Our services, as is well known, includes a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week aeromedical retrieval service for those who experience a medical emergency and require urgent transportation to care in a tertiary hospital. That's in addition to extensive primary healthcare services through permanent, mobile or regular fly-in, fly-out GP, nursing, mental health, dental health, allied health clinics. We've got 81 aircraft at 23 aero bases, as well as 140 road vehicles at regional bases. And in the last year, we provided over 336,000 patient contacts, including almost 37,000 aeromedical retrievals. That's to almost 200 different rural and remote locations. We note the importance of reliable and affordable internet connectivity and communications infrastructure as critical to the sustainability and wellbeing of these communities. As noted in our submission to this inquiry, the RFDS provides up to 80,000 telehealth consultations each year. So this is a key element of our offering, and part of that is our remote consultation service, which is critical to rural and remote communities where there are few, if any, local services. So remote consultations calls coming to an RFDS base from individuals or health workers in remote and rural Australia who are seeking medical assistance and advice. Akin to an ambulance services, these calls may necessitate an emergency aeromedical retrieval to be undertaken. Others, and with the very high percentage of calls predominantly coming from areas where there is a significant absence of medical infrastructure, require RFDS clinicians to resolve concerns and set treatment plans remotely or determine other care that might be required. The RFD is of course aware of and concerned by reports of declining reliability of telecommunications services, reduced voice coverage in regions that previously had strong coverage, and anxiety in rural and remote communities about what the close down of the 3G network and what it will mean for their ability to connect to essential services. I know that the committee has received extensive information about connectivity challenges and the inequities in rural and remote areas around that. From a health perspective, we already know how the health inequities exist in rural and remote Australia. For example, as recently as 2021, had those in rural and remote areas dying 14.3 years earlier, and in very remote areas being almost 3 times as likely to die from potentially avoidable causes. If I might add, just before heading to Ryan, that the top reason for an RFDS aeromedical retrieval is for heart, stroke and vascular disease. In these cases, as well as many others for which the RFDS is called to provide emergency medical care and urgently transfer patients, the need to access this care as quickly as possible is absolutely critical. There can't be any risk that the health and safety of rural and remote Australians is impacted by the close down of the 3G network. Further, we know that the health system is increasingly relying on connectivity, internet, all of those virtual things, and we cannot deny contemporary and modern health care for those in rural and remote Australians. As others have submitted to this inquiry, we would really be seeking to ensure that connectivity is equal to or improved across areas of Australia prior to the closing down of the 3G network, and that particular assistance is provided to rural and remote communities, noting the particular challenges, vulnerabilities and digital literacy in these areas. But I'll hand over to Ryan for a little bit more on the technical side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, everybody, for listening and letting us talk here today about RFDS, but also about the communities we're serving out there, which I regularly go out to the communities out there. So what I hope you feel from RFDS is that we're passionate on remote and regional healthcare and why we care so much to come here as well today. And further to Lauren, every 2 minutes, we are actually assisting remote and regional Australians with their healthcare. That's how often RFDS is connecting out there and how important the service is. And not only for RFDS, we are here today to support Andamuka, Port Hedland, Mari, Alice Springs, Inami, Kamala, Yunta, Nullarbor. There's so many towns out there which do not have equitable or available telecommunication services that are reliable. I'd just like to remind everyone, and I know that you may be going over ground here, but to set what RFDS are doing, in 2003, 3G was launched in Australia. Many Australians in regional and remote are still eagerly waiting to be connected. That's the reality of it. So we're now changing again for them. So we can understand what frustrations our regional and remote Australians may be experiencing through here. Also, our regional remote Australians are very resilient people. They've had to make do with what 3G has provided, and the 3G has been focused for these people into areas of life-saving, critical or must-have services. And what I'm going to share with you today is an insight as to what RFDS has had to do in dealing in these remote communities. Just another highlight into there, which really does paint a picture for regional remote, is you may already be aware this 3G is a low band frequency. It can stretch up to 40 kilometres from a tower. 4G is a mid-band frequency. It only stretches up to 19 kilometres from a tower. So just on that formula, you're halving the distance. So if there are not towers being erected or other stuff being done out there, or this being explained, it would also pose a little bit of a challenge for people. So one day they're getting connectivity, the next day they're not. There's a little bit of comms there. But just to share the complexity, for RFDS, we're needing to transition from 3G to 4G, or we're needing to transition from 3G to satellite on there. RFDS has a team of 15 dedicated IT field technicians remediating this across Australia. That's 15 IT skilled people. RFDS has a further team who are introducing Starlink and that satellite technology where 4G just is not available when we need to put that in place. So what I want to share here is, like any large company, RFDS also has resources that can do this through there. What has RFDS actually done out here? It's not about the mobile handset. We're not talking about that for regional remote for us. We are talking about fire alarms, duress alarms. You're by yourself. We've got clinicians who come off a plane and go into a community by themselves. This could be a 25-year female or a 25-year-old male, and they go into these strange communities by themselves and hopefully are accepted. We give them duress alarms, powered by 3G. Security alarms, CCTVs that we monitor our remote clinics. A lot of these places are not safe at night for our clinicians and those people. Flight cells on our aircraft and emergency comms channels, road ambulance tracking and emergency comms channels, vehicle tracking for our clinicians when they go right into the bush so we can keep them safe. Fridges, we have cold chain pharmaceuticals sitting out there that need to have alerts done as well, and backup generators because the stability of power is also challenging out there. 3G is across all these devices and providing monitoring alerts so we can continue to assure those services are there and somebody's listening. Just sharing on IT through there, from a health consumers in there, most of our care, as you can appreciate, has to be 24/7. There is no clinician that exists out in the middle of nowhere. We know that. They've got to make a phone call trying to connect. However, we do monitor people. We monitor personal cardiac alarms. Medic alert devices are out there. Fall detection devices, which are getting bigger. As you know, people are ageing in outback communities. The younger generations are moving off. They are working longer. There's a danger there. Pacemakers, insulin pumps, these are all supported today by 3G technology, which need to be replaced and changed. What I'm getting at is RFDS is only one of many businesses in the outback doing this. Large mining companies and large agribusiness companies probably have the resources, the expertise, the dollars and the know-how to replace 3G with 4G or satellite. RFDS has already spent $150,000 to $200,000 today in this transition of our own money going through there. It seems a little bit ironic in the view that for years we've always paid our bills on time for Telstra or Optus in there, and now we've been slogged with a fine. In our view, that we now need to change that technology over at our cost and shift it. I understand that it exists in things, but our money can be put to better use out there. One thing I did hear in the earlier one, and whether I can bring things up, the question came, how do we monitor whether the transition is ready? And the comment I heard was foot traffic, volume calls, complaints came off. And I went, well, that's interesting. the fridge is not going to complain. The duress alarm isn't going to be hitting every 24 hours to give you an idea I'm still working. So there are a lot of devices out there which are used for critical situations that simply will not be heard until it's too late. So my question is, who have we forgotten out there? RFDS is obviously working through it, and it's not an easy exercise for us. But how are town communities, First Nation communities, farming families and cattle stations who are all lacking the skills and know-how to actually know where 3G actually is? It's not easy to find the 3G device, pull that SIM out knowing you need to change it, and then if 4G doesn't work, what do I do next? On that one there, I have not seen or observed any consultation in these remote communities occurring. So, in short, to go through there, our care is about all the Australians who live, work and play in remote Australia, and we just ask that please don't prioritise the ticking of an outstanding action that Telstra has on their list and put a person's safety or life at risk out there because of that tick on a form to say they've done it. And that's sort of where I sort of wanted to get across today of what we're actually doing on the ground out there. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Close. Thanks, Ms. Gale. And if I can just say this on behalf of this committee, you're no stranger to us and the work we've been doing over the years. And I know the every time I see the red underbelly and the blue wings, I think it's a lot more than just the aeroplane going over. Some poor devil's in that, but thank goodness we've got the Royal Flying Doctor. But Mr. Close, I would just raise this issue with you, and I'll seek the support or guidance or correction from my colleagues here. But when the telcos were giving evidence this morning, they said something along the lines of, when the 3G shut down and we go to 4G, they can bump it out further. Do you remember there was something like that? So I'm not dismissing you, Mr. Close. It's not the first time we've had conflicting interests, but we need to follow that up a little bit. We need to follow that up with the telcos who are listening to either correct the record or explain it a bit better for us, because that's a very big issue.
But may I add to that? I put myself in William Creek now, if you can visualise William Creek on the edge of Lake Eyre, where they did this thing as well. Telstra stretched their towers to provide greater coverage to William Creek. When you stretch a signal, you lose capacity. So where a town once may enjoyed 20 people connecting with their phones, when they stretch a signal, and this is the question I would ask, how many people will actually be able to connect to that tower after that time? So right now, when you go to William Creek, you'll get a 4G signal. When the miners come into the pub and drive in from off their mines and come into the pub and turn their phones on, you lose your connectivity. And there's only 10 of us now standing in front of the pub. So the difference between distance is when you stretch it, you take capacity out of the network in there. And whenever a visitor or a group of people go through a town, these town people are losing their connectivity on there. I'd probably just ask the committee to maybe pose those questions back to the telcos. Is there a line that you're not sharing with us in this area? Capacity of the network is reduced.
Yep. Point noted. And before I go to Senator Rennick, I just want to take this opportunity, because this building has, unfortunately, some people like to destroy other people's livelihoods, but I just want to take the opportunity to put a call out to former Senator Barry O'Sullivan from Queensland, who was an absolute champion and a legend in this building with this committee, and I know his commitment to the Royal Flying Doctor and the position and hard work he did to continue the funding in previous governments. Good on you, Baz. We miss you, mate. Senator Rennick.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys. How you going? And yeah, I'd also like to add my sentiments to Senator Sterle about the great work that you do in the Royal Flying Doctor. Look, it's just a general, straightforward question. Can you quantify, or can you? And I know you have done this to a degree in your opening statement, but can you quantify how this will impact the Royal Flying Doctor service, the movement from 3G, moving from 3G to 4G? Can you actually be a little bit more specific about what areas will be impacted?
Clinician safety will be one area. Our ability to track our clinicians, where they are, wherever they are and go. A lot of the tracking devices for our vehicles, our planes or our people and the duress alarms they carry with them when they go into these communities have 3G and we need to switch them out. In some cases there, we are nervous that switching these to a 4G signal, I may not get a signal.
Okay, so have you then, so has the Royal Flying Doctor raised this with the government, this issue?
I'll have to refer to Lauren through there. We've got a project, how we run this, and we raise a number of risks and what we're dealing with out there. I myself aren't aware if we've actually raised that particular point of a concern. What we are doing different is we are innovating around this as Royal Flying Doctors with Starlink technology at a further cost in there. So we're trying to deal with it ourselves, but at a cost.
Okay, how much is that cost? Because maybe we could lobby to pay for that.
The cost we're incurring is around $200,000 in this area right now today.
As in per annum?
The upfront cost about $200 per annum. The ongoing cost for us is probably going to be around $50,000-$60,000
a year.
Yes.
For the Royal Flying Doctor to be connected to Starlink across the country.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Because surely that's something that that we could look at. Supplementing your income. That's to help pay for that. Because and if you got access to Starlink, would that solve the problem completely, or would you still have gaps?
No, it would solve it. I'd like to share, just on that note, that the Royal Flying Doctors is working with outback communities. There's a group in South Australia called the Outback Communities Authority, which is state government, and they service 24 outback communities out there. We've partnered in an innovation, which is soon to be announced, where we're powering high-speed internet in outback towns that have never had internet. And we've done this by taking Starlink. We've taken 5 Starlink devices, we've grouped them together, and we've amplified the signal across the town in this concept called a redundancy mesh network. I don't want to get into that. However, it means now that we can start to deliver more services that require data and internet right beyond what we are doing with 3G into other areas. So this has in some way got us to innovate a little bit to do further things, but at the same time we can't fix everything that 3G had, and we continue to have some of those concerns. The other concern is the two would be our patients. A lot of them have these traditional monitoring devices that are on there, whether it's a pacemaker or a cardiac monitor. And those particular devices, RFDS can only work with what the manufacturers are giving them. And if those devices do not tell us that they're having an issue, which we are monitoring those areas, then these Australians who are living out on those stations are not going to have a very good day. From that point, we're not going to be aware of those.
Would those devices, are you aware, you may not know this, but I'll ask it, are you aware if those devices could work with Starlink? Or do they
yes, they can work with satellite. Yep, absolutely. And that would probably be where RFDS is today. We're not looking to stop the transition to 3G.
No,
we're asking, we're looking for greater consultation in that area that don't just work with the large companies and tell us, because I can understand it, but there are people out there who just don't know. So they're going to be, well, what's changed all of a sudden? I thought you were looking after me. And I go, no, didn't you realise 3G is not here anymore? We're up to 4G. And you have to try and explain that to a 92-year-old farmer who's standing at the station still watching his cows run around. That's not going to be easy. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. No, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rennie. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for appearing. And I want to express my appreciation for the RFDS. We felt very safe when we're travelling outback, especially in Central Australia and southwestern Queensland, for what you do. It's just amazing. It's like having a security blanket. So thank you. And I also want to acknowledge your fabulous testimony this morning. Very precise, concise, but also quite thorough. And I'm stunned by that you have 81 aircraft and 37,000 aeromedical emergencies a year. That's stunning. I'd like to know your impression of the mobile network operators. You just said, Mr. Close, you're looking for greater consultation. So have you found them capable? Have you found them informative? Have you found them to be genuine when they're coming to listen to you? Have they listened to you?
I think that's a great question. I think we feel that we're a small company to them. I would feel that it has a very common sense of how large business would base its priority and focus depending on the revenue they're generating. We feel that. Our voice isn't as strong in these organisations, even though we may be covering the largest area of any customer they may have. The other concern we have is RFDS, as we work with communities with healthcare, we also work with communities. So we also become this discussion point, this consultation arm out there, explaining to other communities, whether it's the person who owns the Pink Roadhouse in Unadada or someone there, that, are you aware that 3G is going? And most of them go, no, we haven't heard. And I'm thinking, well, our role of RFDS is not a spokesman for the telco company. Our role is really in healthcare. But what are the telco companies doing to let these outback communities know that their fridge is no longer going to be monitored, or any other area there, if you're not aware of it, where you're taking it for granted, is going to change on you? And these are the people who are going to deal with the issues. If you've got a problem in the outback, you go to the pub and complain, the roadhouse or the petrol station. These are the people I'd be talking to make sure they are aware of what's going on out there. And I have the feeling, going out there myself, they're completely unaware that this is actually happening.
And if I might add, Senator, I think that's consistent, and that need around community information has been provided by a number of submissions to the inquiry. And what I think I'd note to Ryan's point is that it's we know it's a big country, as our service footprint shows, and we're talking about small populations in very geographically dispersed areas, and that's challenging to do things like community consultation and community engagement and information campaigns and all of those kinds of things. And as we are on a range of other matters, always so happy to work with government and other stakeholders and partners to, as Ryan said, he's talking to so many people locally, and there can be a way to think about some of those information awareness types of efforts in an innovative way as well. And so I think that's something that when it comes to the transition, that is for many people a complex idea and will require certain steps to be taken, recognising the challenge of getting that information out there, certainly, but certainly also very keen and happy to work with anyone we need to assist on that objective.
Yep. So I can identify with what you're saying, Mr. Close, having been to the Pink Roadhouse and also having limped into William Creek with tyre problems and having left Murray and had an accident, rollover. So, you know, it's something that can't be quantified so easily and purely in terms of visits. It's much more life-saving than that. You mentioned Starlink. Has that got the possibility to eliminate mobile network operators?
Yes. We are seeing Starlink. The risk on Starlink was there was only one, but we are seeing the next generation come through from Amazon's Kuiper, which is meant to be twice as quick as Starlink, and it comes to Australia in about 18 months, which will give you another option to Elon Musk's Starlink. And we are working with outback towns now to bring fast internet, which has not been done before using traditional telco technology in there. And I'd like to share with the committee, just to give an idea, sometimes when you hear pricing, we're able to bring, for example, to William Creek, if we're familiar with that place there may be 12 people who live there, or 15 on their residency thing. However, we do know that that can move up with Lake Eyre rolls into 200, whatever. We've been able to roll out fast internet through the pub across the street that you see and all through there at a set-up cost of $150,000 only. Set-up cost for the town and visitors who come in, and then an ongoing cost that's probably close to $3,000 a month. And that's been done in conjunction with SA government to drive that. And that's us innovating, saying that the 4Gs and 3G networks have their limitations, but what does low-line satellite actually bring? It actually will now open up you are able to, I think, if I can just give an idea for the rest of the committee, I went there with a portable Starlink, opened it up in front of the pub, and then connected about 6 or 7 people to Netflix. And everyone for the first time was watching streaming Netflix. They'd never seen it. But there were 7 people watching it off that device. Now, there's no way you'd be able to do that stuff now off any of those networks out there. And to that other point, when I heard that 4G is going to be extended to the same distance as 3G, that means 4G, which may have been able to have 10, 20 devices connecting to it, you just gave them 10 devices. And then you'll lose your signal. So the telcos cannot solve this problem by just extending their towers. It loses the capacity, and then the use of it just does not operate the same. And we live in a digital economy. We're moving. These outback towns deserve the right to digital, and the benefits that come in healthcare, education, small business, social, and all that area. And that's where RFDS, to Lauren's point, is innovating. We want to innovate with these communities so we then can take advantage of that and deliver healthcare on top of digital. So now we can give a true 24/7 blood pressure checks, cardiac checks. You've just come back and we've repatriated you from a hospital after major surgery. We can watch you 24/7 by checking in on you, and these monitors are working. Some of these things were never possible or very difficult in that area, but we're increasing that. So I know it's to the side of it, but to your point there, it'd be great for governments to lead and say, I understand we've always approached the same problem the same way for the last 20 years in this area here, but what does actually the new innovation provide outback Australia with low-line satellite, which is already seeing this roll out, and is there a new way for us to deliver stability in these services? RFDS I've been on this journey for 2 years. We have 26 clinics now because of the 3G, and that sort of moved our hand on this to move. And you go into these towns in there and they're now fully connected. Patient records can come from my health record easily. We can exchange data and images of a scan of a broken leg between us, Adelaide, Darwin Hospital, or WA Hospital, because the data links are big enough now. We're sharing health information to the same way would be shared in the cities that we take for granted. That's what we're doing with Starlink, and I think it's an exciting time for outback Australia.
Mr. Close, thank you for that. I found that really interesting and helpful. You may or may not be aware of Project Iron Boomerang.
No.
Okay. It's a railway line across Australia, maybe supplemented by shipping around the south of Australia, linking Port Hedland in the west with Abbott Point in the east, having steel mills at both ends. And I've got to say, we've had a bipartisan approach to this. Senator Stirl himself has voiced his support for it, as has the coalition. So it'll put a rail link across, which will bring communications across the north and across central Australia. So, and open up for commerce. So that's where we're hoping to take it. The status of that at the moment is that it's gone through 2 inquiries in the Senate, and it's up to the proposers to refine their management structure and get on with it. So,
fantastic. That's great to hear.
So, are there any? Could you tell me the cost burden? You told me to the RFDS for the 3G is $150,000 relative to budget. Yes. How significant is that? It's $150,000 is a large amount of money.
Yeah, so it's about $200,000 for our setup out there. We do take advantage of RFDS, that we have our engineers jump on planes and there's a patient sitting in there as well, so they keep very quiet next to the pilot, but let's just say they've got free transport to get out there. So it's about $200,000. That is us to not only purchase the Starlinks, but to erect them up there and get that monitoring set up so we can see them. And then there's an ongoing monthly fee for the use of Starlink that we pay out there. Per device, it's about $250 a month that we use on there for every Starlink that we put out there. We've got Starlink spread across a lot of parts of Queensland, Northern Territory, SA, WA and New South Wales on remote clinics. We've moved very quickly on that. All of those areas have been problematic on data. What do I mean by that? They would use paper records in those places still for healthcare. Doesn't matter what we had, they could not connect. Now we've got them connected in there, and we've seen how that can elevate patient safety and clinician safety as well, and confidence out there that they can actually operate with the skills that they know. For the other areas of Starlink into towns, where we have this notion for RFDS that we want people to continue their healthcare outside of an RFDS clinic, because we limit Starlink just to our clinics. This project I was speaking about with the SA government is putting fast internet in the town. So when you leave the clinic, your steps or your blood pressure or your monitoring and your telehealth services can still happen in your home. And it can happen at 1 a.m. in the morning when something's occurred. You can contact the RFDS and be connected to one of our doctors immediately. Those kinds of things with Starlink are opening. So for us, we continue to grow Starlink as a rollout, but the direct response to 3G forced our hand in areas a little bit faster that we've had to move. It's new money. It's not money we're replacing out there. This is all new money. So 200K was new money on top of our budget. What will we spend in budgets in this area as an idea? Most of the technology is old, so there's no real infrastructure being spent in those areas. It just continues 4G and high satellite. I think they use Sky Muster in there, which is also challenging. So outback communities never really have had the opportunities on any of the telco services out there in this area. Starlink has sort of opened it.
So you may be pioneering something that will come from the bush back into the cities.
We hope so, yes. Aged care homes will use this technology. Hospital in the homes, which are moving now, which is very similar to the situation you have in the bush, where you could be completely isolated and you need to have trusted internet around you because of the vulnerability of these people. The aged care sector is likely to learn from what RFDS has done in outback communities in this area and may take some of these learnings into aged care homes, and people in their homes aging in their homes a bit better in a more of a safe environment with technology.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Close, but you said $150,000 is the cost to the RFDS for complying with the changes to getting rid of 3G. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So $150,000 is not far short of the $200,000 to do something far better.
Correct. We would like to think that not only is there a change in 3G, and I don't know if this is the right forum, but if there was investment made available to invest in infrastructure into the outback and not the old infrastructure where there was a lot of, you're talking billions in telcos with the 4Gs and the 5Gs, but if we focused on Starlink, which is actually a lot lower cost, higher speed, more reliable, you don't have the situations, you've got them in the sky above you, that would make a lot more sense for outback Australia. And we have another technology player coming on the scene, so Starlink isn't just a one option. There's another one coming called Piper, which is Amazon's, and that's coming to Australia. This is really the modernisation for fast internet for the outback, and also homes. Homes are using it too now. It's faster than NBN.
And if I may, Senator, to the point of kind of costs and those kinds of things, that I think Ryan's given a really wonderful example there of a partnership approach to particular communities in South Australia, and that kind of approach where we can leverage both footprint and some of the expertise, but obviously we're not for profit, and anything that we are needing to spend in addition to our regular costs are services that are potentially impacted, and we've obviously done a huge amount of work, which is not necessarily for this committee today, about the gaps that still exist just in accessing healthcare in rural and remote places, and so that kind of approach of how we can partner, do things most efficiently, and make sure that there is benefit for a range of players in those areas when things can be so high in terms of the cost of doing business, I think is absolutely critical.
Well, let me say that you've done the RFDS proud this morning, both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Thank you, Ms Gale. Thank you, Mr Close. And what we have scheduled 20 minutes ago is for a break, and we will take that break because it's not about the senators, it's about our diligent, hard-working broadcasting and Hansard people who can stretch their legs. So look, it is 15 minutes. Let's come back at whatever 15 is plus 7. 20 past. How's 20 past rounded off? Is that good? Okay, thanks very much. We'll suspend. Thank you. Very much. Now we'll move to our next witnesses, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I welcome Dr. Trembath. So for the Hansard record, if you could please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Certainly. It's Dr. Jodie Trembath, and I'm here on behalf of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My role is the Director of Skills, Employment and Small Business.
Tremendous. So, Ms Trembath, or Dr Trembath, I apologise, would you like to make an opening statement before we go to questions?
I would. Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, Senators, and thank you for having me this morning. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has a membership network that covers more than 400,000 businesses in Australia, of every shape and size, small, medium and large, in every state and territory, rural, regional and metropolitan areas, and from every industry grouping. So when I tell you that Australian businesses, particularly small businesses, and particularly small businesses in regional and rural areas, are A, largely not aware that the 3G network is shutting down, and B, and more importantly, don't realise that this could have consequences for them, I'm telling you that on behalf of Australia's largest and most representative business network. Now, as you'll be aware, the discussions around the 3G network shutdown have largely focused on 000 services and being able to call 000 from mobile phone handsets. That's appropriate. We acknowledge and welcome the efforts from industry and government in recent months to ensure access to 000 services are not impeded following the shutdown. However, ACCC's primary concern with the 3G shutdown is the broader implications that it will have for industries and businesses, particularly small businesses, and particularly small businesses in regional and rural areas, who rely on the 3G network for their livelihoods, but many don't know that they do. When you think about your own lives, do you know how many of the devices that you interact with every day are on a cellular network, more or less whether those cellular networks are 3G? This isn't common knowledge, and it's something you have to know about before you can do something about it. We've spoken to our members, particularly our industry association members, and asked them about the kinds of impacts that the shutdown is likely to have on businesses. They've gone and done some industry-specific digging and told us that the impacts in many industries go well beyond mobile phones. 3G often supports essential equipment used by retailers, such as EFTPOS terminals, industrial routers, scanners. It'll have an impact on organisations that use fleet vehicles because the tracking equipment that is used to keep track of the fleet runs on the 3G network. It'll affect surveyors' equipment, which can't be upgraded. It will have to be replaced at great cost. And this is likely to affect housing construction, which is obviously a priority for the nation. Plumbers are reporting that automatic pumping systems, warning systems, and potentially some water and waste infrastructure runs on the 3G network in their industry. And one that I was particularly disturbed to hear, certain fire alarm systems may also be affected. So if there's a fire in your business's building in the middle of the night, and the building has a fire alarm system that relies on 3G to automatically contact the fire brigade, that service will no longer work in about a month's time, and those businesses largely don't know that. As I said earlier, the recent communications from government and the telecommunications industry have focused on 000 services and the impact on handheld devices like mobile phones. But the broader business impact has been overlooked in those communications. We urge telecommunications companies to engage more thoroughly with their business customers, and particularly with businesses that distribute equipment that currently uses 3G to operate, so that they too can engage with their customers and provide more adequate notice of the upcoming changes. We're also asking financial institutions to assist their customers in upgrading affected EFTPOS facilities. Furthermore, government involvement is crucial in disseminating information about the shutdown's wide-reaching effects. The last thing we want to see are disruptions similar to the recent Optus outage. That situation made it really clear that when businesses lose access to critical telecommunication networks, they often have to cease trading until the issue is resolved. But unlike the Optus outage, this issue can't be resolved because it's not temporary, and businesses need time to prepare And we want to ensure that businesses all over Australia can continue operating smoothly beyond August and September so that Australians don't lose access to the products and services that Aussie businesses provide. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Dr. Tremouth. I might open the batting here. Did you have the ability to hear the evidence given when the telcos were in the room this morning?
No, I wasn't. I was just outside, sorry.
Sure. No worries. Because they were questioned intensively from the senators and the committee members, I should say, to, how have you let people know? How's the consultation been? And I can't remember the exact figures, but they've mentioned there was in the millions the amount of messages that have been sent out to those who are on 3G technology. And I'm not protecting the telcos, not at all, but I'm alarmed that your members have said that a lot of you, did you mention figure how many don't even know about it?
No, and that's part of the problem, in fact. We don't actually know, and I'm not sure if the telcos know, how many devices are actually out there in Australia relying on this network.
Oh, no, they've come back. Sorry,
they
have come back with the figures.
Wonderful.
And that's all there for everyone. I'd suggest if you can get hold of the transcript, please do have a look.
Thank you.
Because if there's something that's not right, we need to be aware of this, and if there's something that needs to be corrected, well, then we give other parties the opportunity to correct the record, because that does alarm me. But they actually did, the three of them came back with, and they broke it into retail, they broke it into enterprises, and I can't remember the third business, I think it might have been, of their clients respectively. And they've also said to us how they've provided replacement telephones for the needy, of course, and that sort of stuff. So might pay, Ms. Tremouth, to run your eye over that.
Thank you, I will.
And just see where we are there. Okay, now when you said small businesses, and I was a small businessman at some stage in my life, an amazing part of my career. You know, to make a large fortune out of transport, or a small fortune, I mean, start with a large one, but anyway, that's another story. How many of those businesses do your members, your association members, say they're rural or regional? Do they break that up?
No, unfortunately, we don't have those figures. The way that the Chamber of Commerce is distributed, we have so the Australian Chamber of Commerce has the state chambers as members, and they have 430 local chambers, and they then have members. So unfortunately, I don't have those figures for you.
No, that's all right. Okay, all right, fair enough. Senator Dummerman, do you have a question? Or do you want me to come back to you? Come back to you. Okay, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Tremouth, for appearing. The thing that struck me about your testimony is it's so emphatic. So you also mentioned that so many small businesses in particular are not aware that the 3G shutdown is happening. Why would that be? Because I believe there are many shortcomings in what the mobile network operators are doing around this issue, but they have given us figures as to how many notices they put out, text messages, etc. But people don't seem to take any notice. Why?
It's a good question. I think that part of it is that the coverage of those messages aren't necessarily reaching everybody. So even for those organisations who have received text messages, as you say, they may not be absorbing that information. Small businesses are under an enormous amount of pressure. And so to be staying on top of a message that you got from your telco, I don't know about you, but when I receive a message from my telco, I assume it's about my bill and that it needs to be paid, and yeah, I'm going to pay it, and that's fine. It's possible that they're simply overburdened and not seeing those messages come through. It's also possible that they haven't been contacted yet. As you say, they've broken down those figures, and that's really good to hear. Certainly that wasn't the case, to the best of my knowledge, when ACCC was in communications with Telstra previously. But those figures do need to be broken down across the different industries and across the different sectors, because a lot of the time, as you'd be aware, the way that telecommunications companies contact you is through your mobile phone. But if you're talking about devices that are running on the 3G network that are not mobile phones, it's entirely possible that they're just being missed But I can't answer the question definitively, I'm afraid.
You mentioned the second aspect of lack of awareness. The first one was they weren't aware of 3G being shut down. Of those who were aware or are aware, they're not aware that devices will be impacted. And some of them have many devices.
Yeah, and so, for example, the surveyors are a good example of this, and I believe that they've come to speak to you as well yesterday. And so for them, you know, the equipment that they're using has been designed for 3G. It's only just started to move across to 4G. So it's possible to get 4G equipment now, but that's new. And if you've only just bought 3G-enabled equipment and now you're having to replace that at approximately $15,000 per item, then obviously that's going to be quite a significant move. So for the Surveying Association, they have actually been reaching out really proactively to their members and also to the telcos, wanting to have those conversations. And they've been quite concerned and expressed that concern to us, that despite the efforts that they have been conducting, that knowledge and awareness is still not broadly disseminated amongst their community. And we're finding the same thing with our members. Despite our best efforts, and we are communicating broadly to our members, the knowledge of this is simply not that widespread yet.
So the surveyors also mentioned the impact on housing, construction costs and inflation as a result of this, because they will have to charge more for their services. Also, some businesses have got a massive cost burden. Have you reached out to the mobile network operators to consult with them, invited them in?
Yes, we've had conversations with Telstra specifically. We would certainly welcome conversations with the others, and we probably will reach out after this hearing to discuss with some of the other telcos. We've focused our attentions on Telstra because initially, as you'd know, Telstra was going to be shutting down a month ago, and so that was where we focused our attention first. But yes, we have had conversations with Telstra specifically.
How did you find the conversation? Is it genuine?
I wouldn't want to say whether or not it was genuine, but the kinds of conversations were more aligned to, but we're already doing the things. We're putting out the communications. It's not.
So it was one way, and it was they were telling you what was going on rather than listening.
That may be a way to characterise it.
Okay. All right. Because they've only delayed by a month or two the imposition, and I don't think they've really been listening at all to so many people across the country. Right. So what are your specific concerns? That people are just going to find out in a couple of months that they're high and dry?
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine a scenario. So take the example I gave in my opening statement around the fire system, the alarms, the fire alarm systems. So if those fire alarm systems are on the 3G network, then the screen on that system is going to start showing an error. It's just going to say that it's not working. Now, if you're not aware that the 3G network is shutting down, what kind of problem solving are you going to do there? Like, who do you ask? You're probably likely to call your fire alarm system manufacturer. There's a problem with my alarm system. Great, okay. Hopefully they know. If they know, then great. They can then pass that information on. Hopefully there hasn't been a fire in the interim before they've noticed that the system's gone down. But what if the manufacturer of the fire alarm system isn't aware that the 3G system? So you can imagine this scenario where, in fact, yeah.
This morning, this is because I'm sorry to interrupt. But
no, please.
Because we asked questions along this line about lifts in airports and backups.
Right.
And quite clearly, the telcos, I strongly urge Dr. Trimbo, you should go back and have a listen to that, because I'm struggling that I can understand small business people who are out there and pulling their hair out and, single operators and that sort of stuff, but I'm really struggling. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Senator Roberts, that a lot of your members are saying they're not aware of it. It's really, because I'll come back to me, but...
Well, what I think Dr. Trimbo is saying is some are not aware of it happening, some are not aware of the consequences in their business.
I understand the consequences, I understand that, but I'm just... Because there's a lot of if someone who has that fire alarm, do the fire alarm people know? That, you know what I mean? It's coming, filtering right down to anyway, I know what I'm trying to say. I'll come back, but I did interrupt you. Please keep going.
No, I'm done, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Because, I'll just come back to this, if I can ask, Dr Trembath, when did ACCC become aware that the telcos or the MNOs want to shut and will be shutting down the 3G technology?
That's a good question, Senator. Let me just check that with my colleague.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. You can come up to the table if you want to come up to the table. Feel free. Now we know where you live and your phone number. All right.
Hi, Samantha McKenna from ACCC. A few months ago, so the surveyors raised it directly with us as an issue that's going to affect their industry. Following that, we reached out to the rest of our membership, the small business membership particularly, and asked whether they were aware of it, and if so or not, what they think the impact might be. A number of them concerningly weren't, and following that we've engaged specifically with Telstra, as Dr Trembath was saying. Telstra, as she also said, just basically told us what they were doing and how that was effective, and obviously in the face of evidence from our own members that they weren't aware, we do have trouble believing that. And I think further to the point, it's not just the handheld devices as well, it's the other devices that they're not aware of, and particularly for small businesses, FPOS machines. I think we saw in November with the Optus outage, if small businesses generally aren't able to connect to their internet telecommunications, it has a significant impact on their ability to operate at all.
I know, we understand.
Yep.
We absolutely understand that. I'm sorry, I'm not cutting you off, I'm just mindful of the time. So you've only just became aware in the last couple of months? And your state member groups, were they aware? You don't have to name them. Did they have any? I think,
of course, back in the back of the minds, but so we obviously we're in Canberra, so we have a national footprint, but our office is in Canberra. We operate mostly on the 4G, 5G network. It's not necessarily something that we think of 3G. So I think in terms of being aware, we weren't necessarily aware of the significant impact it would have on businesses until a few months ago when it was raised with us on behalf of our industry members.
So just so I'm clear in my head, and I didn't either until we started, the further we talk and the more we hear.
And I think that's part of the problem as well.
Sure. But you became aware, first time you became aware that the 3G net was going to shut down was just a few months ago?
No, sorry. I think of the impact that it would have on businesses.
On the impact, sure. Yeah, but when did you first become aware?
Look, sorry, it's hard to say, so I'm not sure. Sorry.
I know, because I think this has been going on since April of 21, I believe. I only found out yesterday, I didn't realise. April of 21 when the telcos approached the then minister. So it's been going for 3 years, this conversation. So, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be cleared out, but as I said, we challenge anything that's not correct, and if we can assist further, we certainly will. Senator Rennick, do you have any questions? You're good. Look, thank you. Yes, Senator Roberts. Yep.
Just on that point, I think that the key issue here with Dr. Trembath is that people are not aware of the consequences on their business. They may be aware of 3G shutting down, but they're not aware of the consequences because there's so many things they take for granted, which is understandable these days with technology.
No, I get that. And from my industry, I really get that. So, okay, that's fine. All right, I'm sorry, but we are short of time. But not short of time, I'm not going to cut you off. But is there anything else that you wish to add?
No, I'm fine with that, so long as the senators have no further questions.
Okay, and as I just said this morning, as I said earlier, Dr. Trembath, there are a number of things being done. There's Optus, and I'm not defending, I'm just reiterating what they said. They're offering cash incentives and all sorts of things, so that may assist you in your membership too to get that wider information out there as well, and who you can ring up. And certainly around the black spot funding and all that sort of stuff, there was the message being put out that it was cancelled. It certainly wasn't cancelled. It's been continued on by this government. It's in the forward estimates. So maybe a bit more info may really assist your members as well. Okay.
It's very important to us to get that information out to our members, and we certainly will.
Dr. Trembath, thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed your name.
Sam McKenna.
Sam?
McKenna.
McKenna, Ms McKenna, thank you, Mrs. Member. I'll shut up now, I'll stop digging. Thank you very much for your contribution too. Wish you well and travel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
All right, let's call up our next witnesses from Australian Communications and Media Authority. Stop smiling. All right, we think you're having fun here. No, please feel free, it's nice. Thank you. Right, can I now welcome representatives from the Australian Communications and Media Authority, and if you could please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today. Ms Renfrew, kick off.
Thank you, Senator. Cathy Rainsford, General Manager, ACMA.
Paul Nicholas, Manager of the National Interest Section at the ACMA.
Michael Brearley, I'm the General Manager of the Communications Infrastructure Division.
Alan Major, I'm the Executive Manager of the Licensing and Infrastructure Safeguards Branch.
Well, welcome. Thank you very much. Would anyone like to give an opening statement before we go to questions? I'm looking at you, Ms Rainsford, am I? Is there anyone?
We're all a team, but no, there's no opening statement from
this is a bit
ACMA.
hard. You're putting us in the spotlight now. OK, we better ask some questions. Questions. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing, especially in person today. Are you aware that of James Parker's submission yesterday? Submission and his testimony yesterday?
Yes, Senator.
What's your opinion of it? I know he raises many issues.
He does. It's a very comprehensive submission, and his testimony was quite comprehensive as well. I think on some of those issues, it is quite a complicated picture. On things like portability of handsets and ability of handsets to make calls on different networks, I think mobile number portability has been in place in Australia for quite a long time. We haven't seen evidence from customers in terms of complaints about an inability to port successfully with their devices. A couple of other issues that were raised, I think, about there was a mention of the 900 megahertz replanning work that the ACMA had done, and the context of which that evidence was given was to do with whether or not we thought there had been sufficient lead time for devices to switch to VoLTE. I think the context of that inquiry was quite different. It was about clearing that band. So at that time, I think there were blocks of 8.4 and 8.2 megahertz of spectrum which needed to be cleared so that we could have 5 megahertz blocks, so that there'd be a more efficient allocation to the providers and potentially contiguous spectrum over the bands. And that conversation was really about a bit of debate between the carriers about the timing on when that clearance should happen, rather than the kind of issues we're talking about today with the closure of 3G and the ability of handsets to make emergency calls on 3G. And there was also a mention, I think, of that the firmware in some of these devices could be changed out or upgraded quite easily. And there was an example given of a service, which the name escapes me, which was this? Geo. I think we had a look at Geo, and it's not quite that simple. I mean, for Geo, you also have to buy an additional piece of hardware. So it's not just a matter of changing out the firmware in that device. So it is, I mean, and there are, that is, like I say, it's a very comprehensive submission. There's some good points, but my point is really that it is quite complicated and perhaps not as straightforward.
Well, I guess on that point, he said it was complicated, but he said that the industry is aware of the problem, the root cause of the problem, and is not willing to fix it. For a variety, he mentioned a variety of reasons: more handset sales, more telco sales, more revenue for associated industry. They want to recoup their 5G investment. It's more commercially beneficial to them to sell new phones than updates to existing devices, etc. And they want to protect their market, preserve their market control and reducing costs, and 4G standardisation failed. So he says it's in the telco's interests and the handset's interests to do the swap, to shut down 3G, even though we're not ready for it.
So I can't comment on behalf of the carriers, of course, but I know that there has been talk about refarming spectrum from 3G to 4G and 5G for a number of years because of capacity constraints around the spectrum they have, and just upgrading the services they're providing and the networks that they're providing to the consumers. And that's been the main driver as far as I understand it. I don't think that they're talking about closing down 3G, or as far as I know, they haven't been talking publicly about closing down 3G in order to drive handset sales.
They wouldn't dare talk about it if that was the case.
But that's nothing that that's nothing that's been, we've not heard anything of that nature at all.
Okay. What about the industry? I know you said it was complicated. The industry's failure to address the root causes in terms of the serious 4G compatibility issues. He says there's a solution, and he says the French, the British, possibly the South Africans from memory from his submission, are saying, okay, we will address this in coming years and we will delay the shutdown of 3G and 2G. Britain, for example, is not shutting down 3G and 2G. France is delaying it until at least 2028. So there would seem to me, and James Parker points out the solution, in his opinion, is to sort out those issues first, and rather than just shutting down 3G.
And I think we heard testimony from the carriers that there are other international jurisdictions that are closing down.
Excuse me, I think that we've got to be careful there, because my understanding of their wording was that China and Japan are shut down, which have very high population density. But the others were in the process of shutting down, because they mentioned France as being one of them. And France has said nothing before 2028. So I don't know how accurate their statement was.
So from our perspective, of course, we have no capacity or jurisdiction over whether or not networks are closed down by carriers. That's entirely a decision for the provider. We have no capacity to direct them to close down or not close down a particular network. So that's a decision for the commercial provider, and not something that we can really have any sort of influence over.
Okay, thank you. Two questions. What's been your involvement in this, or ACMA's involvement in this? When were you first notified? When were you first consulted? Have you been consulted? Where are you up to now with them?
I might defer to my colleague.
So, Senator, if I particularly focus on the issue that has been the main topic of interest this morning, particularly around the device compatibility with the networks once the 3G shuts down. We had a meeting with the MNOs, I think it was December last year, where they first alerted us to their understanding of that compatibility issue. There was a further follow-up meeting in February this year where they shared with us at that point their understanding of the number of devices affected. In terms of your broader question about the ACMA's role here, of course, a key role for us as the telco regulator is assessing whether or not actions of telcos are compliant with the existing law. We've obviously had a look at what they're proposing to do and the relevant regulation to assess whether there were any concerns about their compliance. That's an ongoing piece, but we've certainly not identified any concerns that what they're doing is not consistent with the current regulatory framework.
Did you listen to the testimony today from Optus this morning?
Yes, I was here, Senator. Yes.
My understanding is that they were not aware of the size of the impact until February this year, but they'd flagged the shutdown in 2023, which I'm then questioning their either their motive or their competence, because flagging a shutdown and then finding out later it's much more complicated than they thought, that doesn't seem to be good management.
Well, I can't really comment on the internal operations of
I'm not asking
Optus there, but certainly the factual basis there is consistent with our understanding. They've certainly flagged, as had the other carriers earlier, the timing of their proposed shutdown, and it's our understanding that they really clarified by February this year the likely impact around this device compatibility issue.
Right. What I'm getting to is they flagged the shutdown in 2023, but it wasn't until February that they're aware of the size of the impact. Does that concern you at all? That Optus seems to be making a decision and then assessing whether or not it's a competent decision?
Well, so I guess probably what I can say there is certainly the ACMA, since we've become aware of the problem, has expressed our concern to all of the carriers about the importance of the work they are doing to make sure that their customers are aware both of the timing and the possible impacts of the 3G closure, and providing a range of supports to assist their customers to take action should they need to. And that included via the chair of the ACMA writing to the CEOs of the MNOs some months ago to share our concerns consistent with those expressed by the Minister for Communications. So to that extent, yes, we are concerned if there are customers, and as we've heard this morning, the telcos are very focused on particularly the what I'll call the more vulnerable groups of the community, which can take a number of different. Involves a number of different circumstances potentially, and making sure that they are a real focus in terms of assisting them to have a smooth transition through, so that they will have the same access to services, and particularly access to 000 services post the shutdown.
So what power does ACMA have to intervene?
Well, as Mr Brearley was saying, we don't have powers which would allow us to direct telcos to keep their networks going. That's a matter where, in terms of the regulation, is a matter for the commercial providers to make decisions on. There's nothing within our remit that would allow us to require them to do anything that way.
So Mr Parker, who seems to know what he's talking about, said that overseas countries are not doing anything with 3G. Most of them are not doing anything with 3G shutdown until they resolve compatibility issues. For example, he cited France, United Kingdom and South Africa. He suggested holding providers to a government-specified standard for the number of compatible devices and minimum coverage levels in regional or remote areas to protect people. And he suggested all networks support an open market standards and allow any phone to work for emergency calling and regional areas. So, as I said, overseas countries have become aware of the problem and are now not switching off 2G, 3G until near the end of the decade. France 2028, for example, at least. So is there any, what scope is there for ACMA to protect customers in this country?
So as I said, Senator, under the current laws, the ACMA doesn't have any powers to, or doesn't have any current powers to address those types of matters. It's certainly something on our radar to have a look at whether or not there is some change needed in the regulatory environment that would help to mitigate these types of risks in future. And to that end, we're reviewing we're having a look at and reviewing a particular instrument with a view to whether that needs to evolve over time, and in particular that's the emergency call service determination. But we don't have current powers that sit with the ACMA in order to be able to predominantly direct the carriers to keep their 3G networks operational at this point.
When did ACMA first become aware of the telco's desire to shut down 3G? not just the compatibility issues, but 3G itself?
Before my time?
Yeah, I think it's before. I mean, I think it's fair to say, you know, we're the telco regulator, we monitor what telcos do. I would expect that within the organisation we are aware of the proposals to shut the networks down at the respective times the telcos notified that. So for Telstra, that's 5 years ago, and obviously a bit later for Optus and TPG. But yeah, as I said, that's really before most of our time at the ACMA.
Last question, Chair. The government owns, Mr. Brearley, the government owns the 3G spectrum, correct? I think you said that. Oh, sorry, the government doesn't. The taxpayer owns it. The people of Australia own it.
The telcos are granted access to that spectrum to provide services on the basis of licences that they purchase from the government.
On behalf of the taxpayer.
Yes.
So this really is a taxpayer government matter.
In terms of
reallocating, you're reallocating the spectrum.
So the spectrum, which we goes to those carriers, usually via an auction process, but there can be direct allocations in different circumstances. That spectrum is provided to those carriers. They purchase it in a competitive process, and then they roll out the networks that best suit their commercial priorities. How they use it then is up to them within the broad requirements of the licence that they've purchased.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all.
Thanks, Senator Robertson. I just want to go back, because I am sitting here listening intently, but you've made it clear in your submission or your letter to Tas here that network upgrades and shutdowns are not regulated by you guys. It's pretty clear. And I'm just quoting, just so those listening out there, because I'm sure there'll be an expert who will want to tackle you on something, but anyway, these are decisions made by the carriers, which you have said. Similarly, carriers are not obliged to advise ACMA of plans to close the mobile network under the terms of their radio communication licences or telecommunications carrier licence conditions. But you do go and talking about that you have concern for those who have the VoLTE, customers that have the VoLTE coverage. Do you want to expand on that and where you're up to?
Well, I think it possibly goes back to what I was saying in response to Senator Roberts' question earlier. Even though we might not have particular powers, we're of course, interested in what the telco network is doing to support consumers, and particularly vulnerable consumers, which would include anybody who needs to access 000 when they need to access it. So, we've certainly expressed our concern to the telcos about the need for them to do the work, and we've certainly seen a ramp up in that work over recent months as they head towards the shutdown there. Beyond that, our main focus, other than obviously monitoring to make sure what they're doing is compliant with the law, has been supporting the department in the work it's been doing with the telcos, and supporting the minister to monitor progress on the activities towards the shutdowns, and making sure that is happening in a sort of planned and managed way. So there's certainly, I think what I'm saying there, Senator, is the department's had the primary lead on working with the telcos on things like the reporting and the working group that the minister set up to assist with this transition, and we're providing some support to the department on particular issues as needs be, but our main focus has been on monitoring compliance with the existing law.
Okay, so is ACMA a part of the working group?
No, we're not, Senator.
Just the department comes back if they need to clarify something? Okay.
Yeah. As is consistent with our broader relationship with the department, we're often in touch when they want our input or some assistance on particular issues.
But you did have some initial conversations with the telcos on your concerns?
We did, yes.
And is that an ongoing conversation? Or do you regularly get updated via the department from
Yeah, certainly
from
the department is sharing information it's receiving from the telcos, including through that working group with us.
Sure.
We haven't got a sort of set arrangement of separate conversations with the telcos about this. I think it's probably preferable that their attention is focused on working with the department and then making sure they're focused on supporting their customers. And we'll get, obviously if something came up that gave us any concern or we wanted to follow up, we would touch base with the relevant telco about that, but primarily we're leaving it to the department at this point.
Great. And what I'm just leading to is all of us show concern that nobody's left behind. And of course the work that's been done lately is the numbers are far more encouraging now than what they were a few months ago, but still a long way to go in those terms. But thank you very much. Senator Drummond.
Thank you. So I just had a question. So in your submission, I think you found that the decision to shut down the 3G networks would not bring the telcos into non-compliance with the emergency call service determination. I just wondered if you could explain how you arrived at that conclusion. And then also, are there any regulatory actions that ACMA can take to protect users who access 000 in this way in the event that they couldn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, the telecommunications emergency call service determination is an instrument that really regulates calls to 000. So it ensures that telecommunications carriers successfully carry all calls to 000, and Telstra, as the emergency call person, efficiently operates and meets specified grades of service for answering calls to 000. So there isn't really anything in that instrument at the moment that carriers would be non-compliant with. It is something, as we mentioned, that we will be looking at reviewing that determination to see if there are some appropriate rules that we might put in around the closure of networks in the future, and that might be around, assuring that there's a reasonable communications campaign and that all customers have been reached at least a minimum number of times for future network closures.
Okay. Just before I go to the second part of my question, so you mentioned a review. When is there an outcome of that review due anytime soon?
We're about to start public consultation on that review in coming months.
Months.
So, Senator, we're looking at that determination both in relation to what we can learn from the 3G shutdown, but also a review of that determination was indicated as part of the government's response to what's known as the Bean report into the Optus outage of November last year. Right. In that response, the government has committed that review and any updated instrument will be in place. I think it's by April next year. So we're working to that timeline. Thank you.
And just are there any regulatory actions that ACMA can take to protect users who access 000 if they're not able to?
So certainly if a user tried to contact 000 and was unable to get through, we would have a look at that primarily against the current rules in the emergency call service determination. I think more broadly, because it doesn't require a carrier to carry a call over a network that is not operable, if the cause was, the device was trying to connect to a 3G network that did not exist, that is unlikely to be non-compliant with the determination. But there are a range of circumstances which might contribute to someone not being able to connect to 000, and that would be something we would definitely take a look into.
Thank you.
Should it occur.
Thanks, that's all.
Thanks. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, how you going? I know before, Ms Rainsford, you said that the role of the Australian Communications and Media Authority was to assess whether the telcos are compliant with existing law. That's correct?
Yes.
Yep. And Mr Brearley, you said that it's not your role to tell the telcos what to do. Are you saying that all you can do, ACMA can do, is effectively monitor but not actually take action to rectify problems? Is that correct?
I think, Senator, our primary role, of course, is assessing compliance with the regulatory framework.
Yeah, so that's a question
for the sectors there. That doesn't mean that, where there might not be, if you like, some influence we might have, that we wouldn't take action. So, while we weren't seeing any compliance issues here, of course, we shared our concern with the telcos about what they, about their plans and how they were supporting their customers.
So that's my question. Do you have the power to take authority to rectify issues by the telcos or not?
Well, we don't have, based on what we've seen the telcos are doing at the moment. And sorry, I think this is the answer to your question, but if not, I'll
okay.
Is we don't have the powers to investigate or take formal remediation action because we're not seeing any indications that their actions are not compliant with the current law. That said, that doesn't mean that we won't, continue to work with them and the department to try and achieve the best possible outcome for telco consumers.
Okay, so let's say, for example, they weren't compliant with the current law. You do then have action.
Oh yes, of course.
The power to take action.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So then, given that there's a risk that people may fall between the cracks with this upgrade in terms of not being able to access banking services, health services, make emergency calls. Are you saying that the law is not sufficient to cover the right of or the responsibility of telcos to make sure that Australians can access these essential services?
I think certainly they are questions on our mind, and they are things that we will be exploring, particularly through the review of the emergency call service determination, which we've started and will move to a public consultation phase on. If through the learnings on this process it turns out there are other aspects of our regulatory remit which would warrant an update, that is certainly something the authority would look at.
Okay, so I seem to recall that when Telstra was privatised, there was a community service obligation that was basically implemented to make sure that every customer across Australia, all Australians, can access certain telecommunications standards. Is it fair to say, and I don't know, does this community service obligation include the right of Australians, especially in regional Australia, to access what I've just mentioned before, banking services, health services, and the right to emergency calls?
No, I think the answer to that's no. So
okay,
particularly, I think that goes to fixed telephone services and the availability of payphones.
Okay, but is there still an obligation by the telcos to uphold community service obligation? Uphold that community service obligation?
There are certainly still regulations in place that require them to meet certain baseline obligations, particularly, as I said, about access to, I think it's fixed telephone services, but they don't. Those obligations don't currently extend out to mobile services or the broader use of telco networks for the modern technology uses.
And is it fair to say that community service obligations are a mandatory code of conduct or a voluntary code of conduct? Presumably it's mandatory.
I don't think there's not such a regulatory instrument that exists anymore. It might have around the time of deregulation in 1991, 97.
Yeah,
we've got the universal service obligation now, which requires phone services to be provided.
Yeah, because I know we just finished up a banking inquiry where what was a voluntary code of conduct by the banks was totally trashed and ignored, and I'm just wondering if we're facing the same thing with telcos. Yes. And that's a similar risk.
So sorry, probably just to clarify what I was saying, I might have got a bit lost in the language there, Senator. There are certainly some existing obligations which are enforceable. They're not self-regulatory. We administer them, which go to particular standards or services that telcos need to meet in certain circumstances. At the moment, that doesn't exist for
mobile services.
Well, it's probably not quite that simple, but it's not. There's not a basic right or obligation to make sure someone's provided with a mobile service. There is some regulation that goes to when mobile services are provided, how that's managed, including things like the right to be able to port your number from one telco to another, but it's not there's no obligation to provide the service at that level. It is quite a complex regulatory framework, so
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, no, thank you. That's all I need to know. Cheers.
Thanks, Senator Rennick. Well, I thank the officers of ACMA, and we'll let you escape. Thank you very much. Safe travels.
Thank you, Senators.
And we'll call our next witness, the Honourable Bruce Bilson. Welcome back, Mr. Bilson, and Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hello.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, I'll make it official. I now welcome the Honourable Bruce Bilson and I must say, Miss Bolton, Donna Bolton, welcome, from the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. So for the Hansard record, if you could please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Bruce Bilson, the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman.
Donna Bolton, the Acting Director of the Policy and Advocacy Team.
Thank you very much. And I'll give you the opportunity if you wish to make an opening statement.
Very kind. We might decline, sir. Most of our points were made in our submission, and we were encouraged to appear, and we're delighted to do so.
Mr. Bilson, I haven't seen you for a number of years, but you do lift the room when you walk in. You're forever smiling, and it's great to see you. And even better, there's no opening statement questions.
Perpetual optimism, even my blood group's positive.
You were the same when you were a minister as well, I can say that. We're from opposite sides of the parliamentary fence here. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today, in person no less. Taking the third paragraph from your submission, I just want to put it on the record and have it talk about that in terms of small business awareness. You said, quote, "We have heard from stakeholders that vital equipment and software can still rely on 3G networks, including those relating to record keeping, accounts, bookings, payroll, telephones, FPOS, security systems, cameras, asset tracking tools, surveying equipment, surveying instruments, water and environmental monitors, medical alerts, and many of the wireless operating systems on farms, and fire alarms we've heard
and
today."
Security system, Senator, and point of sale technology. Yeah.
Yep. So some of this equipment can be expensive and must be sourced from overseas companies with extended waiting lists. We heard that yesterday from the surveyors at Cooma. So you also go on to say, additionally, some 4G-enabled devices, including emergency alert systems, have elements or functions that are powered by 3G, which we've heard repeatedly. Then you say, users may be unaware of these components until they stop working. Could you elaborate on that? Because I happen to agree with you. People don't know the complexity of what's working in their businesses these days.
Yeah, and Senator, through the chair, what we have observed is businesses, small and family businesses, using capability where there is a communications link, but unaware that it may be a 3G link. So the focus on the equipment's functionality might not trigger, there's a communications dimension to this. And you've touched on some of those, that rather eloquent submission, perhaps. Senator. But so that's what we were quite concerned about. So in our role as trying to advocate and draw attention to that concern and encouraging small and family businesses to turn their mind to this, given it's not a handset, a phone, but it's an embedded communications capability with a 3G chip in the side. We were just saying, look, please check this stuff out. Otherwise, the first you know about it may well be when it just stops working. And, you know, if you're on a large agricultural property and you're controlling gates remotely or monitoring water levels in your dams or microclimates, or you're tracking assets, trucks for a freight company. You wander up to a vending machine and you go to pay for a Pepsi Max and nothing happens. Or a security system that might be looking after your premises, and all of a sudden there's no link back to the base station, no remote observation capability. You might think, what's going on here? And so what we've tried to do is just raise awareness of this as a possibility that people should turn their minds to, beyond the evidence you heard earlier in the day about the handsets themselves, Senator.
Is this something that a telco should be doing?
Well, we've encouraged the telcos to step up and be more frank about where this technology is embedded. There are a number of websites, but even those websites, the Mobile Telecommunications Association website, a good resource, but focuses very much on the handset. It doesn't go very far at all into these embedded 3G applications, where it's quite a secondary piece to what the kit is designed to do. But if it's not there, and you would have heard from the surveyors, Senator, the total station using 3G will just not work. You're not thinking about that when you're looking at the functionality of that total station, just as if you're running a transport business and keeping track of where your trucks are, or you've got a point of sale and we're trying to work out, if we are able, just how many of these pay pads, you walk up with a card and pay, actually have a 3G chip as the comms back to open the gate at a car park or to pay for a vending machine purchase. So it's been really hard to work out how deep that is. My sense, and it's only a sense, is those most likely to know are the telcos, because someone's paying for the use of that spectrum. And may I suggest the Senate might encourage the telcos to have a look at who they're billing for 3G use, and go back and say, well, you've obviously got 1,800 vending machines coming through your billing system. Maybe get in touch with the vending machines and play a role in helping to identify that capability provider that's got 3G as its comms link, but that communications isn't the primary focus of the kit being used in small and family businesses.
Thank you. Your recommendation number 1 says the Australian government and affected industry should engage in a targeted education scheme. So that would imply to me that it's not currently targeted or not effective.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what it is, Senator. We've been flabbergasted about how limited the awareness is. I can't recall, but it'd be in the dozens of media interviews that I've done, particularly on regional and rural radio, trying to raise awareness of it. We've put material out through social media and the print media, and people have gone, wow, I didn't know about that. We've heard other stories where people with handsets have been getting engaged by the telcos and maybe dealing with that. Hey, your 3G handset's not going to work soon, you might want to do something about it. Maybe not seeing that as a great priority, but that's the more immediate one. We're just concerned about these embedded uses of the technology that could really compromise the businesses and family enterprises.
So the themes that come through your submission are the complexity,
yes,
and the unawareness of that complexity. So I might be a small business owner who has a 5G phone, whatever this is, 5G phone. So I'm right, I don't need to worry about that. But my business is riddled with embedded devices that I'm not aware of.
You might be selling miniature goats at regional shows, and you've got a mobile FPOS machine. You might not know. You might be using that to monitor the microclimate in your vineyard. You might not know. Gates opening, refilling water troughs, tracking assets around the place. They're the sorts of things in your security system. And you just might not know, because the focus of that kit is not the comms link. That's kind of in the background. It might not trigger.
So last question, Chair.
Yes, sir.
You're recommending that the inquiry report stress the need for improved communications to develop awareness of the embedded devices in particular?
Yes, sir.
And also, the question is, who should wear the cost of that? Surely it should be the telcos, not the taxpayer, not the government doing it.
Well, I think the telcos have got an important role here. I understand and respect their motive to make the highest and best use of the spectrum that's available. But I would have thought supporting a transition would have been a commercially reasonable thing to expect of them. and also the fact that they're the ones billing people who are using 3G capability in whatever form it might be, they're also the most likely to know where these applications are. So I'd be encouraging them to step forward and lean in at those levels.
In your role, you're aware of many problems and you get around. So it would, and if you're shocked at the level of unawareness, then surely that needs a call for delaying or deferring the shutdown of 3G.
Possibly. I was asked on regional radio about that. To be honest, Senator, I said if we're just going to do more of the same, perhaps not, because nothing will change. But if there's a different approach to raise awareness and engage with, well, from my perspective, small and family businesses that are using kit with that embedded technology, there's a different approach than a window of time to enable that to be affected, I think is credible. But I did say on radio, if we're just going to leave it as it is and hope people, you know, just become aware of it through serendipity, then maybe extending the time frames.
From your list of devices, we can't do that.
Well,
it's going to be catastrophic. It's like Y2K in reverse. The problem with Y2K was tiny. It wasn't really a problem, but the hype was huge. In this case, the problem is huge and potentially catastrophic, but the talk is minimal.
That sounds like I'll take that as a comment, Senator. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Mr. Wilson, I just want to come back, and it's a shame we didn't have the telcos at the end of the program. It would have been very helpful, but they did touch on this, because there was one of the comments, particularly I think from Optus, they've worked too hard to get their clients and they don't want to lose them. We pick up that sort of thing. But when did you and your office become aware of the shutdown?
Well, we were aware of it because it'd been foreshadowed for some time, but not a top-of-mind conversation.
Sure.
Where we became more aware of it in terms of its impact and delved a bit deeper was courtesy of the Surveyors Association, who came to us saying, look, we're really struggling to get some traction and some interest in our concerns, and that prompted us to dig a bit deeper ourselves.
And that was months?
Sorry, I was
6 months?
That was months ago.
Not to the day, but
it wasn't years ago, it was months ago.
Yeah, and they presented yesterday, as you're well aware, and of course it opened up a lot of other doors and a lot of queries. And what you've just put to us this morning in terms of the farmers and gates and water and all sorts of other stuff, and our trucking companies tracking where their vehicles, their assets are, and their drivers, more importantly, it does raise a lot more questions. So when you became aware of the knock-on, because the first thing we think about is, this is... And you make a great point. And Senator Roberts said this might be 5G, but the rest is on 3. Has the Small Business Office of the Small Business Ombudsman raised that directly with the telcos?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
No. What we've done, ordinarily if we get a complaint under our legislation, if there's a more appropriate organisation to handle the complaint,
like ACCC or someone?
Like TIO, Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman. I see you've got Ombudsman Giebert on later in the day. So at a complaints level, we haven't had cases of complaints or disputes that we've had to manage. We have because of our ongoing engagement with industry associations representing small and family business interests. That's where it's come from. And you were kind enough to say some kind words about my past. It's not that long ago we had CDMA. When the CDMA network was shut down. This is Groundhog Day, Senator. Same set of issues.
Yeah, it's not the first thing. We talked about this morning, like digital, analogue to digital. And
also because the
3G
reaches further, I mean, the technical experts will explain it better, but in rural and regional areas you get a longer range. And CDMA was a bit like that as well. So for people that weren't blessed with, a lot of mobile tower coverage, it was an attractive option, but when it got shut down, similar things appeared. It's almost literally the same.
Groundhog Day, that's right.
Yeah.
And what has come this morning too, in terms of the process, ACCC were before you, a couple of witnesses before, and I'll put it in my terminology, they had, in their words, no idea about the knock-on effect until a few months ago. I believe. I think that's what just recently, 6 months or something like that. So so I'll just raise this. Have the telcos reached out to your enterprise directly and said, hey, we need to talk?
No.
Not at all, okay.
And just on that point, if I could throw to Ms Bolton, we've reached out to some 40-odd small and family business-facing industry associations just to get their... I was hoping we could bring some more rich evidence to you, and alas not. I think I'll throw to Ms Bolton, but the vast majority are going, what's happening? So, if I may.
It's the industry bodies themselves are aware again, but it's again their members, their small businesses are unaware of the problem. They're also aware that they have these devices enabled in their businesses, relying on the 3G connectivity outside of the phones, and they're very conscious that the reality probably isn't going to, or the extent of the problem isn't going to become apparent until it is shut off and things aren't working, such as your security systems.
Yes, because it was presented to us, and I found out yesterday that the MNOs had approached the government or the minister in April of 21. So it's over 3 years ago. So, okay.
Could I add just another thought? I mean, there's been some coverage around the vending space.
Yep.
Where you go to pay and those little pads.
It's only just come up now today when you raised it.
Oh.
I hadn't, unless I'd missed it, unless I was out of the room at the time, called short, but
maybe offline I can send some context through to you, because I know they're quite concerned. Progressively upgrading, but there was a choke point on getting new tech to replace, and then there was some outages where software needed... Anyway, they're better placed to explain that. Sure. But also the payment pad providers, there's a number of those that are active in Australia. I've spoken about those with some. I think NAEX is one that did send out some notifications to people that use that pad payment technology. There seems to be a number of others that haven't done that, but that might be another point of traction where, because it's really trying to find those suppliers and vendors that are there and know what's embedded in their kit, and then maybe seeing if they can be activated to reach out to their customer base.
And one could hope that all that work's done and it's just going to, fall into place when it happens. But we need to get that information out.
Yep.
So, Mr Bilson and Ms Bolton, I will let you know that the committee has chosen Wednesday the 31st of July for any further information or answers to questions I've taken on those.
Yeah, I might shoot it through to Mr Lanache.
I'm not going to cut off. Keep going. Yep. So, sorry, that's me for now, until you trigger something else. Senator Rennick.
Oh, yeah, just one question. Sorry, guys. Were you contacted either by the government or the telcos about the upgrade, and did these, either side of the fence provide any information on how to help your customers deal with the upgrade?
No. We responded to the concerns that were raised with us, and went hunting ourselves, Senator, for some information, and then we've used our channels to push that out. I mentioned the Australian Mobile Telecommunications Association, the W's 3G closure. So we've been pushing that out, and also giving the contact information about the providers, and then pushing it out through social media. I've been raising it in radio interviews, and that's basically all we had to work with. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Cheers.
Cool.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, I've come to you already, sorry. That's it. Tremendous. Mr Bilson, that's opened up quite an interesting line, and we have been getting snippets and all that, but just before we lose you, and you have mentioned the agriculture, you've mentioned the vending, you've mentioned the trucking, is there anything else you wish to raise with us that there could be a real knock-on effect if we don't have the answers from the telcos before the shut-off?
The security one's a concern.
Oh, security, okay.
Yeah, you might... The medical devices one you've touched on earlier. Let me just consult my esteemed colleague. Is there any others that we can think of that...
The Optus machines are being largely taken care of, like the ones that are provided by the banks, but yeah, definitely those security
I'm
systems.
sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't know if you were talking to us or to
Sorry. I was saying that there is the EFTPOS terminals, but we've been in contact with the ABA. We know that the banking sector is reaching out to their customers, but again, it does rely on the action of small businesses to act on those things as well.
Sure. Well, I can't speak for the telcos, and I certainly wouldn't, but I'm sure they would be all over it, but we need to get that information, or they need to get that information out. So,
look, I think that's a great resource there, because they'll be billing somebody. for the 3G time, and
well, I don't think they miss anyone.
Well, and I think that's probably, they're most likely to know, if I could use that phrase, who's actually using the stuff. And if you see recurring, a car parking group that uses it as you pay to exit a paid car parking area. I mean, you don't want those things not functioning just because no one was aware, and maybe that's a reasonable expectation of the telcos given the commercial imperative for the change and the use of the spectrum.
Yep, and I think that's something we can follow up on too, so bringing everyone back. Well, if that's the case, if there's no further questions, Mr Bilson, we appreciate. Thank you very much for your time. Ms Bolton, thank you very much for raising that. We do wish you well and safe travels.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. All right, we will now go to our next witness, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. I think about it too, maybe the department might have some information on that this afternoon, Wickham Roads. Right, okay, I would now like to welcome representatives from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Sarah Proudfoot. I'm the Executive General Manager of the Infrastructure Division at the ACCC.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Maurice and I'm the General Manager of the Mobiles, Transmission and Consumer Branch at the ACCC.
Thank you very much. Now, would you like to make an opening statement?
I do have a brief opening statement.
No, go for it, Ms Proudfoot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to appear at the hearing today. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission is an economy-wide competition regulator responsible for enforcing the Competition and Consumer Act. Our role is to protect Australian consumers by fostering competitive, efficient, fair and informed Australian markets, and including in that is the telecommunications markets. I'd like to briefly outline our legislative responsibilities with regard to the 3G network closure issues. Specifically, we don't have any regulatory powers in relation to the 3G network closure itself or the device compatibility issues. Our role is to ensure that businesses are complying with consumer fair trading and competition laws as the network closures progress, and that's the lens through which we've been engaging with businesses over recent months. The Australian consumer law contains provisions for consumer guarantees and also prohibits range of misleading conduct. So these provisions may be relevant in relation to the continued supply of 3G devices or the 4G incompatible devices by retailers. For example, if the supply is being made without provision of clear information about the fact that the closure is imminent and the resultant impact on the device's functionality. We're monitoring for any of that behaviour by the mobile network operators as well as other retailers, and we've written to a range of online marketplaces and industry associations outlining our expectations around this communication. We're acutely aware of the critical importance of connectivity and digital inclusion, particularly for people living in regional, rural or remote areas. Last year we completed a 12-month regional mobile infrastructure inquiry, during which we heard directly from more than 1,500 consumers about their concerns via online surveys and outreach visits. We heard concerns of poor coverage, of congestion, and in some cases of limited choice of retail service provider. We also heard from agricultural groups and businesses about their increasing use of mobile technologies to improve their productivity, to create efficiencies and drive cost savings. As the telecommunications economic regulator and an economy-wide consumer regulator, we're also very aware of the rapid technological changes across the telco landscape and have advocated strongly for consumer and small business interests. Consumers and small businesses are at the heart of the technological change. While industry grapples with deploying these new technologies and advancements, consumers and small businesses face the challenge of migrating to new technologies and services. We've long advocated for measures to improve this process. Most recently, we've been involved in improving communication protection standards through the current Telecommunications Consumer Protections Code review. Another example of our advocacy in this area is around improvements to the comparability and transparency of mobile coverage maps, and that is an area where we continue to be disappointed by industry reluctance to address. We're very happy to take any questions.
I'd like you to expand a little bit more on that last paragraph, please. Well, the second last, before you asked us if you're happy to go on.
I'll hand to Ms Maurice, who led our telco review.
Oh, good.
Did you have a particular question, Senator?
No. So Ms Proudfoot just said in the second. Just read the second last paragraph again for me, please, Ms Proudfoot.
We've long advocated for measures to improve this process, such as improved consumer protection standards through the Telecommunications Consumer Protections Code Review. Another example is our advocacy to improve the comparability and transparency of mobile coverage maps. And we continue to be disappointed by industry reluctance to address this.
Right, go further. And while you're at it, can you stop last-minute loans calling me Sarah and offering me a good deal for the last 6 months? Because they're annoying the living daylights out of me. Anyway, sorry.
So on the mobile coverage maps, we've sort of consistently highlighted that those coverage maps are based on predicted coverage and therefore don't necessarily reflect the on-the-ground experience. And in addition, each of the network operators is likely to use a different methodology and input assumptions into producing those coverage maps, which means that they're actually not directly comparable by consumers. So we do think that these underlying issues do inhibit the ability of consumers to make informed choices when purchasing mobile services, and they can undermine the competitive process as well, given that mobile coverage is a really important aspect of competition. We have developed an annual mobile infrastructure report, which we've been producing since 2021. That was developed in response to previous commitments by the ACCC to try and improve publicly available information on mobile infrastructure assets and coverage. And that has, among other things, included analysis on changes in the MNO's coverage and including an analysis of comparison of the MNO's 3G and 4G coverage in aggregate, I should say. But this has proven very challenging, in part because of that lack of consistency on modelling parameters used by the MNOs, and so it's beginning to be very difficult for us to actually verify whether changes in coverage are due to changes in the methodology and the input parameters as opposed to actual coverage. So
you raise all these issues, and their response is nothing to see here, or they don't have to come back to you? You've got a big stick you can whack them with? What's the go?
No, we don't have a big stick that we can whack them with, so we don't really have any powers that we can use, to compel the MNOs to use a consistent methodology. Because
it was raised yesterday, like people were talking about you go on the website and you see you can get connectivity here, this big blue circle or something, and everyone knows, well, everyone's saying to us, you wouldn't want to be on that edge because on the ground experiences you can't get that.
There is a mobile coverage audit being done at the moment. I think the department...
Mobile coverage...
Audit.
Audit?
Audit, yes. Okay. And I think the department can probably speak more to where that's up to, but we think that could be helpful potentially going back to that role for us in enforcing against misleading conduct, for example. If there's something very clear that shows that would potentially be an opportunity for us to act.
And we're waiting, when will that be complete, do we know?
I think the pilot's on at the moment, and I'm not quite sure of the time frame, but it's certainly in train and we're eagerly awaiting the results.
Yes, I bet we are. Okay, thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for appearing. Your comments trigger some really serious questions. Have you seen James Parker's submission?
I saw it last night, Senator, so I did read it yesterday evening.
It's well worth the read. It opened my eyes a lot. I thought this issue was just about 3D coverage, regional access, safety issues, productivity, environment. What I've learned is it's much, much more, and James Parker's submission opened my eyes to that. He claims that the industry is sacrificing public interest for commercial interests, getting more handset sales, by shutting down 3G, forcing people to buy new handsets. More telco sales, more revenue for associated industry, recoup their 5G investment because it hasn't been as effective as as lucrative as they thought. He's saying it's more commercially beneficial to sell people new phones than updates to existing devices. In other words, forced obsolescence. These things come within your purview? These topics?
They would if they raised issues under the Australian consumer law. If there were a form of misleading representation that had been made to consumers that they had to perform a certain action which may not have been necessary.
So you can't go to intent. You can't go to intent, only action and what they've stated.
No, I don't think we can go to intent.
That's what I thought. Okay. He's saying it's also about preserving market control and reducing costs. Meant that he's saying there's a simple solution, that is 4G standardisation, which the telcos are not interested in, and because they want to preserve market control and reduce costs rather than spending it on standardising 4G. Same with the handset manufacturers as well as the telcos. So he's saying the industry is basically sacrificing safety and customers instead of fixing standardisation issues. Is that something you can pursue?
So I think Mr. Parker set out a number of device compatibility issues in his submission, and we're not aware, I think, of those issues that he did set out, and so I think we have focused on some of them, but they've been more to do with a different issue. And I don't really have, I'm not in a position to have all the technical information, so I don't think I could really provide an answer on whether there's a standards issue there from our perspective. We're not the technical regulator.
Yeah, has he piqued your interest? Because he's basically saying instead of turning everything upside down, and we've heard many people not aware that they've got 3G devices embedded throughout their businesses, they're not aware of it. Instead of pushing the solution as being one of shutting down 3G and causing a mess, he's saying, why don't we actually just focus on the real solution, which is being worked on overseas, and that is to standardise so that there's no problem. Is that something you would explore?
We can certainly have a look at some more detail in his submission, and if it raised issues, we'd certainly be very happy to have a look at that, Senator.
Would that include a call to Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I'd be very happy to talk to Mr. Parker.
Okay. So he's basically saying the industry has failed to address root causes, which are serious 4G compatibility issues, and we don't need to go to this trouble and impose all these costs for the benefit of the telcos, benefit of the handset manufacturers and the associated industry.
I think the challenge we have, Senator, is that we have that lens of the Competition and Consumer Act and the ACL that we'd need to have regard to.
I accept that. Do you work with the other departments, like the department, in this case, the Department of Communications?
We do.
You do? What's the working... I don't mean the quality of the working relationship, but how can you describe that relationship and the work together?
So we engage at a range of levels. Sometimes for an issue like this, we'll have more frequent discussions, but we have, I think, semi-regular, probably at least fortnightly communications with the department. We also work with the ACMA, who were here earlier, and have cross-appointment relationships with our commissioners. And so we have a member of the ACMA sits on our communications committee, for example, as an associate commissioner. So we have good lines of communication with those groups and sort of clear understanding of who fits where.
When were you first, or when was ACCC first became aware of this issue?
I think, so we were aware of issues to do with the handsets, but it wasn't particularly on our radar. When we became first aware of the issue to do with that category of handsets that do have voice over LTE enabled but are unable to use that to make calls to 000, that was early March this year.
Okay. James Parker says that he was aware of the Volte compatibility issues with devices for 4 to 5 years and included, I think he said in his submission, he became aware when it was introduced because he thought this is going to cause a problem one day. 4G relies upon 3G network. So he forecast the problem and he claims that he made attempts to bring attention to the issue, and these attempts were ignored for several years. And he got a last-minute call from the Minister to investigate around emergency calling, and that confirms the inability to monitor the switch-off. So what he's saying is the government departments have failed to monitor the switch-off. Who notified you of the problem?
I think we received a briefing from the mobile network operators, but about the same time the department also advised us.
March,
yes.
This year?
Early March, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Damerman?
I just have one question, just going back to the discussion about the coverage and the different measurement methodologies. Does this proposed switch from 3G, or shutdown, sorry, does that create any additional concerns or unintended consequences, or possibly described as opportunities for the telcos to exploit the situation for commercial benefit? Or is it just equally murky no matter what system you're under?
I think it's probably equally murky no matter what system you're under, but it certainly has, I think, highlighted the issues that on the ground consumers and small businesses are facing in working out what the coverage is.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Rack.
Thanks, Chair. Hi guys, how you going? Look, my question, I guess, is when you said your role is basically in regards to misleading conduct, in regards to not misleading conduct, misleading regarding communications. If you sign a contract with the telco for, say, 2 years and you're assuming you're going to get X level of services and then 3G is pulled, is that considered misleading communication, misleading deceptive behaviour?
You would need to look at the full contract. I think, Senator, is the short answer, and there are unfair contract term provisions and things like that as well, generally in telco contracts and others. But yeah, it would depend on all the facts, but it would raise concerns. And one of the things we've spoken about with particularly the retail groups in terms of selling 3G handsets and things now is that sometimes silence can be misleading, and so selling a 3G only handset and not mentioning that, by the way, that's closing in a couple of months, there could be concerns there.
Yeah, because I'd imagine you get a fair bit of that in this day and age with upgrades, not just with telecommunications, but software, Microsoft and things like that, whereby they're constantly upgrading, and then before you know it, what you've sort of acquired, 3 or 4 years ago is now out of date, and you've got to buy the upgrade, or otherwise, everything goes.
Yes, and there's questions around what's a reasonable period of time before that needs to happen and things as well, all of which gets considered when we're looking at the case.
Yeah, because, slightly, I should disclose conflict of interest here, personal issue, but I use Telstra and I have an email app on my phone, and for some particular reason now I can't send out emails from this particular app, and I went to see Telstra and they go, we no longer support that anymore, and they say you've got to use either your Gmail or Google online app. And I was really annoyed by that, because it's another example here of how they just withdraw services despite the fact you're paying them. And so do you have any authority to clamp down on that? Or can you just report it back to the government?
I think, again, that would come, we would look at it from an ACL perspective, but I don't think we've got any regulatory tools that we could use in that particular situation.
Do you have any regulatory tools in any situation, or all you can do is raise it to a higher authority?
Yeah, we do have regulatory tools, but they relate to our economic regulation function.
What is that? Sorry to interrupt you there. What does that mean?
That means that we actually regulate a number of wholesale telecommunication services that might have, monopoly characteristics that are then available for other companies to purchase and sell on to consumers. So things like we regulate the national broadband network, for example, a number of fixed line services.
What about retail? Because you don't regulate retail at all?
Wholesale only, yeah.
So who regulates retail?
In a specific... I think I heard the ACMA colleague before say it was a complex regulatory situation, and it is a complex regulatory situation. It would depend very much on the service. So, for example, there's few retail regulations around mobile services, for example.
There's few?
Yeah, it's in terms of not being covered. We look after the Australian consumer law. There may be other regulations that apply in terms of standards and things like that.
Wouldn't the Australian consumer law cover retail?
Yes. But only that kind of the practices, selling practices, and things like that.
Okay, yeah, because it does beg the question, because we've got the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman on after lunch. You're here now, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, and then we just had before you the Australian Communications and Media Authority. So there's sort of like three government organisations or government-related organisations. So it does kind of beg the question, who's in charge of what, doesn't it, to a degree?
Yeah, so our legislation is economy-wide, and so it applies to telecommunications providers, but it's not necessarily specific around performance or things like that by telecommunications providers. Does that?
Yeah, it does, because you're Competition and Consumer Commission rather than telecommunications. But yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, we've got a telecommunications industry ombudsman on next, so hopefully they will cover what you don't. Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
I'm sure if someone did something wrong, they'd find out pretty quick, but anyway, I would hope so. Well, thank you very much, Ms Proudfoot. Ms Morris, we'll wish you well on your travels. Drive safely. We will now suspend for 60 minutes, and we shall be back at, I'm just trying to look at the clock, is that 10 to 2 we will be back? 10 to 2? Yeah, let's make it 10 to 2. Okay, thank you very much. Broadcasting. All good to go. Okay, I now welcome Cynthia Gibbett from the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, appearing via video conference, and I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Yes, thank you.
Great. So for the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you. Cynthia Gibbett, Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman.
Thank you very much. Ms Gibbett, would you like to make an opening statement before we go to questions?
Thank you. I would. I'd appreciate that.
Great.
Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land I'm on, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to elders past and present. Thank you, members of the committee, for asking me to appear today. I am very grateful to be able to contribute to your important work. Telecommunication services are essential services. As I'm sure you're more than well aware, these services enable connectivity and connection and, importantly, communication in a number of critical ways in the event of natural disasters, for the purposes of social inclusion and connection, in situations of acute and general health needs, to help us leverage the possibilities afforded by remote work and education, and, importantly, to enable technological advancement. We all know how important it is to be connected, and particularly what's at stake in emergencies when we're not. The TIO takes complaints from individuals, small businesses and not-for-profits when they have issues with their telecommunications services. We operate as an alternative to the courts, and we work to resolve disputes between consumers and their telcos. In doing so, we pursue fair and reasonable outcomes for most complaints that we receive. However, it's important to note that our current mandate does limit the types of complaints we can take about the 3G shutdown. To provide a bit more detail, we can take complaints about customers who've been misled by their telco in relation to the shutdown, who've received unclear information from their telecommunications provider about the 3G shutdown, or are experiencing affordability issues replacing their device. However, we cannot accept complaints from consumers who want to stop or otherwise delay the shutdown of the 3G network, nor as an Ombudsman scheme are we empowered to require telcos to stop or delay the shutdown. So at the time of our submission to the committee's inquiry, we had received 283 contacts from consumers raising concerns in relation to the 3G shutdown, and that was for the period 1 July 2023 through to 30 April 2024. Since then, we've had another 139 contacts from consumers, so a total of 422 contacts from consumers concerned about the 3G shutdown in the period 1 July 2023 to 30 June 2024. When we look at the nature of these concerns, they're varied, but many of the concerns ultimately related to a fear of being left without coverage when the network shut down, poor communication from the telcos in relation to the shutdown, and concerns that an existing device will not work when 3G is shut down. In seeking to understand the nature of the challenges being faced by consumers, it's important, though, to note that many of the issues that were raised with us were outside our jurisdiction. In addressing a specific area of interest for the committee, I'd like to turn my attention to emergency preparedness. To date, we haven't fielded any complaints from consumers who were unable to access emergency services or 000 as a result of the 3G shutdown. Having said that, though, we have received 22 complaints from members of our community who are very concerned about not being able to reach 000 in a crisis situation following the 3G shutdown. And importantly, we know that the complaints that come to the TIO really are just the tip of the iceberg. Considering the serious implications associated with not being able to contact emergency services in a crisis, it's reasonable to believe that this issue is causing more distress in the community than is what is presenting to the TIO. As mentioned earlier, we've received concerns from many in our community around the usability of their devices following the shutdown of the 3G network. For example, people are concerned about whether their medical devices will continue to work. They're worried about whether expensive devices they've purchased like phones, tablets and smartphones will function after the shutdown. Will they need to replace these? These concerns also extend to important systems such as home security and wireless internet. We all know that the consequences of unreliable coverage or no coverage at all can be incredibly harmful, and those in our community can be impacted in a multitude of ways. For instance, they may not be able to reach the most may not be able to reach help at the most critical of times, such as in a medical emergency. They may not be able to open their small business or otherwise undertake their studies, may not be able to connect with their family and loved ones, and not be able to pay bills. Importantly, for those in rural and regional communities, these concerns can be amplified and have significant impacts on those most isolated and people in particular who are medically vulnerable. At the TIO, it's an absolute privilege to be able to support our community and work with the telco sector to drive meaningful improvements across our sector. Beyond the data, the trends, the technology and the infrastructure lies a very human need, though, to be connected to our friends, family and the services we rely on. The modernisation of our networks and services are important, but must be managed with balance and care for the community who need connection most. I welcome the committee's interest in our submission to the 3G shutdown, and I'm pleased to be able to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gabert. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. I've forgotten your name. Gibbet, is it?
Ms. Gabert.
Gabert, sorry. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Okay, now on page 4 of your submission, Ms. Gabert, you say that the TIO can handle 3G shutdown-related complaint issues about, first one, misleading sales practices. The fifth one, unclear information. I don't know if you've read a submission by James Parker.
I haven't, Senator. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just while you're doing, sorry to interrupt you, Senator Roberts. My apologies. The chair has joined us online. Senator Canavan. No, he hasn't. Okay, my apologies. Keep going, but as soon as he does, I'll hand.
Off mute, but I'm happy for you to chair. You're doing it so well, so it's better for someone in the room to do that. I'll just ask questions when I need to.
Thanks, Senator Cameron. Well, that stops me sneaking out halfway through. Senator Roberts, sorry.
And I'll get on to that in a minute. But for now, Mr. Parker yesterday told us also that he believes that it seems that the industry, the telco industry, is sacrificing public interest for commercial interest, more handset sales, more telco sales, more revenue for associated industry, recouping their 5G investment, which hasn't been paying off so far. And what he says is that the industry has failed to address the root cause. They're saying, switch out, shut down 3G, it'll all be finished, that no more problems. The core issue is serious 4G compatibility issues, and these issues can be solved with software, and that'll be the end of the problem. We also know, I don't know if you've listened to other submissions and other testimony today or yesterday?
I haven't, Senator Roberts.
We also know that other countries overseas, France, for example, have deferred their shutdown of 3G until this decade. And 2028, for example, in France. Britain is still continuing with both their 2G and 3G. They're not shutting down. We've learned that only 2 countries have stopped their 3G. That's China and Japan, and they've got much higher population densities than we have. So they don't face the same issues, and maybe America has too. But is there a case for misleading sales practices? Because it seems to me from the evidence that the telcos have been saying 3G is old, there's better technology coming. The problem is just change the technology, sell more handsets, make more telco sales, more revenue for the associated industry, when all that's needed is a software fix and standardisation of software. Is that a miss?
Thank you, Senator. What we're hearing from consumers is they're heavily reliant, which I think goes to the core of what you're concerned about. They're heavily reliant on their telco, their phone and their internet to get clear information. What we've seen through our complaints is that customers are a bit confused. They're not really sure what's going on. Positively, though, we have seen some of the telcos come forward, particularly for those that are the most vulnerable, and offer a number of different solutions that try and help bridge the gap. But there are people who obviously know a lot more about the technical information and be able to respond specifically to the technical nature of your concern, Senator Roberts.
What I'm saying, Ms. Gibbert, is that there's a case here, it seems, to be investigated for misleading sales practices because they're making the excuse of the wrong reason and also unclear information. We know from many witnesses yesterday and today that there are many small businesses who say, well, I've got a 5G phone, it doesn't affect me, when their business is embedded with 3G devices that'll shut down. So there'll be enormous cost, needless cost, because the telcos are covering up the main issue.
That's thank you, Senator. That's not what's coming through to the complaints that we receive, and our role is really to ensure that we understand the nature of the issues coming to us, and that we're able to work with the individual customers who are presenting to us about their concerns.
So you also mentioned that complaints are the tip of the iceberg, and we also know that the awareness is low. So I'm wondering whether that's deliberate, because the telcos are going to make a lot of money out of selling new handsets and potentially new devices. We know that my office went back over the recordings today. Handsets, 3G only, there'll be an extra 40,000 sold that'll be redundant in next month. That's from Telstra alone, 224 from TPG. 4G non-VoLTE, 186,000, plus another 8,000 from TPG. 4G non-VoLTE emergency, 9,000 affected, as Telstra said, 25,000 Optus, and 16,000. These are the words or the numbers that the telcos actually gave earlier this morning. 4G sub 700 megabyte, 13,000 from Telstra. Unsure and trying to assess, that's TPG, 16,500. That's 465,000 headsets. And as we've heard from many witnesses, a lot of people are unaware. Other devices, the Internet of Things, 3G water meters, etc., 399,000. That's Telstra. Smartwatches, 63,000. That's Telstra. Tablets, 45,000, plus 100,000 from so that's 500,000 total from Telstra, 100,000 from Optus, 1,000 from TPG. Total of 608,000 other devices. That's a total of 1 million devices that will be redundant in a month.
Yes, Senator.
So there's nothing you can do about it? You have to go on any complaints?
Beg your pardon, sorry,
You don't have to go. You can only act on complaints?
We can act on the complaints that we receive, Senator. We also have a systemic issue function that would look at whether there's something underpinning the nature of the issues coming to us. But the issues specifically that you've raised are not coming through in the nature that would prompt us to undertake a systemic investigation. And as I said before, we aren't able, as an Ombudsman scheme, to prevent or otherwise stop the shutdown of 3G.
No, I understand you can't stop it because that's cannot handle. You said in your submission the TIO cannot handle 3G shutdown related complaint issues about dissatisfaction with the decision. I get that, but this is a potential catastrophe coming. It's only a month to go.
There is only a month to go. Yes, you're correct.
And a lot of individuals are going to be catastrophically hurt.
And you're correct, Senator, there is a significant impact on people. And one of the things that we've been doing since late last year is providing independent information and advice specifically to those consumers that come to us, but also through our website and connecting our consumer panel in with industry organisations to help ensure more accurate provision of information to those that are impacted. So
who can we take this up with? Because you've said yourself, there's complaints are the tip of the iceberg. We've got massive number, over 1 million devices, 1,072,000 devices soon to be cut off. We've got low awareness. You said that as yourself, but you only deal with complaints. So how do we head this train wreck off?
I think it's a responsibility on the industry as well as anyone around it like us to ensure there is the provision of accurate information to help people both understand their rights, but also the steps that need to be taken in being able to manage themselves through the shutdown of 3G.
So can you contact James Parker, or at least read his submission?
I can contact James Parker. I can do that, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Damerman.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. In your opening statement, you outlined the total 422 complaints over the last financial year. Are you able to identify whether towards the end of the financial year, so say for the month of June, the last month of those numbers, that there was a trend of complaints going down. And the reason I ask that is because we heard from the telcos this morning and they talked about a very extensive process that they've been undertaking with their customers to educate and inform. So if that was effective, I would expect that you would see perhaps a drop in that number. So just interested to know if your data shows anything like that.
Thank you, Senator. I might have to take that on notice and provide the specifics around the data. Off the top of my head, I can't recall the specifics of June. What I can point out, though, is we have actually seen a bit of a different type of complaint coming through towards the end of financial year. And surprisingly, we started to receive complaints from consumers who are getting frustrated with the amount of information being pushed at them, some of those automated messages when they are trying to make an outbound call and they have an automated message, which is obviously a consequence of the efforts being made by the telco industry to bring the issue to people's attention. But, Senator, I'll take that on notice and we'll be in contact.
Thank you. That information is interesting that you just talked about in terms of the complaints about being harassed, I guess. That's my word, not yours. Just my final question. You talked about, so the role of the TIO is to not just identify the complaints but help the complainants try and work through resolving the issue. So do you have any comments about particularly the kind of vulnerable customers and hardship measures that the telcos have reported that they have put in place, and whether or not people who are making complaints have had difficulties in accessing the special measures that the providers are saying they are putting in place?
Pardon me. Thank you, Senator. We haven't had, to my recollection, specific concerns about individual providers being blocking or otherwise causing difficulty. I think the challenge for us is we're always looking for what's fair and reasonable in a particular customer's circumstances. So for some customers, that will be the provision of information, helping them understand their rights and responsibilities, but also sometimes as simple as connecting them with the right people in the telco to get their complaint resolved. We are pleased that Optus and Telstra have stepped forward with those free handsets for those that are particularly vulnerable. It is a relatively late initiative, but we are pleased to see that they are taking the steps that are going to help mitigate some of the impact on those that are most vulnerable, because as we were talking about before, it is an essential service and it's so important that people are able to maintain that connection given the changes.
Thank you.
Just further on that, Ms Scobert, you said that you are happy that the telcos have stepped up, but then you said it's something along the lines it's a bit late or too late. What did you mean by that? It hasn't shut off yet, so I've missed something.
Ultimately, what we would have liked to have seen is maybe a little bit earlier. The telcos coming forward to reduce the complaints that we received about confusion and concern and being exposed to affordability challenges with the changeover. They have stepped up now, and I think that's a great outcome. Maybe a couple of months earlier, it might have taken some of the heat out of some of those concerns and I suppose some of the concerns around whether the people will be negatively impacted. Thank you, Senator.
So not putting words in your mouth, but you would have liked it quicker.
I always like things done quickly, Senator, because it's caused confusion and frustration for customers. Ultimately, our role is to resolve individual complaints, but also drive industry improvement. And this has presented an opportunity to think around what could be done in future to act in a way that best supports the community to maintain connection to their essential services.
Yep. Okay, that cleared that up for me. Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Yeah, hi guys. How you going? So how many complaints has the telecommunications industry ombudsman received from consumers about the upgrade?
In the reporting period that I mentioned before, Senator Rennick, it's 422 contacts. Not all of them will have proceeded through to be classified as a complaint because of the nature of some of the issues the consumers were raising with us. And that's what I was touching on before around our jurisdiction, what we can actually take on as a complaint as opposed to where we can provide independent advice and information, because it's outside our jurisdiction, but we want to continue to be able to assist the consumers.
Okay, so once you receive those complaints, do you then take those issues to the industry or to the government?
So the first step in our process, Senator, is if a customer's already raised their concern with their telco, is we will put them back in contact with the specialised complaints handling team. That, as a general rule, resolves most complaints, but we have still seen some come back to us where they haven't been able to be resolved through that process, and that's what we get where we get more involved in detailed investigation and conciliation to come forward with those fair and reasonable outcomes. So that process is very much around individual complaint and getting that resolved between the telco and the consumer, as opposed to sending that information through to government.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator.
Great. Now, Senator Roberts, then I'm going to go to the chair. So, Senator Roberts.
One final question, Ms. Gibbert. I've been told that telcos are telling customers that their device won't work after the 3G is shut down, yet the device actually will work. Have you received any complaints of this?
Senator Roberts, I might need to take that specific detail on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Can I just go to your submission, and you do mention that some of the complaints relate to upselling unnecessary devices or services. That's on page 6 of your submission. Could you just expand a little bit on that? What are the nature of those complaints?
Thank you, Senator. We have seen some customers coming to us who have approached their telco in order to work out what device they need and have been encouraged to purchase additional devices that may not have just been a direct replacement.
Right, okay. Does this just mean a more expensive phone per se, rather than necessarily other?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Yes, and so it can mean a more expensive plan than maybe what they were on before, but we've also seen instances where there have been additional products put forward by the provider and sold as a broader package.
Okay, thanks. Taking these complaints, can you tell us what's happened with them, so to speak? And I'm just a little unfamiliar with what you can do, but have you escalated those types of complaints to some degree? And if so, what has been the resolution?
I'm not familiar with the specific resolution of the complaints, but as a general rule, what we would look to do is actually work with the provider to remedy the impact on the customer, so what a fair and reasonable outcome would look like. So we'd look at what the laws and codes required, as well as what good industry practice and the fair and reasonable thing to do in the circumstances would be. So that may involve compensation to the consumer. It may be, in a general sense, taking the product back and making an appropriate remedy that reflects a customer getting what they went in for as opposed to what they may have been sold. But that's just in a general sense, Senator, rather than the specifics of the complaint, but that should give you a sense of the type of remedies that we'd be looking to negotiate through that process.
Have you found any evidence that Telstra or Optus staff have been encouraged, I should say not just staff, but anyone contracting to them for presumably the phone helpline and in all stores, have they been encouraged or asked to upsell in these circumstances when someone might come in about a 3G issue?
Senator, I'm not aware that there's been any evidence of that through our complaint handling.
Okay, thanks. Just turning to the sort of devices issue, and I think you mentioned medical devices. I just want to clarify, you can cover complaints in this space, so not including phone handsets, just other devices that might need 3G capability?
We can only cover devices that might need 3G capability where they're sold by a telco. So water meters, for example, and medical devices wouldn't be something that we're able to assist with, specifically on the device part.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. You do. I think you mentioned them in your submission from memory, though. So have you received complaints about those, and it's just a matter of you not being able to progress them?
Yeah, we have, you're right, we have received complaints about it, and what we would do in those instances is we would be putting the customer back in contact with their telco to understand what the impact of the 3G shutdown would be on their device, rather than actually taking a complaint that would enable us to reach a resolution that would ensure the medical device or the water meter was able to work.
Okay, could they be referred to the ACCC or some other body? I mean, is there a gap here, or is there some other body that can take up any kind of consumer protection issues associated with those devices?
In those types of complaints, Senator, what we will generally do is encourage the customer to talk directly with the provider of their medical device or the manufacturer or retailer of their water meter, for example, to test what will work and what won't work, bearing in mind the changes to the network.
Okay. I suppose I'm thinking of maybe we can take it up to the department, but I'm thinking of a situation where, say, someone sold a medical device in the last few years, and the provider, of course, should probably know that this is happening, that the 3G network will be shut off, but may not have completely informed the customer about that. Who would handle that sort of complaint? If you've got a sort of complaint like that and potentially misleading and deceptive conduct, could you refer that to some other regulator in the Commonwealth space?
There's, I suppose, a number of different options for that, Senator. We could refer them to the ACCC or alternatively to the state-based consumer affairs organisation, and obviously that varies depending on which state you're in, what that mechanism would look like, to the extent that it was being missold by a retailer of a medical device or a water meter or something like that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. If there are no further questions, then I thank you, Ms Gabert, for your time and wish you well, safe travels. And I'll now call our next witnesses, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. By video, okay, and they are. Miss West. Righto, thank you. Okay. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, appearing both in person and via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state or territory shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today.
Good morning, Senators. James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary, Communications and Media Group, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, which will probably be referred to as Department of Infrastructure after this point.
I think it's easier. You're right. Yep.
Hello, I'm Lisa Lawrence. I'm First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division, Infrastructure Department.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Shannon Sparrowboom. I'm Assistant Secretary, Competition and Spectrum Branch, working under Lisa in the department.
Thank you.
Hello, Senators. I'm Kathleen Soleri. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Consumer Safeguards Branch within the department.
Thank you.
And Jason Ashurst, Assistant Secretary, Digital Inclusion and Deployment Branch.
Thank you very much. And via video conference, we have a couple of witnesses.
I'm Dot West, Co-Chair of the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group.
Fantastic.
And I'm Dr. Linda Norman Parker, Co-Chair of the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group.
Tremendous, thank you. Well, I'll put the question to you, Mr Chisholm, if you or any of your team wish to make an opening statement.
We do, Senator. If that's okay, we'll make a short opening statement.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you. So the department would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Transitioning networks is an important part of the evolution of communications technology. While the proposed 3G switch-off has been driven by commercial decisions of the mobile network operators, which we'll refer to as MNOs from this point, the Australian government has been monitoring the planned transition for some years now and has regular reporting requirements in place with the MNOs. Through regular reporting from industry, in the second half of 2023, the department became aware the mobile network operators were looking into a subset of devices that had 4G VoLTE capability but would not be able to call 000 once the 3G networks were switched off. When the scale and scope of this issue became clear, the Minister acted quickly to request industry establish a working group to increase industry cooperation, to identify and engage impacted customers and improve public awareness and information on the issue. The department has been heavily involved in the operations of the working group. The Minister has also written to the MNOs on multiple occasions, highlighting the importance of this issue and seeking urgent action. The working group has met at least weekly and worked collectively to better identify affected devices and contact customers. This work has seen estimated numbers of affected devices reduce. Through the working group, the industry has strengthened its communication efforts, including by developing a joint website and easy-to-use tools for Australians to check if their device is impacted. All mobile network operators now have an SMS tool. I would encourage every Australian to text the number 3 to 3498 to check whether their handset may be affected. It takes a few seconds and the tool has proven extremely effective in reaching consumers. For its part, the department is focused on making sure vulnerable people and critical sectors of the economy are prepared. For instance, the National Coordination Mechanism was convened by the department to raise awareness among relevant representatives from federal, state and territory governments, charities, non-government organisations and industry. The department has met with the personal medical alarm industry, peak body, PERSAL, and providers such as SmartLink, Turnstile Healthcare and Care Alert. The department has reached out to stakeholders in agriculture, trucking and logistics, aviation, shipping, banking and corrective services sectors. We have also met with First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group on issues affecting remote communities, and we are very fortunate today, as you are aware, Senators, to have Ms Dot West, OAM, and Associate Professor Lyndon Orman Parker with us today, the co-chairs of the advisory group. While progress is being made by the MNOs to identify affected mobile handsets and contact consumers, the department continues to focus on and work with industry to address various concerns, including the continued presence of affected devices in the market, particularly known and unknown 4G VoLTE capable devices that rely on 3G for 000. The continued presence of affected devices in the market, particularly the presence of known and unknown 4G VoLTE capable devices that rely on 3G, the high number of Internet of Things devices being used that have not been upgraded, which are difficult to identify but include medical alert devices, the management of customers who have not upgraded in time for the switch-offs, and the remaining universal service obligation customers who continue to rely on 3G for standard telephone services. The Minister has the option to consider regulatory intervention, if warranted, in the public interest, including to protect public safety. The department will continue to monitor industry progress ahead of the switch-offs, undertake its own engagement activities, including with critical sectors, and will provide advice to the Minister in due course. In closing, I would note that many of the issues the department has identified through the 3G closure process are consistent with the issues raised in submissions to this inquiry. The Optus outage review, otherwise known as the Bean Review, also examined many of these issues. The government agreed, to the Bean Review's recommendations, in particular that the ACMA and department review all legislation and regulation relating to 000. Work is well underway to implement many of the recommendations flowing from that review. Specifically, the Minister has asked ACMA to conduct a thorough review of the emergency call service determination to ensure it remains fit for purpose in the current and emerging communications environment. Thank you, and we look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Mr Chisholm, thank you very much, because my office was beavering away late last night with a heap of questions that you've touched on. I'm going to still repeat them. And I don't know if you've heard evidence earlier on, I'm sure you would have, where if you were a layman or lay person walking into this, you would get the impression that no one's spoken to anyone from some of the evidence today from some of the witnesses, and which I did find a little bit strange. But just let me go through these questions, because if I don't go in the order, the staff are going to get at me because they worked hard to put it together. But can you just walk us through the timeline of when the department first started working with the telcos on the 3G shutdown through to where we are now?
Yeah, so Senator, I'll give a broad outline and then we'll be able to go into further detail depending on where your interests are. The switch-off issue has been known, the switch from 3G has been known for a number of years. The first formal request for information from government goes back to April of 2021, when the previous government asked for information from, at that time, Telstra about the 3G switch and the coverage provided by 4G. So that was focused more on service equivalence at the time. And Telstra provided, from that point on, quarterly reporting to government about that issue. So the focus for some time was more about service equivalence. And Minister Rowland, under the current government, similarly requested quarterly reports from Optus in addition to Telstra on the switch off, and that first commenced in May of 2023. And we received our first report from Optus in July of that year. So we had formal reporting in place from Telstra and Optus. And then from July of 2023, Optus indicated it was undertaking further analysis of the number of impacted devices capable of transitioning, but which might have issues in relation to emergency calling. And between May and October of 2023, we started to get more information from industry about the potential impact of those numbers. And in late 2023, that information became a bit more specific. We did receive advice from industry in late 2023 that a small proportion of devices would be impacted by the transition.
This is handpieces, or is it all sorts of things?
It was focused at the time on handpieces. Yeah, right. Yeah. Between then and early 2024, the department undertook some of its own analysis and requested industry provide detailed updates on numbers of impacted devices. And in February of this year, we started to get much more detailed numbers of impacted devices from Optus and from Telstra. And from that point on, we started to get, as I say, much more comprehensive numbers. So the question of the number of impacted devices really became much more of a focus for the department late last year and early this year. And that's been our focus going forward. But particularly this question of 000 and the impact on emergency calling. And now, as you know, Senator, the focus on other devices like personal medical devices and Internet of Things devices, that sort of thing.
Good, okay. Yeah. Can you advise the committee if there are any adverse consequences if the proposed shutdown is delayed or postponed indefinitely?
Senator, I think I would just start with we are focused very much on ensuring that the transition occurs when we can be confident that those issues that we have talked about have been adequately addressed. So our focus is kind of less on the consequences of the transition not going from 3G to 4G, but about making sure that the concerns about impacted on vulnerable communities are adequately addressed before that happens. But in terms of the technological impact of there not being a transition to 4G in a timely manner, I might just check with my colleagues to outline that.
Hello, Lisa Lawrence. As Mr Chisholm said, the focus has been very much on making sure that every defensible effort is made to contact affected consumers and to identify devices. And just expanding on Mr Chisholm's answer, in February this year, it became apparent that people might have a device that you think will work, but when you go to call 000 following the shutdown, it may not. The SMS tool is probably the easiest way for people to know that their device will be able to work post-shutdown. All MNOs have now put that tool in place.
All what, sorry?
Mobile network operators,
okay.
so Telstra, Optus, TPG and the associated networks. And we receive, we brought that issue to the attention of the Minister in February. Early March. We became aware in late February, took it to the Minister in early March, and on the 14th of March, the Minister wrote to the mobile network operators asking that a working group be established. Through that group, we receive fortnightly reporting, and through that, we've seen increases in efforts, as I said, to identify devices, to contact consumers, and we've seen those numbers come down dramatically. So we will continue to monitor that closely.
Yeah, good. And I assume you would too. But could you just tell us who made up the working group, or who makes up the working group? Who's on it?
AMTA, the Australian Mobile Telecommunications Association, the 3 mobile network operators, and the department sits on that working group as an observer, and we participate when it's useful.
Okay, well, I'll circle back later. I have a question around that, further around that.
I was conscious that you had in your question there as well a point about the evolution of the technology and why that might be important. And this is a similar transition to what we saw with the switch from CDMA to 2G.
Yep. Okay.
So the evolution of that technology.
Groundhog Day, I think someone said earlier.
Yeah. So one of the advantages is that will free up frequency, which is important in the context of telecommunications, and it means that as technology advances and consumers expect more services on their phones, for example, there's a greater use of video technology and streaming on devices. We're starting to see that services like 3G are not going to withstand that demand. So 4G, which was used largely for sort of web, in internet surfing and that sort of thing, is now going to be switched to also have voice-capable services. And 3G will become less significant in that context. So it is similar to the evolution that we saw, as I say, from CDMA to 2G. We are now seeing that transition from 3G to 4G, 5G, and that's a transition that's occurred in other markets. As Ms Lorance said, our focus at this time, however, is more focused on making sure those consumers and emergency services are appropriately addressed.
Okay, now I'll just jump down. I've got a couple more and I'm going to come back to another. But the committee heard a range of alarming evidence yesterday and this morning, suggesting that people will be left without the medical devices. I know you've touched on it. And that lifts at airports won't work. And then we heard stories of the trucking industry will lose track of their drivers and their assets, agriculture with the challenges around water and gates opening, security and vending machines were mentioned today. Can you just tell us what have you done or what has been done to address those concerns for all those people out there that from our point of view this morning, the sky was collapsing about 2 hours ago?
Yeah, so Senator, that has been a huge part of our focus over the last year, I think I'd say. Stepping through all of those sectors and industries and the engagement we've had with them. And a big part of that has been ensuring that the industries and the consumers represented in various groups are connected with telecommunications companies and the information associated with the transition is being shared with them, amplifying the message associated with the transition. So, for example, the National Coordination Mechanism that we convened a couple of weeks ago, that involved representatives of all those industries on the call, working closely with state governments, with local government to ensure... You
mentioned this, sorry to interrupt, in your opening statement. Yeah. These are the same, like you said, ag, transport, shipping, and you'd be able to provide us a list of who those stakeholders are?
Absolutely.
Great.
So what I might do, because we have done so much work with those sectors, I'll just ask Ms Sparrowboom to speak through some of the issues that have been raised and how we're tackling that.
Look, I'd like to do that, but I'd also like to know who the stakeholders are, because I'm one of those ones who hate taking on notice. Come back, you've got enough work to do. Let's use the opportunity and the time we got here. Put it out on the record, then we can leave you alone till estimates.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Some of the stakeholders that we've met with Connected Farms, who talked us through some of their concerns around Connected Farms.
Is that
that's
ag group?
Ag group that I guess is very involved in technologies on farms.
And they have extensive membership
through
the ag industry. I'm sorry, I just haven't heard of them.
Yeah. So they raised issues similar to some of the things that the committee has heard around coverage. They indicated that that Telstra had been out and very visible in relation to farms, but that farmers were looking to upgrade a lot of their technologies, particularly Internet of Things technologies, to 4Gs.
So sorry, Ms. Fairbairn, just so while we're going, otherwise I'll get sidetracked. So I understand coverage, but what about issues such as opening gates and checking dam water levels? Was that all covered as well?
Connected Farms covered some of the technology that is used on farms. It wasn't an exhaustive list of issues. But we do know that the agricultural industry is working through upgrading their devices used on farms. We've met with the Australian Trucking Association and the Road Freight New South Wales. We understand that there's some safety technology used in trucks that is being upgraded or has been upgraded. I'm
very pleased to hear that, because between ATA and Road Freight New South Wales, whose conference I'm at tomorrow, they speak for their members in the trucking industry. When I hear the Chamber of Commerce saying no one knows in the trucking industry, because they don't represent the trucking industry, they have a few trucking companies who are members of theirs. So that quells the scare campaign that was thrown at us 2.5 hours ago. So I'm really happy. Keep going, please.
We've met a lot with medical alarms. Stakeholders, the personal medical alarm industry, Peak Body Purcell, and providers SmartLink, Tunstall Healthcare and Care Alert. It's become quite clear to us from those discussions that the monitored medical alarm industry is very much aware and very active in upgrading customers' devices, and they're quite well advanced in that. They are dealing with a cohort that can be sometimes difficult to reach out to, sometimes elderly or people with a disability, but they're making progress. What became clear through those discussions is it's unmonitored alarms which are proving the more challenging, because there isn't that relationship between, with a monitored medical alarm, there's the monitoring business in the middle with that close relationship to the customer. With the unmonitored medical alarms, there isn't that relationship, so it is harder to reach people that have an unmonitored medical alarm.
Okay. Now, in terms of vending machines, that was raised today. Have we had any conversation around that with the relevant industry?
No, we haven't. We have been focusing on areas where there is a potential public safety element or
I'm sorry
risk.
to cut you off. That could be a public safety thing at Senate Estimates on the second floor when the media can't get to the chockies at 10 o'clock at night. That's my sixth sense of humour.
We're going to add that to the list now, Senator.
Yeah.
But a related A related issue is FPOS machines, so that's been something that we've focused on as well, so you might touch on that.
So you are all over it.
Yeah.
We are trying to reach out to, as much as possible, areas where there are critical sectors to the economy, infrastructure, for example, but also potential public safety issues.
Good. And this came from the surveyors who presented to us yesterday in Cooma, but I've been told that the surveyors were aware of this back in October, but they mentioned something about a CEO get-together. I don't know if you heard the evidence yesterday morning, where, and I've since found out it was raised at this meeting from, I believe, the Australian Aviation Group, that backup systems for lifts in airports wouldn't work. Are you all over that one as well?
We have only recently reached out to, lost the name, the Australian Elevator Industries, just to make sure that they're aware. We haven't heard back from them yet because it's fairly recent outreach from us, but we are trying to touch and reach out to those industries to understand progress and awareness of the 3G shutdown and what the implications are.
See, it alarms me a little bit because people quite rightfully come to Senate inquiries and go, and a lot of the time it's a little bit of a upbeat, but some of the times it's fair dinkum. So when did you reach out to the elevator mob?
Just this week.
I can't believe we're having this conversation, but anyway, sorry.
Just this week with the elevator group, so that's fairly recent.
So there's new info coming to light that we haven't seen so far, or we haven't been aware of, is it? I'm not having a crack at this.
I think it's fair to say that we are learning new things.
Sure.
As we reach out to different stakeholders.
And if I can add to Ms Barraboom's...
you do speak very softly between both of you.
Okay.
I'm leaning into this because I can't hear.
I don't usually get told I'm too quiet, so I'll take that. So we have been working with our colleagues across the Commonwealth to reach out to different groups to make sure there's broad awareness. As Ms Barraboom said, we do get new information that comes to light about the kinds of devices that may use 3G. Ms West and Mr Ormond Parker may wish to talk about the impact.
I'll have some questions in terms of Indigenous communities too.
Including FPOS in remote Indigenous communities. We have also been closely monitoring the work of this committee, and if there are any informational groups that would benefit from further contact from us, then we will certainly be following up. I don't think there are groupings so far that we haven't had any awareness or coverage of, but we've certainly been putting a lot of effort together with industry to maximise the coverage and awareness of this issue, and this committee has also been very useful in that regard.
Well, we haven't got long to go before it's shut down. That's why time is of the essence, and I know you know that. And I know in your opening statement, Mr Chisholm, you did touch on this too, in terms of devices. And when we think devices, look, I could be off mark here. I think of this, or my iPad. When they talk, there was evidence earlier on that people are saying, we don't know much about it, we're not worried about it because we've got 4G already, but there could be other technology on the farm or something else that's 3G. You all over that too? Have you got that covered?
Yeah,
great. Yep.
That's a really significant part of our work right now, particularly because the relationship between the mobile network operators and some of those device owners or consumers is less clear. It's more difficult for them to identify some of those people. So we've focused on amplifying communications with industry associations, consumer organisations, as I say, state, local government, to sort of make sure that as many of those people are notified as possible and to help inform our advice to the Minister.
Good. Okay, look, a couple of quick ones just for me now. Now, I want you to take me through the mobile phone black spot program because we had some conflicting positions yesterday. I had contacted the Minister's office. I know exactly where it is, but we need to just clarify it. Okay, how much funding has been allocated to the current round?
Yes, Senator. So The mobile black spot program. So this is a program that invests in a range of telecommunications infrastructure upgrades to support coverage and competition across the country. It's supported by co-contributions from state governments and local governments, and also the mobile operators. And rounds 1 to 7 of the program have resulted in a total investment of more than $1 billion to deliver up to 1,400 new mobile base stations. And then round 7, which has been the latest round, was the outcomes of that round were announced by the Minister in December last year.
So that's closed?
Yes, and the outcomes of the combined grant opportunity for both the mobile black spot program and the regional connectivity program, round 3 of that was $170.2 million awarded for a total of 136 mobile and broadband solutions. So this is all part of the government's broader $1.1 billion better connectivity plan for regional and rural Australia. Mm-hmm. Round 8 is expected to happen later this year. The Minister has recently stated that there will be a round 8, and it's expected to open, as I say, later this year, but no figure has been yet announced in relation to that. But it's very much alive and ongoing program support.
Good. And with the closing date of this year?
It's expected to be opened this year, but whether it closes this year, I would have to double check, Senator. I would need to come. The folk who work on that program aren't with us today, so I would need to double check that.
Tremendous. I might put in a couple of applications for 1,000 truck bays that need it anyway. All right. Now, my last one, and well, not last, but second last. So will there be future rounds after round 8 into the forward estimates?
We expect there will be future rounds after round 8. Yes, okay. There was some confusion recently in relation to that point. There was some incorrect reporting about that program, and that was due to the ending of a specific appropriation line in the budget papers in relation to the mobile black spot program. It's always been that way, but as we've made very clear, there is no intention to discontinue that program. And in fact, as the Minister has confirmed, there will be a round 8 later this year.
Yeah, that's good. And my last one, we heard evidence from the Mayor of the Snowy Monaro Regional Council, Councillor Hannah, and unfortunately he thought that it had been discontinued. So would the department be able to reach out to the local mayors and just advise them that couldn't be further from the truth? We've cleared that up. Happy days, they can still put in an application.
Absolutely.
And how to go about it. Look, that's fantastic. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll just start where I started this morning, if I can. Is there a country in the world that has switched off its 2G and 3G?
Just bear with us for one moment, Senator. We're just making sure we give you the accurate information.
We have been, Senator, talking with counterparts in other jurisdictions about their experience with this transition. So I might just check with my colleagues on some of those details.
Yeah, so we have, to answer your question about countries that have shut down both, we're aware that the USA has completed a shutdown of both 2G and 3G. I would note, though, that there's one small provider in the US who has kept some of the 2G network open. Singapore closed its 2G networks in 2017 and scheduled to close its 3G network on 31 July 2024. We have reached out to the United States and Japan to understand what they've learnt from their 3G shutdowns, and noting that Japan is, some of their providers have still got their 3G network shut down, but KDDI, one of their providers, has closed its 3G network, and they closed it on the March 2022. I'd say that there's some common learnings coming or issues that are coming out from those shutdowns. A lot of the issues that we're working through in Australia are consistent with that. Importantly, education campaigns and awareness raising is very much an important part of 3G shutdowns. In the United States, providers with customers who had not transitioned were offered free devices to customers, and programs were available to support vulnerable consumers make that transition. The focus was very much on industry-led communication across Japan and the United States, and building that consumer awareness about the implications of the shutdown are some of the common threads that we're seeing from those discussions.
Okay, so which provider has in the US has still got 2G?
I'm not sure I'll be able to pronounce the name correctly. Viaros.
Right, okay. And has it got coverage around the whole country?
The information we've got is that it only covers 3.7% of the country.
Is that in terms of its mobile phone coverage, or is that its market share?
I'll have to double check that.
Okay, take that on notice. When you say you've reached out to those other countries, what does that mean? Have you had discussions with regulators or the industry in the US and or other countries?
I might throw to Ms Solari, who has had engagements with the US regulators.
Thank you, Senator. Kathleen Solari, Consumer Safeguards Branch. I recently met with representatives of the Federal Communications Commission in the United States. I was meeting with them about other matters, but also thought I'd talk to them about their 3G closure. It was exactly as Ms Sparabins mentioned, a long lead time of engagement from industry, educating their consumers, information on multiple websites, and then supplemented by the offer of free phones when it got closer to the shutdown, but also some Federal Communications Commission programs which would support people in hardship, which the providers also had. So it's quite similar to the trajectory we are on now, but it was very much led by industry, and it was an understanding that they would have to be informing their consumers of the implications of the closure of the 3G networks.
When did you meet with them?
3 weeks ago.
Okay. My understanding is that T-Mobile in particular announced a number of delays to its shutdown of its 2G service. Originally it was going to be in 2022. Was it only just shut off in April this year? Is that right?
I was only meeting on the 3G service, not the 2G, so I can't give you any information on that.
Well, I mean, I asked it because correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the 2G network's still there. It can provide this sort of switched calling, or whatever the technical term is, rather than LTE. Is that correct? I mean, that's the point of my question, is that in the UK, and at least in the US until recently, they had 2G and 3G services, and all 3G. Yeah. Am I wrong about that? Do you know what I mean? Like, so for these phones, they could, that don't do LTE or VoLTE, if you've got a 2G network available, you can still do emergency calls, still potentially do other calls that can access that network.
We just we're not aware of the specific, Senator, of that that point that you've made there. We just need to follow up and check for ourselves. But thanks for
raising it. Take it on notice. Yeah, I'm just mindful that when I've had a bit of a look overnight at the situation in the US, and there was a lot of concern, a lot of delays, much longer delays than what we've announced so far. Moving on then, just these other devices, I'm getting a little more concerned over the last couple of days. You say you've only reached out to the elevator industry this week. I mean, can you guarantee us that within 5 weeks' time, all elevators in Australia will work?
So, Senator, our focus has certainly been on, as my colleagues outlined, we've been discovering new and evolving, impacted industries over time, and we as I mentioned earlier, fundamentally, the government is very focused on ensuring public safety associated with this transition, and that will very much form part of the advice that we provide back to government before the transition is scheduled to occur.
It's in 5 weeks, though. What aspect of the elevator is at risk, or the operation of the elevator is at risk from potentially a non-availability of a 3G network?
Senator, our understanding is it's the phone in the lift.
So pretty important. So if someone gets stuck, the phone might not work after 5 weeks' time.
Yes,
well, if you bust into the loo, that's a pretty important thing, you know. Let's be honest.
But our understanding is that industry has been doing the outreach as well. Our role is mainly as amplifying the issue, as well as understanding, but wanting to amplify the issue and make sure that industry have taken steps following information they would have received from the mobile network operators.
Right. Has there been any testing of the phones in elevators?
It's probably, I mean, the actual testing of the phones, that might be a question best put to the elevator owners and operators, and certainly relevant to the questions that we've more recently put to the industry to get that information for ourselves. But as I say, Senator, it's certainly an important consideration from our point of view.
We heard yesterday about the difficulties for surveyors in their GPS equipment. Is there a similar issue for tractors that rely on GPS coordinates? Farm tractors I'm talking about, harvesters, combine harvesters, etc. Is there an issue there?
As Ms Barrowburn mentioned, we have been working...
Sorry, I just can't hear.
Sorry, I'll speak louder. It's Lisa Lawrence, Senator. We have been working with peak bodies and colleagues across the Commonwealth to make sure that there is awareness of the 3G shutdown, and through the Connected Farms body. We've also, that is complementing the awareness raising that each of the mobile network operators and the peak body have been doing as well. We are finding that a lot of the organisations do have awareness, and for example, in the medical alarm space, the work that is already underway to support that transition. We and the Minister has written out to mobile network operators, encouraging them to take as broad an approach as they can to communicating with peak bodies and with members of the public to make sure that there is awareness of the shutdown and, as we've heard today, the breadth of the implications of 3G usage.
We, Senator, just to add to what Ms Lawrence was saying, we have been working closely with Connected Farms because they do have broad coverage in terms of the sector, the agriculture and farming sector. And one of the points they've made to us is that Telstra has been quite visible in terms of communication with those communities about potential impacts and getting in front of that. If as through these hearings, both senators and also people who've made submissions have highlighted that there is still work to do there, we're very much keen to hear about that.
I think there is work to do, no doubt about it. I mean, just now taking a more general, I've done some specifics with my time and I could keep going, but I'd have limited time. The general issue for me right now, to sum up the last few days, is how come Telstra announced this in 2019, and I'm not making a partisan point here, right? So I don't want to get dragged into partisan, because it was announced when we were in government, right? 2019. But it didn't seem to become an urgent matter for these devices and or the million-odd handsets were potentially impacted. We didn't seem to realise that until early this year. How come it took almost 5 years to discover these issues?
I think, Senator, so just to sort of provide a little bit of additional colour to the point, so I've been in this role for about 3 months now. I would have to say it has been one of the top 3 issues on my plate. It's getting an extraordinary amount of attention and effort in our group, in our department, and that effort really intensified, particularly from late last year and early this year when we became aware, in conducting our own inquiries, that there were numbers of devices potentially larger than what we had anticipated. Because I think, from what I can tell, looking at it, the focus for some time had been on this question of service equivalence. Like, would communities continue to get the same connectivity associated with the switch? But what became more apparent in this more recent period is that there were larger numbers of devices that wouldn't be able to make 000 calls. So they would continue to work as phones, for example, but not be able to make 000 calls. And this is particularly devices, and here I'm just talking about the handsets. We can talk about the other devices in a sec, but this is particularly handsets that had been purchased on what's sometimes referred to as the grey market, or from other providers overseas, and then this question of other devices, and like some of the ones you've been referring to. So I think it's just been the case that for some time the focus was on ensuring that service equivalence was there, but it wasn't until we were starting to get reports that in fact there were numbers that were higher than had originally been anticipated that this became much more of a focus. And in fact, that would have led, no doubt, to the delay to the switchover associated with Telstra in particular, and continues to be a big focus for us in terms of, as I say, the advice we provide back to government about what to do on this issue, particularly in terms of the emergency services element.
I suppose, you've mentioned a delay. My issue is, given the gravity of some of the devices that we have uncovered, or I at least have learnt about the last few days, that yourselves are only communicating about elevators, for example, this week. A delay of a few months doesn't seem adequate to deal with the enormity of these issues, and I'm not disputing it's a major focus of your department now. It just doesn't seem it has been for the past 5 years. So I wonder if we're not ready. And now I know I can't ask you for an opinion there, but on the factual issues, do you or does the government have the power to extend this date? And I notice in your submission it's very much a commercial matter, it's a matter for them. But presumably this is our spectrum and we own it, it's a public asset. Do we have the power to say, no, you're going to keep this going for another year or some such?
Senator, the options do exist for the Minister to consider regulatory intervention, including the possibility of delays, subject to required consultation and procedural processes. So, yes, that is something that is available.
And we provide the Minister with regular advice based on that reporting. Senator, can I just add that we have been working with industry, and under successive governments there has been reporting requirement from industry to provide advice on what they're doing to manage these shutdowns. When it became apparent that there was an issue, and as I understand from the mobile network operators' advice this morning, the issue was larger than they had first anticipated also with those devices that couldn't call 000. And when the department and government were aware it was a public safety or a potential public safety issue, we took different and substantial action.
Okay. All right. Just my final group of questions, Chair. The working group that's been established earlier this year, who is on that working group?
So, Senator, that is the 3 mobile network operators, Telstra, TPG, Optus, the Australian Mobile Telecommunications Association. Sorry, I try and call it technology, my slip. And the department is... So we attend all of those meetings and we have observer status on that.
Okay. Is that focused primarily on the device issue? the mobile phone handset, I should say, issue?
So obviously that has been an area of particular concern, but the remit of the working group is broader than that. So it has been looking at the identification of devices, understanding the numbers, what is being done to communicate with and contact consumers, and what has been done to contact other groups that may have, as we've heard today, may have devices that are affected by or use 3G for varying purposes.
There's no industry representation, though, on that group of the health industry, the agricultural industry, etc.
No, through that group we've agreed, I guess, or there has been a focus on, and through the correspondence from the Minister, a focus on reaching out to different peak bodies. We've done it through the department and through contacts to cover the breadth of technologies that can be affected.
Chair, I had some questions on the cost to industry, but I'll either put those on notice or come back if there's time. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. I'll just remind the officers, if you could table the list of the stakeholders you have been talking with before you leave, please, would be greatly appreciated. Or you can tell us verbally. Take your pick. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. Mr Chisholm, I'll read the figures again that we compiled in my office from those read out by the telcos this morning of handsets that are going to be defunct. They're not going to be compatible after 3G's gone. The total of handsets is 465,000. The total of other devices is 608,000, which leaves a total of 1,073,000. So I'm pleased, very pleased, to hear you say that the Minister is basically aware of her powers to delay the 3G shutdown. You said that there is opportunity for regulatory intervention. What are those powers specifically?
Yes, Senator, thanks for the question. There's a couple of elements here. One is, so ACMA itself, the regulator, has responsibility for the telecommunications emergency call service determination, which requires carriers and carriage service providers to maintain proper functioning of the 000 service. So that's one element of it. And so that's something that certainly government and regulator is focused on in terms of continuity of 000 service post the switchover. The Minister potentially has options for regulatory intervention, and the issue there comes down to the question of the carrier licence conditions for mobile network operators under the Telecommunications Act. The Act enables the Minister to consider carrier licence conditions, and that was used in the past, and my colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, in the context of that transition we talked about before from CDMA to 2G. The then Minister made a decision to delay that transition using a similar tool, similar powers. Is that right? Yeah. That's great. Yep. So that's what we're talking about there.
So thank you for that, and I'm pleased there's a precedent and you're aware of it. Now, coming back to the emergency call provisions and ACMA, it seems to me from our session with ACMA this morning that they're reluctant to get involved. What are the steps? Does your department, does the Minister notify ACMA? Does ACMA then follow suit?
It can happen in a couple of ways. And I think on that point, and Senator, I think this is where the broader piece of work being done on 000 and the outcomes of the review from the Optus outage are quite relevant. So I just might ask Ms Saleri to talk about what ACMA is doing and what the government is doing on that front.
Thanks, Senator. As you heard this morning, the ACMA has responsibility for the emergency call service determination, which broadly sets out the rules and arrangements to ensure that when you call 000, you get through. Yeah. One of the things that when we looked at the ecosystem that supports 000 as a result of the Optus outage, we found that there were a number of gaps and flaws in that ecosystem, whether that be through formal arrangements, informal arrangements, processes, or the actual rules. Many of the recommendations from that review, of which there are 18 in total, many of those are aimed at improving the rules around the ecosystem and particularly the emergency call service determination. In the government response to the review, the Minister indicated that she will be directing the ACMA to review the emergency call service determination, and I can advise that we're currently consulting on a draft of that direction. Not only does it look at issues identified in the Optus outage, it's also looking at issues that we've learnt through this 3G closure process.
Oh, that's very refreshing to hear.
So one of the things that we're most concerned about is if it's considered that the rules in the determination do not require that all calls to 000 be carried, then it should. Yeah. And that's where we're heading.
Okay, so you're updating literally in real time, from yesterday and today.
The Minister will direct the ACMA in a very short period of time, and then the ACMA will conduct that work.
Okay, thank you. Because Europeans seem to be only just now waking. I've referenced James Parker's submission and his testimony yesterday many times in this hearing. It has been quite a revelation. But it seems to me that France is deferring until late this decade, 2028, I think. Britain continues to use 2G, 3G, as do other countries. South Africa similarly. So they seem to be waking. So we're in good company. They seem to be waking, so it's not as though you've dropped the ball. I was going to focus on who knew what when, but I think the Senator Stirl and Senator Canavan have asked those questions. What have you learned from that, Mr. Chisholm, or your staff? Because one of the things that has happened is the TPG's already bolted. They've flown the coop, and that's very disappointing to read. But I understand the TPG has a relationship with Optus, which enables it to get access to 3G anyway. So they haven't really bolted. But I don't want to see Telstra and Optus bolt.
Yeah, so Senator, you're right in the sense that TPG transitioned early this year, January, and they had the capability of their 000 calls camping on to Optus and Telstra or Optus? It's Optus. Both. So that the potential impact associated with a switch from 3G for 000 isn't really being kind of experienced in the case of TPG because of that link.
Exactly.
Optus and Telstra are engaging quite extensively with TPG and TPG with Optus and Telstra to ensure that those customers are identified and are supported in advance of any transition. But you are correct that the potential impact of that has been muted because of the camping on capabilities that exist there.
So what actions have you implemented from... You convened a meeting, I think, with the industry early this year, February, which seems to me horribly late, but I think the industry has been keeping you out of the loop somehow, because it...
Senator Roberts, can we just add that we have had quarterly reporting from industry from around 2021, and we requested, due to some of the issues that we saw coming through that reporting late last year, much more granular reporting. That reporting has been useful, and in something similar you might seek the granular reporting earlier. We also have the work that's already underway through the Bean Review, which will address some of the risks that we've seen coming through the 3G shutdown as well. So that's already underway, as Mr Leary's outlined.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Lorans.
Senator, I'll just add to that evidence that the thing that I've been sort of looking at here is the point that was made earlier that there was this strong focus for some time, stretching back to 2021, on the reporting and service equivalence. it was really only late last year that the question of a proportion of devices not able to make emergency services calls was being raised. This is despite the fact that we were getting very regular, at some point, quarterly reporting, which is now obviously much more intensive reporting from industry. And then in December last year, Telstra, in its quarterly report, indicated that there were some devices and older handsets that were potentially impacted, and that Telstra, Optus and TPG were working together to look at that. And it was then in early this year, so following on from that, that we undertook a range of our own analysis and wrote out to the companies, and the Minister commissioned the working group and a number of the reporting mechanisms that sit under that. So, yeah, we obviously do depend on industry giving us the information that we need to advise government and to communicate with the community about the impacts of these changes. And it's fair to say that as soon as we started to get a sense that there were devices that were going to be impacted that weren't previously identified, we did ramp up our engagement and put in place more regular reporting, and the Minister has now written on a number of occasions to industry and met with the companies to seek updates from them, and as I say, is aware of regulatory options that are available to her.
Well, thank you for that, and that's very encouraging and reassuring. I know that, I think it was Ms Lawrence said that reporting started under the Morrison government, quarterly reporting April 2021. It was initially just Telstra when Telstra was asked, and it was specifically about 3G switchover or shutdown and 4G coverage. Then in May 2023, you added Optus to the party, your department.
Minister Rollins, yeah. Yep.
Minister Rollins, thank you very much.
From Optus.
So rather than be embarrassed by your lack of action, you've actually taken action to ramp it up when you started becoming concerned.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so I think quantifying it was an important part of that, because quantifying it.
Exactly, the data. Wonderful.
So we became aware of the scale, and as the mobile network operators gave evidence this morning, they also became aware of the scale around that time with the collective questions. We took that to the Minister when we got it in February this year, and the late February, and the Minister acted quite quickly along with us to establish that working group and that fortnightly reporting, which has the information that we've discussed today on the different device types and numbers.
Okay, perhaps jumping the gun a bit here, if you defer or if you intervene, then perhaps there could be an objective threshold criteria which has to be met by the telcos, specified by your department or by the Minister, to say when you achieve this level of surety or this level of conversion, so that there's no people left behind when 3G shuts down, then and only then will they shut it down. Or maybe this is such a mammoth exercise, looking at the number of devices, that you make an indefinite extension.
Yeah, and Senator, that very much goes to that question of obtaining assurance that, particularly when it comes to handsets, that 000 calls will be able to be made. And that has been our fundamental concern in relation to devices, which is that the switch will happen when it happens, and people will still be able to make phone calls on some of those devices, but 000 calls won't work, and that's not acceptable for the government.
No, and it'll be interesting to know if you can give us one day, if you can give us a deadline by when we'll know every lift and every airport is okay. Because until then, I don't think we can afford to swap, shut it down. And as I said, we're in good company. We've got some leading operators in Europe now recognising that the core issue here is an industry failure to address the root causes, which are serious 4G compatibility issues, and still relying upon 3G. I mean, I thought this whole exercise was just about regional access and safety and productivity and environment. But I've learned just in the space of 48 hours that it's a hell of a lot more and much more serious, and it raises questions, including of the Minister and the Department. But it seems like you've got that covered. So now we'll have to be watching what the Minister does in the future to protect Australians.
And Senator, can I just add to that, that one of the things that we have found, and we will provide the list of critical industry peak bodies that we've contacted. I will add that this list isn't exhaustive. So,
excuse me, when did you contact them?
So we have contacted them over we'd have to check the time frame, probably over the last 12 months.
So it's not just since you become concerned, because
No.
I noted here that in February this year you started getting more detailed numbers, and that coincides with your first elevated meeting.
Yeah, so February this year was that breadth and that particular focus on that 000 issue.
And just to sort of give you a sense of it, Senator, we have been very broad with who. Look, this list includes water or sewerage services, energy companies, healthcare and hospitals, universities, food and groceries. We've talked about transport, infrastructure companies, defence, transport, space technology. So we have gone very broadly in terms of sectors that we've reached out to, and we'll continue to do that work as part of the information we need to gather for advising the Minister.
That's good news, because one of the things I've done is I went through the submissions yesterday and the witness statements, and went through particular Mr Parker's submissions and his summary statements, and I came up with 5 sets of questions. The fourth one was his belief that there has been insufficient oversight from the Minister, the Department, ACCC, ACMA, media, but I can see now that there hasn't been insufficient. It's been, you're ramping it up, which is good to see. So I think the final thing we need from I've got more questions, but the final thing we need from your department or the Minister is a quantified threshold saying when that's reached, only then can you move on and shut 3G. And even better, if part of that threshold is a specification that they will sort out the 4G compatibility issues, because that seems to be the core problem. The rest is smoke and mirrors. Not on your part, but I think on the industry's part they're playing footloose here.
And Senator Roberts, through that working group, there has been a lot of work undertaken to understand the different devices and share that information, and we'll continue to work with ACMA on those device standards as well.
On the compatibility issues?
Yeah, the standards for devices being able to operate, and goes to the 000 issue in particular.
Because I understand there's GSMA and GSM, which provide advice or hints rather than hard standards globally, and the European countries are now starting to wake up to the fact that they're not in compliance with them. And it seems like the same applies here.
So we're aware of Mr Parker's submission, and we've gone through that, and we'll make sure the issues in it that are relevant are raised.
Sorry, what was that last sentence?
We'll make sure that if there are issues in there that are relevant, that they are raised. Most of them there's already an awareness of.
You already are aware.
Yeah.
So there's hope that not only will 3G not continue until it's safe to do so, but also the compatibility issues, the core issue, that's going to be addressed by your department, or make sure that the industry addresses it.
It's under consideration to see what there is to be addressed. Some of the issues that are raised are already, there's things in progress, or some of the characterisation by Mr Parker, it's a little bit different, but we will work with ACMA on that.
Who is ultimately responsible when if it proceeds and is a commercial disaster, or people's lives are threatened, or even deaths occur because of failures? Is it the department? Is it the Minister? Is it the telcos? Or all the above?
So, Senator, I think at the end of the day, the companies have responsibilities to their customers associated with that switch. So that's one set of responsibilities. Industries themselves that have represent organisations or individuals with devices who are aware of the transition have a responsibility to ensure that that communication effort is being amplified and undertaken. And the government...
So, excuse me, let me just check my understanding.
Yep.
You're saying the telcos are responsible and you are responsible for making sure they're responsible.
We're responsible for... The role we have taken is twofold. Well, I guess threefold. One is to get to the bottom of the information, like how many numbers of devices are affected, where are those devices?
And with due respect, also the compatibility issue is the core issue.
Absolutely. So that's something that's very relevant. So that's one part of what we do. The other part of what we do is to, as I say, amplify and ensure that people are aware of this. So we have seen the...
Which people? You mean customers?
So customers, some of the industries we've talked about here this morning. So we've reached out, as part of the reaching out effort and talking to these industries, there are times where we found that they are well aware of it. Mm-hmm. There are other times we find that they are less aware of it. So our job, we've seen our job as bringing that information to the broadest set of information or broadest set of groups as possible.
Together with the industry.
And then thirdly, I would say, and this is which very much comes to your question, at the end of the day, we provide advice back to government about all of those issues and the potential recourse available under legislation to respond to that issue.
One of the things I think it's not sufficient to say we're going to switch over in 2 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years. That doesn't cut it, because a lot of people think, well, I've got my latest phone, it's 5G, 4G, yep, whatever. And they think that's sweet, but they don't know about the embedded devices all through their businesses, hundreds of the darn things, or the lifts in the airport. And I think that's the critical step that the telcos have failed on, because it's quite clear, whether it be the small family ombudsman, family business, family enterprise, small business, family enterprise ombudsman this morning, or other groups, that has come through loud and clear. A lot of people don't know they're exposed here,
yeah,
and they're relying upon you to protect them, and so I think that's another part. Yeah. Perhaps I could just go to something else to see if you're aware. Mr. Parker, I'm pleased to see that you're going to be reading his paper in detail. Oh, you already have?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
good. I'm trying to advertise it because I was seriously impressed by it. He deserves a medal. The industry is... This is one of the summaries from his 2 pages of summary. The industry is sacrificing public interest for commercial interest. And I'm not accusing the telcos of being corrupt or... I think they're probably swept up in the groupthink and he said specifically, more handset sales, very alluring. More telco sales, very alluring. More revenue for associated industry, very alluring. And under such circumstances, people can get swept along and think it's all honky-dory when they don't really look. And I'm pleased to see that you are looking. Now, he also mentioned that the industry could likely be suffering from a lack of an under-expectation on a shortfall on recouping their 5G investment, and they're looking to spur along 5G sales. So, in other words, it's more commercially beneficial, as he says, to sell people new phones than updates to existing devices, but the key is the existing updates to existing devices. So I think we've got an industry sacrificing safety and customers instead of fixing the standardisation issues at the moment.
So, Senator, I guess we don't really have a... I would be reluctant to express an opinion about the broader investment and commercial considerations that might be relevant to, the telecommunications companies' considerations here. There's a whole set of issues there that are probably best directed to them. And I'm aware of the points you've raised there. I guess I would just come back to what our fundamental focus is. Irrespective of the motivations of the transition, it must address the concerns and considerations that we've outlined here today about public safety and about ensuring that we don't have any of the risks realised that we've talked about, here today.
And if I can add, that has very much been the focus of that working group, and the 3 mobile network operators have been participating in all of those working group meetings and outlining what they're doing to contact affected consumers and industry groups.
I think there is a consumer protection. That's officially ACCC's role, but surely as part of your oversight of the telcos, that's part of your role as well, to make sure telcos are...
And Senator, we have been communicating with regulators as well, ACMA and the ACCC. As I say, we're providing advice to the Minister, but one of the key roles of government in any of these industry transition issues, particularly where you've got this question of potential safety impacts, is to reach as many people as we possibly can.
Well, not only reach them, but make sure they understand.
Absolutely. Reach them, make sure they understand, and then if there's a view that some of those technical issues you've outlined haven't been properly addressed, or we can't be confident that they'll be addressed, then that will certainly be relevant to our advice back to government.
I think we need to see a position where the telcos can guarantee every truck with the 3G tracker has been contacted. Every piece of farm equipment, as Senator Canavan said, every holder of that equipment has been contacted, and every airport, every lift will work. So I also understand that in relation to the emergency calls determination, ACMA testified that a certain network, such as 3G, not being available to make emergency calls would not breach the rules. So is that the case?
Do you mind just repeating the question, Senator? Sorry.
In relation to the emergency calls determination, ACMA testified that a certain network, such as 3G, not being available to make emergency calls would not breach the rules.
I think there's a requirement under the rules to ensure that 000 calls are able to be made, and it doesn't focus on whether it's 3G or 4G. However, our focus is in ensuring that 000 calls can be made as part of the transition anyway. Yeah.
Yes, Senator, I think the interpretation, the ACMA has taken a certain interpretation of the existing determination, which is why the Minister is currently considering the direction to them to review to make it beyond doubt that calls must be carried to 000. If I could just add something separately, and it's one of the issues you've touched on around device compatibility. An additional recommendation arising from the Optus outage review was around the requirement, I think it's recommendation 3, which is mandates that there must be 6 monthly testing across devices and networks for end-to-end interoperability to ensure that a call can be carried from one network to another regardless of the device. So that testing requirement is currently being developed by the Industry Association, Communications Alliance, under request from the ACMA. So that's a further measure that will ensure that going forward, handsets and networks will be configured in a way that calls will be carried to 000.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe my staff's just been through the proceedings from today and getting some of the details. As I said, with more than 1 million devices not compatible after 3G is removed, maybe they meant that some networks rely still on 3G. So, one of the things that surprised me today was that, well, maybe it didn't surprise me. The Optus representative, Mr. Pickard, I think it was, said that Optus was not aware of the size of the impact until February 24. How it is that a company the size of Optus, with the customer reach it's got and the responsibility it's got, can make a decision to shut down and then not be aware until a few months before the deadline, that's really chilling.
And I understand that was in relation to that quantifying the 000 devices that appeared to work but wouldn't, and that came to light for industry in the second half of last year, and that was that process that I've gone through a couple of times with quantifying it. So industry...
So you're saying it's to their credit that they've opened up and found it?
Once they were aware of the problem, to then understand how many people were affected. That is an issue that came to light last year, the 000 issue.
Great.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Party people. We are running short of time, so Senator Roberts, do you have any more? That's it. Look, thanks, Senator Rennick, and then I have questions, Senator Rennick, of our First Nations Advisory Group. So,
okay.
Senator Rennick.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, guys. How are you going? Is there still a universal service obligation in place with the telecommunications companies, or is that sort of faded away or expired?
There are still universal service obligations, yes.
And does that include an obligation to provide, telecommunication services to the bush? I mean, would the potential failure of, not upgrading, not ensuring people have access to telecommunications as a result of this 3G upgrade to 4G, would that come under that obligation requirement?
Yeah.
Senator, Telstra supplies a relatively small number of universal service obligation voice services using what's called next generation wireless loop, which uses a 3G connection to provide fixed voice services. Telstra has been taking steps to advise those customers of the need to migrate these services given the 3G shutdown. Most of these customers will be offered a Telstra 4G fixed wireless solution or a Telstra Starlink service in a small number of cases. Telstra advised us that initially there were 6,797 customers that needed to be upgraded, and as of 15th of July, there's now 1,316 customers that Telstra is working through to upgrade.
Okay, so thank you. That's very good information. I appreciate that. So so the universal service obligation only applies to voice calls as opposed to, say, banking services or health services or anything like that. So there's still a potential gap that if people are using 3G for their health services or banking services or anything like that, that's going to fall through the cracks. Is that a potential risk?
I don't think so, no. I think the...
It's the capacity to have access, which they will still have. If there are particular examples, we're more than happy to provide further advice on that, maybe to help us understand the particular challenge.
Yeah, I think that... so, Senator, where the companies, in this case, Ms. Sparrowman was talking about USOs, but where there's coverage, the commitment that's been made is that there will be equivalent coverage as part of the transition, which would include access to the internet, so the sort of data. But the issue that's been more relevant in the context of this has been the difficulty associated with some devices still being able to have access but not make 000 calls. So that's the issue there, rather than whether you can access the internet or not.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So in regards, Ms. Lawrence, I guess that's the point of the working group, and I think you said, Mr. Chisholm, in your opening statement that you have been consulting with some health groups over this. So I guess, when you come back to me, my feedback to you is in regards, certainly from people need access to banking in the regions, and obviously health services as well. And I know Senator Canavan raised it before, the working group's only really working with the telecommunication companies and not industry groups. Is there scope here for you to broaden this out just to make sure that no one falls through the cracks throughout this upgrade?
Senator, some of the groups that we've been contacting include, for example, the Australian Bankers Association. And I think your questions are going to the heart of coverage equivalence, which I am sure the mobile network operators would have made reference to this morning. And a lot of work has been underway to make sure that there is coverage equivalents in preparation for the shutdown. Dot and Lyndon, our chair and co-chair of the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, they've also provided us with advice which they may wish to speak to on considerations and potential impacts for First Nations communities.
Thanks. We'll come to them in a minute. So what about the Royal Flying Doctor Service? Have you been able to liaise with them? Because I think they had some issues this morning about needing some funding.
Sorry, Senator Brent, because we did ask had they spoken to them and they said no. This is the alarming part, that people come and they pour out to us, which is good, but they hadn't spoken.
That's frustrating for us.
So,
could you add the Royal Flying Doctors?
Yes.
Could you just touch base with them? And I think they were after a couple of 100,000 to get access to Starlink. Starlink.
That's from that Bicky tin under your feet.
But that one, for example, I know, obviously they do have a very broad reach in regards to remote health services, so perhaps that's something you could look at. Now, I just note, Ms. Boom, that there was an email sent to you from Optus last July, and yet the Minister said to the media in March the 17th, that she was only aware of the 000 shortfall issue in March. Are you communicating all these issues on a timely basis to the Minister?
So that was in relation to, and that's what we've referred to with the quarterly reporting, that did make reference to work underway to understand potential implications for that small subset of devices. Sure. So when it became apparent that it was probably a larger number of devices, then we took it to the Minister's attention. It was something that was included and didn't appear to be the issue that we now know it to be in that quarterly reporting that came through from Telstra and Optus last year. Did you want to add something to that, Ms. Baraboo?
No, that's comprehensive. We are meeting weekly with the Minister's office, and we have provided numerous briefs to the Minister, updating her from February about the work that the mobile network operators are doing, the work through the working group.
Okay. That's fine. Having a weekly update, that's fine. Just last question, Chair.
Sure.
So is that universal service obligation only applied to Telstra or Optus and the other telecommunication networks?
Telstra.
Just Telstra. Because I'm aware that Optus, I think, is going to do a deal with, is it Starlink, shortly, that's going to give universal coverage across all of Australia. Is that something, given that we want to make sure that a lot of people use Telstra and probably don't want to switch services, and Telstra is still Australian owned, to a degree. Is that something that maybe you could lean on Telstra to sign up to Starlink as well? So, because it seems to me that Starlink access to Starlink, putting cost aside, would solve a lot of these problems. Is that a fair thing to make?
This has been a big piece of work for us, is the role that low Earth orbit satellites will play in the future. Yeah. And it would include, in relation to things like what we currently call universal service obligations. The thing we've been very focused on is before undertaking a switch to relying on what's called LEOSATs for things like USOs, we want to make sure that it can actually provide the sort of equivalent service that is currently required under the USO obligations that Telstra meets at the moment on behalf of government. So it's a big. I chair a LEOSATs working group with industry, and this is one of the areas of focus at the moment. We talk to Telstra, we talk to Optus. There are other LEOSATs providers who are coming into the market too. So Amazon, Amazon Kuiper is one that's focused on a lot at the moment. And
we have a review that's underway at the moment of the universal service obligation, and as Mr. Chisholm said, the technology and what it can mean for access, probably particularly for people in rural and remote areas, is something that we are actively looking at the moment. And we have 2 consultation papers which are out and available on our website. We can provide links to those. Consultation on those papers has closed, but if there are particular comments that people would like to add through, we're still happy to consider those.
Okay, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Now, for the remaining few minutes we've got left, I would like to put a question to Ms West and Dr Ormond Parker, if you can switch on. Thank you. Hello. And I just want to know, how confident are you in your advisory roles that the changeover, the switch over to 4G has been managed effectively particularly in our remote communities where I do a heck of a lot of work in the Kimberley?
Look, I think we've, whilst we've got the issue of the switchover of 3G to 4G, we've also got the basic issue of a lack of connectivity for remote and very remote communities. So taking that on board, it needs to be taken on board. I think I reiterate what the Senator said earlier, and that is that nobody should be left behind. And that includes people that live in the remotest parts of this country. We need to ensure that they're safe, their devices are reliable, and they have proper service.
Yes, thank you, Ms West. And that was myself, because last week I was out on the Gibb River Road, Shulkubanari and Imagi and Nalagunda, and of course it's as tough as anything for them poor devils out there as it is. We can certainly want to not only continue but to improve the coverage for our First Nations people out in the middle of, I can say it in the middle of nowhere because it quite frankly is. Okay, now Dr Ormond Parker, did you wish to add anything?
Hi, I'm coming in from Wadair in the Northern Territory from the Ranger Base on a Starlink. But a couple of things we've made a submission to the Better Delivery of Universal Services Review, and note that mobile phones are becoming a primary form of voice calling and should be central focus of any future work. This is also similar to the recent comments by the Telecommunications Ombudsman that said that the rules surrounding universal guarantees need to change to better reflect modern technology. And we recognise that mobile is an essential service, especially here in the bush. Yeah. We also see from the Australian Digital Inclusion Index that showed in 2023 that 32% of people living very remotely only have mobile access to the internet compared to 10% in the city. And when we combine it to the work of the RMIT Mapping the Digital Gap project for First Nations people, we know that there is a very high level of mobile-only users, with over 90% of First Nations remote people using mobile and a prepaid mobile service. So in locations such as Gallawinku and here in Wadair, there are very few households that have a fixed line or a fixed internet connection. So mobile device is essential. We've also heard concerns that the 4G equivalent service may not have the same reach to outlying communities that the 3G service currently has, especially as it is seen as an essential emergency service for those very remote outstations. In some of the homelands, the current mobile connection is 3G only, as the 4G service has not reached the previous 3G equivalent footprint. One of the key difficulties in understanding the impacts of the 3G shutdown is the lack of connectivity literacy, especially in very remote First Nations communities, which describes people's level of understanding on the types and connections of devices. So if you ask someone if they had a 4G mobile device that's currently on 3G, they might not necessarily have an understanding of the changeover. So during our advisory group engagements with First Nations community, we have heard that the Telstra First Nations call centre at Palm Island, Darwin and Jumbin are very highly valued for remote First Nations customers. So it's great to see the job and business creation that these centres currently provide in remote Australia. We also note that Telstra is undergoing a major restructure with staffing changes, and we are keen to seek reassurances that these changes would not adversely impact on frontline staff in the highly regarded First Nations call centres, who not only provide free handsets at the moment for the 3G switchover and advice on 3G shutdown, but also assist on a range of connectivity issues, in particular around individuals' prepaid mobile services. So thank you.
No, thank you, Doctor.
And I'd just like to add another couple of points as well in regards to this 3G shutdown, and that is, number one, the awareness raising. You know, we've done a number of stakeholder engagements. We've spoken to people within communities, and the lack of awareness of actually 3G shutting down is not there, or is very limited. So there really needs to be some targeted messages to community about this shutdown. The other thing, listening earlier in terms of the devices that are affected, one such device is the remote Indigenous broadcast services 3G routers. So our remote Indigenous broadcasting, some of them are using 3G routers, and so therefore what that means is that remote communities will not be able to receive their own broadcasting services, and therefore for emergencies, news and entertainment, it will not happen unless there's some sort of infrastructure support given.
And Ms West, that role, should that be played through someone like NACHO or direct through the Aboriginal corporations, or is it the department that should take that awareness information out to the remote communities?
Look, I think that the telcos have got a huge responsibility. You know, First Nations communities, people within those communities are their customers, and so therefore they need to ensure that that they're informed and properly informed, and where there's a language barrier, that there is messaging being put out in easily understood English or within the local language. So no, I think it's the telcos that have responsibility in that regard. But in regards to our remote Indigenous broadcast services being affected, they actually get funded through the NIAA, where support could be given via them to ensure that their equipment is upgraded.
Well, we did hear from the telcos today, and they've sent out, it was in the millions of messages, but I suppose I'll put that question in the very short time I've got left to the department. Were our remote Indigenous communities part of our stakeholder working group that I've asked now the third time for the list? I'm not saying you're avoiding me or putting it off, but is it close by? You got it there, fantastic. Sometimes I have the memory of an elephant, other times I don't remember what I've said 5 minutes earlier.
Also like to provide you this. We'll provide you with this list. I'd also like to provide you with an updated list, because there are some organisations not represented on here that we've contacted.
Oh, no, that's good, as long as you can give us all that. So I'll go back. Have we had remote Indigenous broadcasting corporations or anything as part of the reference group?
So the working group has just been the mobile network operators and the peak body. We have other initiatives underway, which...
let's not, sorry, that's great. Let's not make it a 5-minute answer. Let's just come straight to the point, because I'm going to kick you out of here at 4 o'clock.
So I'll give you a
unless
quick
I don't
answer.
get the answers.
Not on the working group. We have been contacting in other ways and have other initiatives. Dr Ashurst can give you a 2-minute summary of that.
Brilliant. Let's get a 2-minute summary. Instead of 2 minutes, just give us 120 seconds and not a second longer.
Both as Ms West and Dr Orma Parker pointed out, we're undertaking widespread community engagement to understand more broadly issues in this space, including the 3G shutdown issue. We also work closely with our colleagues in the NIAA, and we can certainly take up those issues, in particular in relation to broadcasting with them.
And this is tongue-in-cheek. I'm not rushing you, because this is very, very important, because that's where I work a lot too, in those communities. All right, well, I've got the good doctor and Ms West up on the screen. What about in the remote stores in the areas where you cover? Is that... Do our First Nations people use their phone for payment, or do we rely on, cards to pay? Obviously, I don't think cash is flowing around, but...
So there's a heavy reliance on the FPOS machines, and what we have heard from some communities is that a lot of FPOS machines are still 3G enabled, and I understand we have seeked assurances from previous meetings with Telstra that all of those FPOS machines will be converted to a 4G system.
Oh, good. They will be promptly? Is that...
I certainly hope so.
Oh, we have an answer coming from Ms. Peterbourne.
So we've met with 3 of the banks. We've met with Commonwealth Bank, Westpac and National Australia Bank, specifically asking about EFTPOS upgrades. They've told us that they've been doing this for a number of years. The banks.
I've got to just tell you, whatever the banks tell you, you can take it with a pinch of salt, because we've seen their behaviour in this nation over the last few years. Just threw that one out for the ABA and its members.
One of the things about EFTPOS machines is the store owner doesn't have to pay for a new machine. It's part of the arrangement already with the bank. So the banks just literally need to go in with a replacement EFTPOS machine and connect up the new machine. So there's no sort of payment required from the consumer, which is a different between the handsets. Those 3 banks collectively have told us that there's less than 3,000 EFTPOS machines in Australia yet to be upgraded. They weren't able to give us a breakdown in terms of where those EFTPOS machines are, but it seems like they have done quite a significant amount of work in that regard.
So that's good. So is the department 100% satisfied that come switch off time, and we know that's where it is at the moment, that our remote communities and the stores won't be disadvantaged?
It is an area of very strong focus, and we continue to work with people like Dr. Orman Parker and Ms West to understand what is happening on the ground in communities.
Yep.
And exactly the questions and assurances that we ask of our mobile network operators, and through the list that I'll give you, which includes the Australian Banks Association.
Good, that's what I like to hear, so fingers crossed. No doubt, if we'll keep asking. Now, before we go, we've got the last couple of minutes, so for our friends from the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, a minute each. What else do we need to do? Is there something we make sure we must not be overlooked? I'll go first to you, Ms West.
Look, I think we certainly work closely with the department and ensure that our communications is open in regards to this and other matters. But I think the SMS tools that are developed, the joint website that has been created to inform people, you've got to have connectivity in the first place. You've got to have the dollar to be able to spend to access those tools. And also you need to be reassured that they are not scams, that the SMS tool isn't a scam. So it's that awareness.
Isn't that correct? Thank you, Ms West. Doctor?
And I'll reiterate what Dr West has just said. And it's important, I think, just reiterating earlier, that we utilise our First Nations media organisations to get the message out to remote and very remote communities, including organisations such as Yongle Radio, to ensure that that message is getting across, especially with a lot of scams on the text messaging, and people might see a message from Optus or Telstra and they're like, oh, is this a scam? We'll just ignore it, and don't necessarily understand what that message is. So an ensuring and a reassurance from Telstra that the First Nations call centres and the work they're doing won't be impacted by their announcement of the restructure.
Great. Thank you very much. Look, on that, the timing's absolutely perfect. Can I thank you all and the department? Yes, Mr Chisholm?
The list of organisations that we've been in contact with, and we have emphasised that it is not exhaustive.
No, you're going to provide more info.
We will update it,
absolutely. I was going to let you out the door until you did. That's great. Yep. Thank you very much. So thank you for First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group. To Mr Chisholm, you and your officers from the department, thank you so much. That now concludes today's hearings. On behalf of the committee, thank you to all our witnesses. Hansard Broadcasting, Taz, to you and your team, mate. Brilliant. Good luck, everyone, and I won't see you in Senate estimates. Thank you very much.